Doctor?
Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Hands up high, hands up high. Tell them dim the lights down right now. Put me in the mood. Hands up high, hands up high. Tell them dim the lights down right now. Put me in the mood.
Doctor?
Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Hands up high, 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 hands up high. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. You a bad bitch, put your hands up high.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey, y'all. Welcome in, welcome in. Happy Sunday to you. Actually, I think this might still be too loud. Okay, I've turned it down some more. Hopefully, the background music is good and my audio is good. Hopefully, you can hear me pretty well. Welcome in, everybody. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much. I would say this is an impromptu Sunday, but it's really not. I kind of had to push my Saturday stream back because I was working on some things. And yeah, so we're here now. We're here today. I want to say hello. Happy Sunday. Hopefully, it's a good Sunday for you. Are y'all doing Sunday dinner? Do y'all cook Sunday dinner? I do. I had some chicken thighs that I took out, and I'm roasting those right now. So I may have to periodically stop to check on my dinner, y'all, because you know I'm a cooker. I like to make my food. I do like the outside food, the restaurant food, but for the most part, I'm gonna cook what I eat. So hey May, welcome in. Hey Smitty, thank you so much for coming through. We got Irby in the building. We got Cynical One. Thank y'all so much for coming through. How's the audio? Are we good on the audio and the background music? I don't want my background music to be too low or too loud. You said it's better that way. I agree. I agree. You get less fatigue when you are actually like cooking what you eat versus constantly eating fast food. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So let's see. Where do I want to start? First of all, hmm, you know what? I'm going to start with the video. Let's see. Which one did I want to start with? This one. So, okay. Hey, Eugene. Welcome in. Brownie Ellie, appreciate you. Thank you so much for saying I sound good. I appreciate the mic check. I always hate it when I think I'm doing well and I go back and listen and the music is drowning me out. You can barely hear me. Y'all know I don't talk very loud. But yeah, so okay. How do I want to start this stream off? First off, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, which kind of led into this whole topic. And I kind of dry ran it a couple of lives back. And I brought it up on a stream. And basically, well, first, let me start with my disclaimer, because I know that this topic can go into the realm of gender war if we decide to take it there. I would prefer not to, because I feel like, again, we are intelligent enough people that we can have this conversation honestly without having to war it out. So essentially, I just want to let y'all know this is not a gender war channel. I do not gender war, nor do I gender bang. And I'm not an expert in anything. These are just my thoughts, my opinions, and I'm here to share them with you and hopefully get some feedback and I don't know, just plant something on your brain for today. Hey, Sunkiss, welcome in. Hey, Lana, appreciate you coming through. I see you silent. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. So, I'm going to start with my premise. And the premise is this: in the year of 2026, as a woman who has no children, it does not make sense for you to give birth to a child unless that man loves that kid more than you do. I will say it again. In the year of 2025, excuse me, 2026, I don't know where the five came from, 2026, as a woman, and even if you do have kids, let me correct what I said. As a woman, period, it does not make sense to have a child to bring forth life in on this earth unless that man wants that child more than you do. He has to have a very strong desire to be a father, to be a present and active parent, and not just be the kind of dude who wants to spread his seed around so that he can say he got kids before he leaves this earth. I'm a firm believer in that. And while that may ruffle some feathers, my whole thought process behind it is that as a woman, we will naturally, for the most part, most women naturally be more of the nurturing type, right? So like after carrying this baby for 9+ months, if you are overdue for your due date, you are naturally, for most women, going to have a bond with that child. So in my opinion, it only makes sense that the father has a strong, strong, strong desire to have this child, because if not, as a woman, you are setting yourself up for failure in a lot of ways. And what I mean by that is, well, let's get into it. I have a video. Let's pull that up. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Share screen. I'll start with this one. All right, let's play this.
Fuck them kids.
Fuck the kids?
Fuck them kids. That's what happens a lot of times. I don't know. Hey, Chicago, welcome in. Appreciate you coming. Peace to you as well. What ends up happening a lot of times in these relationships, and I've heard many men say online, when they are done with the woman, when the relationship is over, if you have children with that man, he's likely to walk away from you and those kids. Um, so I'm of the belief that if you're going to bring life, you're going to be a mother in this modern day and age that we live in, you better make sure that that man has a strong desire not to just have you as his baby mama, but to actually be a father to the children, a father to that child. And that's why I say it's important, because if anything happens, I honestly would want him to even want that kid more than he wants me to some extent. Because if anything happens and our relationship splits, if we go our own separate ways, the last thing that I want you to do is walk away from your child, a child that we produce together, no matter what happens. Because we understand relationships can be temporary. Like even a marriage doesn't guarantee nowadays, today, that there is any security in preventing you from being a single mother, right? And I think that is my biggest deterrent, or has been my biggest deterrent, from even wanting to procreate, is the fact that I don't want to be a single mom. No shade to any of the single mothers out there, but I got a dry run. And hey, INC, I see you coming through. SBK Media, appreciate you coming through. I am definitely going to drop the link, Simon, but I want to get off some of what I want to say first. I'm going to do my little monologue for a little bit, talk and then I'm going to let y'all up, because I do want to hear from the men, the fathers, on their opinion on what I'm saying. I get it. It might be a little controversial. And again, I'm not trying to gender war this. This isn't about gender war. This is about ego and people, and how we can tend to use our children to perpetuate trauma, and how we will turn around and use them as pawns to harm our former significant others. And I never want to be in that position, and I never want to do that to somebody else. And hey, twin, welcome in, welcome in. I see my people coming through. I appreciate you. Hey, Tequila, appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm not highlighting any comments right now. Oh, wait a minute. Kiss said, no, honestly, I know someone that was just literally was not interested in being a father, and he just happened to have three children, and now they're grown, and he is happy. I can believe that. He could have cared less, but he still provided for those children. Oh, we're gonna get into that too, because that's on my list of things to talk about in this whole like gambit of things that I want to discuss. INC says, I think a man knowing the task ahead and wanting to be that rock that is always there is important qualities for a father. I agree with that. I do agree with that. But you know, my main thing is as far as it, hey Zero, welcome in, appreciate you coming through. Um, as you said, it's beautiful outside today. I hear you, Chicago. I hear you. The main thing is that like I've seen so many people, like I said, so many men say that once they have the okay, let me backtrack because I started to tell y'all why I said what I said about the whole single parenting thing. I got a dry run of this when I was caring for my niece, right? So I told y'all, my niece, I mean, some people have heard this, some people may not have. Hey, Mia, welcome in, Mia. Appreciate you coming through. My niece basically lived with me pretty much full time from the time she was like 6 until she hit 13. So I had 6 years of her um, in my house where I was pretty much her primary parent. Now, mind you, this is my Mia, I thought I gave you. Oh, thank you, Mia. Appreciate the goal. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gifts. Um, my niece basically was with me from about 6 to 13. I was her primary parent. Now this is my sister's child, but I was helping because she lived full time with her father. So I was helping to raise her instead of like her mother. Her mother couldn't do it, couldn't be there. So I was the surrogate parent helping out, right? And during this time frame, he, I don't want to put it all off on him because it's an issue, I think I would say, with boundary on my part as well. But what happened was we made an agreement that, you know, I'm going to help out. At the time, he had a wife. And so my niece was living with him and his wife. And um, yeah, the wife was doing like the primary things. We were kind of like in a way like the village. We were both working together to make sure that she had a mother figure in her life, right? And so his wife would basically get her up, get her dressed, get her off to daycare. So this was between like I would say four to about 6. His wife would get her up, get her dressed, get her to her day camp, and I would go pick her up. So I made sure whatever job I was working, that I would set up my schedule to be able to be there to work it around my niece to make sure that somebody would be there. Either I had to cover the morning shift or I would cover the afternoon, evening shift, but to make sure somebody would be able to be there with her. And we were splitting kind of the duties, right? And so you know, my niece was well cared for. Her hair was always done. She never was hungry. Like she always looked fly. I really appreciated my niece's father's wife. Her father's wife was a wonderful woman, and I have nothing bad to say about her to this day because of the level of love and care that she gave to my niece. And so, in the process of between, I don't know, 4 and 5 years old, I think, is when something happened. They had a big fight and she ended up leaving. And I didn't even know that she left. Like, she packed her stuff and skedaddled. And come to find out later that he had gotten physical with her and put hands on her, and that it wasn't the first time. I didn't know that that was happening. She hadn't told me that and kind of kept it behind the scenes. And in fact, and when I say they, I mean my niece's father and his mother didn't even tell me that his wife left him. They made it sound like the wife went to go take care of her sick mother. So she just up and disappeared. I'm thinking she's on like some mission to care for her ailing mother. Meantime, she done left him and he's trying to like beg her back, trying to get her to come back. And so in the process of this, like, so they didn't even tell me the truth of what happened. And my niece didn't know the truth either. She just kept saying, Angel's taking care of her mom. Her mom got sick. Angel's taking care of her mom. And hey, Choco Kitty. Hey, everybody that's coming in willing to win. I appreciate you coming through. I'm not highlighting comments right now. I'm just reading them off, and I'm trying to pay attention to the chat as you guys come in. And I just want to say hey and welcome in. Um, but yeah, so my niece. So this whole time frame. Now, Angel's not there, so I've been asked by the father, and thank you, Kiss. Thank you for the jewels. Appreciate you. I've been asked by my niece's father and his mother to pitch in more. They say, okay, Angel has gone to take care of her mother. This is the story they gave me. And so we need you to go ahead and if you don't mind helping out more. Okay, fine. That's what I said. I'll do it. Again, I'm setting up my work schedule to make sure that I can do what I need to do for my niece. So now, they're dropping her off. I'm picking her up. I have her pretty much Monday through Friday until the dad's getting off work, or I think her grandpa used to come pick her up too from my house. And so, I'm Mrs. Mom right at this point. And it took, I don't know, I want to say maybe 2 months before Angel actually reached out to me independently to tell me what happened. And that's when I found out that he had basically put her in the hospital, that he had gotten into an altercation and he put her in the hospital. So she confessed that the previous, I want to say like December, is when she went into the hospital. And I just thought she was sick. They said Angel was sick. She's not going to be here for a little bit. It was periods like that. And nobody ever said anything to me. My niece never told me that they were getting physical. Angel I just thought she was kind of sickly. And then after she finally left him, that's when she said, no, I was in the hospital because he put hands on me. And then she finally one day, like, waited for him to go to work and took all of her items out of their shared home, packed her and had her brothers come get her up out of there. And so I'm sitting here and I'm on the expressway. I'm driving up 290 on my way back from Arlington Heights, back home. And I'm in shock because I'm like, yo, none of this. I knew none of it. And the only thing that I could think of at this point is what is going to happen to my baby? Like, what is going to happen to this child? Lord help me. And so I'm like bawling at this point because now I'm trying to figure out, well, what do I do? Do I try and get her up out of this environment? And I'm like asking Angel, like, has he ever like abused her? Has he ever put hands on her? No, it's not. He's never done that. It's just been me, blah, 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 blah. And then she gave me the rundown on their relationship. So in the back of my head, now I know this thing that I was not supposed to know because the family was doing everything that they could to keep me out of the loop on their domestics. And I had to figure out what I was going to do, balancing out, like, do I say something or do I just continue to, continue on doing what I'm doing for my niece and just act like I don't know? And I want to say, who else just came in here? Hey, DJ, welcome in, DJ. Appreciate you coming through. H&M, I see you too. Welcome in. He put her in the hospital. He put her in the hospital. I did not know that. So we're going to fast forward a little bit. So now I've been in communication. She's like low key wanting to still have contact with my niece. My niece doesn't know she's not coming back. She keeps asking about her. That just hit a pressure point. Damn. Okay, we're good. So my niece keeps asking about her. Now I have this secret that I know that Angel's not coming back. And, even if she wanted to, which she did, she loved my niece a lot. And here's the thing. Angel, she had an older son who was like in his teens, but she also had been pregnant and lost her daughter. And her daughter would have been around the same age as my niece, which is why she bonded with her so heavy. Like, this was like the, do they call it rainbow baby? I don't even know. This was like her second chance at being a mother to a daughter because she didn't have one, right? And so my niece is like wanting this mother figure back. She really wasn't getting it from my sister. My sister's never really been a maternal kind of person. No, this is my real story, Chaco. Nope, ma'am. This is not a movie story. This is my real story. This is the story of why Candy says she would never be a single mother. Fuck no. Absolutely not. But anywho, so after a while, my niece kind of just slowly, I guess, forgot about Angel. she stopped asking about her, and his mother and her father basically stopped lying about it and just kind of just left it alone. I never told them that Angel had reached out to me. I never told them that I knew what had happened. I just kind of buckled down harder on my niece and like made sure to constantly ask as many questions, stay in her life as much as I could. Hey, B Love, welcome in. You sound funny. Ah, I don't know. I'll be serious. I'll be dead serious. But yeah. So what happened was as we were going through. Now, mind you, she would come. So when okay, I don't want to go too fast. Let me see. So I moved out to the suburbs, closer to kind of his parents, and his parents, his mother ended up taking on the role that Angel left, right? Eventually, Angel and I lost contact. I think it became too hard for her because at the same time that she's trying to recover and like rebuild her things, he's steady trying to bring her back into the house. So he's reaching out to her. He's showing up to her job. He's leaving her flowers. He's essentially like kind of low key stalking her. And she's like letting me know what's going on, and she's telling me that she's kind of fearful. And I'm trying to figure out like what advice to even give you in this situation because I don't really know what to say here. I've never had somebody like pull the things on me that he was pulling on her, but she eventually, I guess, figured it out because she had brothers that are cops, whatever. In the meantime of that, now I'm trying to work more with his mother on caring for my niece because that's my primary focus. Like I try not to get in the middle of grown people's fights and their domestics. Like the kid is my primary concern each and every time. And hey, studio, hey, soul provider, welcome in. Appreciate y'all all coming through. If y'all wouldn't mind hitting the like button for me, please do that. Um, yeah, so I moved closer to my niece in the suburbs, and now her father is asking me basically, well, I'm trying to do this by myself now. I'm a single dad and blah blah blah, and I want to know if you would help, like if you could pick her up from school if we drop her off to school, right? This was the agreement. So essentially wanted me to pick his daughter up from school 5 days out the week, and they would drop her off to school. And the reason being was that he worked a midday shift. It took me a little minute to realize that this man was intentionally setting up his midday shifts so that he could delay his parenting duties or deflect his parenting duties off onto the other people of the family. So what was happening was she would be with her grandmother during the day. Grandma would get her to school and drop her off, and then I was picking her up from school. And then her father would essentially have her on the weekends. And this even happened through COVID. So when COVID hit, my niece was here with me. I had a job at that time where I partially worked from home, and then when COVID came around, we were like fully from home. And so it ended up actually kind of working out because I was home, with her during that entire time. So when I tell y'all, when I tell you, excuse me, I can't even say that word too much. When I tell y'all the vid hit parents hard, I mean, that hit people so hard. I remember it was March when we shut down. March, everybody was sent home. That's when we went on the whole lockdowns. And then the school, because they had never experienced anything like this before, was not prepared for it. So the first, like March happened and like school was getting ready to end. And that was such a rough period because they were sending home like this packet of stuff for the kids to do through email and like through their online system. And it was like they basically left the kids to have to remind themselves, okay, you log in at this time for this class and this time for this class. And we're talking about, what grade was she in? Like fourth grade at the time when this was going on. And if you have ever dealt with a child, ain't no damn way a third or fourth grade a child is going to be organized or mature enough to get themselves to their correct classes virtually. Like what? So it was a lot, just even trying to be there to make sure that I kept up with her schedule, that I could get her, okay, log in, it's time for this class, log in, it's time for that class, and then making sure she got her homework done and schoolwork done. So I was essentially, what I'm trying to say, a long-winded version of saying I was a teacher at the same time as I am working to make sure that I can keep a roof over the both of our heads, right? And so during that time frame, like her grandmother had less to do with her being like at her house. We were splitting off the duties essentially. And her grandmother was less involved because she was older. She didn't have the ability to do any of this sort of like new age teaching, new age learning virtually. Like that was beyond the scope of what she was capable of doing, right? And so my niece ended up being with me like Monday through Friday. Um, and then, like I said, her dad would get her on the weekend. So I'm trying to work with the man. I'm like, she can stay here. It's not a problem. That's my ace boon coon. We real good. Hey, LA, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much. And LA says, yeah, my kids were in first and second, and it was rough. After that, I was called back to work. I didn't go back that year. I was lucky. I was lucky enough that I did not have to go back into the office at that point because there was no way. There was nobody who was going to be able to help her. And so I felt for a lot of these parents, especially if you were a single parent and like this, like you had to make it work. There was no other option. Luckily for my niece's father and for her grandmother and for my sister who was like out of the picture at this point. Luckily, I was in a position where I could help, and that's why I say I'm always going to preach on the village because I believe in the importance of it, even for the people who don't have kids. Like there is a role or a part that you can play in helping to grow the people around you, or like being there for them. I don't even know how to say that any better, but yeah, the remote learning was challenging, especially that first period after we had the shutdowns. That was a shit show, an absolute shit show, and I was so glad we made it. And then the next year, because they were still down the year after that, I want to say 2020 into 2021 school year, she was still at home, but they had gotten it a lot better. They had refined it. So it was easier on me because the teachers were more involved at that time. They didn't have virtual learning set up for the teachers. So the teachers were literally giving the parents work, and then you had to basically be the teacher. By the time the next semester, excuse me, I guess, would it be semesters? I don't even remember. By the time the next school year rolled around, that September starting, they had it a little bit more together, and the virtual learning was a lot easier. It was still like I still had to make sure I stayed on top of her, but at least it was a lot more fluid. They had gotten it a lot more together. And Soul says being a parent and a teacher have some common skill sets. True, but it also takes a level of, how do I say this without being offensive? It's a mental capacity that not all parents have, if that makes any sense. So like if you have, like some parents are developmentally delayed themselves, and if you are the type who was never good at school, it's going to be very difficult for you to help your child do well in school. Like you're not going to be able to teach what you don't know. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. So yes, it is the same skill set if you have that as a baseline to begin with, right? And then May says, I was teaching during that time and it was rough. 50 to 60% of my students didn't log in at all. Exactly. And that was what was happening with my niece's class too. Like I'm real big on education. I know I've said this multiple times before. Like that's a passion of mine, especially when it comes to children. Like my friend has had to kind of smack me on the hand a couple of times because I do I do sometimes forget that like she told me she was salutatorian of our high school. Like she graduated second in class, 4 point something GPA. But she also reminded me that when she started school, she didn't know her ABCs and one, two, three. Because I was real big on like these parents are not doing a good enough job at home. They need to be teaching the beginning stages and nurturing these kids and blah blah blah. And her whole thing was, but you forgetting Candy. Like I went in and I didn't know any of these things, and I learned it while I was in school, and I'm salutatorian. So like, don't just, the schools are very different nowadays. I'll put it that way. Her whole thing was it's the school's job to educate. Don't think that you can put so much on teachers, especially not on teachers, on parents, especially when these parents are just fighting to make sure that they can live day to day to provide for their families. So I accepted that, and I was like, you know what? I hear you. I hear what you're saying, and you're right. You are a an example, a prime example of you don't always have to have the beginning foundation to be successful in the end, if that makes sense. But Tequila says it was very tough, and I enjoyed those 2 years of virtual learning. Hustler says I knew that virtual learning was not going to go very far for the kids when the virus hit. Yeah, it was rough. It was not a walk in the park. So, anyways, jumping forward now. Okay, so virtual learning is over. We're past this period. I mean, oh my God, it was rough. It was, and here's the way it was rough. At the same time as she's being quarantined at home, I'm still trying to figure out ways to have her socialize because I understood that the impact of being isolated and not being able to be around, like, you got to think that was like 2 years, if you, especially if you don't have siblings in the house with you, that's 2 years of this kid missing out on their normal socialization. That's 2 years of them not being able to get all of the building blocks of working with other children, like in the classroom setting. I think we take for granted a lot of how schools really help with socialization. I know a lot of people really believe in homeschooling, and I don't think that that's a bad idea if you're equipped to do it properly, if you're equipped to actually take the time to teach your kids. But like, it's important to be around other children, to learn to socialize with other children so they work out their awkwardness, so that they work through problems. Like, it's important for the kids to be kids, right? So then now I'm trying to facilitate with my friends who also have children. Like, can we have these like private at the park little meetups, these play dates, so that, my niece gets her time to interact with children, my friend's kid gets the time, and like, just trying to cover all the bases on making sure that we're doing the best that we can to make sure this kid comes out well rounded and not all fucked up. And so thank you, Lana. Appreciate that. Appreciate the gift so much. Um, and the kid said that right. That's why I said earlier, reality set in for a lot of families. It sure did. It was rough, and it's essential that I don't know. I was trying my hardest to do what I could because I had a strong fear of my niece kind of being left behind, or a strong fear of failing her. Like, she already was kind of at a disadvantage because, like I said, my sister's not maternal. And the way that she was even interacting and raising her kid, and then her father in the beginning of her life, like, kind of walked away. He wasn't there. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, fuck, this baby don't stand a chance. Like, she got two parents that truly do not give a crap what's going to happen here. And I made in that moment. She was like 4 or 6 months old. I said, I'm going to have to be there. I'm going to have to be the one to be there to help you out because I already see the setup, and they about to hang your ass out to dry, baby. You ain't standing a chance. And so that's how I ended up even getting involved, to the point where I was trying to work with her father when he had custody of my niece, was because, like I said, I kind of made a promise to her and to myself that I just wasn't going to let her just be thrown by the wayside. Um, and hey, I'm sorry, I saw something come through and I just want to call it out. Hey, Miss Wicked. Miss Wicked, we'd appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the cheers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. Romello, I see you came in. You said Mercury is in Gatorade. Retrograde. Okay, I got you. Mercury. Hey, Rooster. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I would sing to you, but I can't sing. So I'm just going to go ahead and say happy birthday. It is King Rooster's birthday, y'all, if y'all didn't know. So go ahead and give him a cock-a-doodle-doo. Happy birthday to you. Um, Thank you, Romello. Thank you for the gifted memberships. And if y'all got a gifted membership, please shout out Romello. Tell him thank you. We appreciate that so much. Okay, so let me go back. So, okay, where was I? COVID, excuse me, the vid. So after this is all said and done, we were working together. I'm real involved with the teachers, trying to make sure, whatever she got going on as far as her schoolwork, let me know what she needs to be done if she's missing anything. Like, instead of her dad being like the primary point of contact, because he wouldn't answer emails. What you laughing for? He wouldn't really answer emails. He wouldn't like really respond to the teachers, and like they needed feedback. So I'm like, you know what? Just contact me. So his mother ended up giving him my contact information. So I'm talking to the teachers and getting everything squared away, whatever. So now we're outside of the whole the whole vid era, And now we're back in school. The kids are going back to school. She was so excited to go back to school. And I couldn't blame her. Like, you got to look at my face all day long, every day. I'm sure, having a classroom full of kids was more of an ideal situation for her. But essentially, what happened was, so she's going back to the grandma's house now because grandma can get her ready for school, drop her off, then I can pick her up. And she would be with me until her father came to pick her up again, or the grandfather came to pick her up. And then grandma decided, well, I ain't gonna say she decided. I think my niece became too much for grandma. Grandma just didn't have the chops to keep up with her. Like, my niece kind of ran over her a little bit, and I'm more of a authoritarian kind of parent. That's how I was raised. Like, I never really had to raise my voice at my niece too much. I would give her a look, and she knew what that look meant. She'd go sit her behind down somewhere. But Granny would negotiate. Like, she was the type to let my niece talk back. I didn't even understand that. But she did. And so it got to a point where she's like, I can't handle this too much anymore. Like, she's a lot, and da 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 da. Would you be able to take on more? And because I love my niece, sure, y'all don't live that far from me. I could drop her off, blah blah blah. So now, instead of her just being with me in the evenings, now she's with me for real full time. So she's sleeping and living at my home Monday through Friday. I'm getting her up, making breakfast, getting her ready for school, getting her off to school, and I'm getting lunches together, right? And then I'm picking her up. So I didn't set up my work schedule so that I could be there to essentially be a full-time parent, right? And then I'm working still with her dad. Her dad is supposed to be picking her up. So sometimes he would get her at night. Other times he wouldn't. It would be mostly like the weekends. And what would happen was, I told him, listen, when she was with me during COVID, when she was with me during the vid, both times, like both those 2 years, I didn't ask him for any money. I was just like doing what I could because in my eyes, I'm filling in where my sister couldn't. Don't put her on child support. Don't come after her for that. I'm gonna fill in where she can't be there, right? Because I know she's not of the capacity to do it. So I never asked him for anything, never charged him anything. I'm just handling shit, right? So then this next time when she goes back to school, now things are a little bit different. She's getting a little bit older. She needs a little bit more. And I say to him, I'm like, you know what? I don't mind helping out with the school year and doing what I got to do. I'm not even like looking for gas money or anything like that. But what I do want you to do is make sure that you cover her lunches. So she needs to have her lunches covered and prepared. I wanted him to send her with a lunch, send the lunch, basically enough for lunches to my house. So that wouldn't be a cost that I would have to incur. And so he agreed to it, right? He agreed to it, but then he turned around and I'm noticing what he's giving me was skimp. It was like, this ain't enough for a lunch. What are you doing? And I'm like, okay, so since you don't take the time to go to the grocery store and send the stuff for her to have enough lunch, just give me the money. What I want you to do is turn around and give me, I think I asked him for $40 a week or $35. I can't remember. It was either $35 or $40 a week to cover her school lunches. I can make do with that, right? And so he agreed to it again. But this man never even, like, he did it for, I want to say, the first couple of weeks. And then slowly but surely, oh, I ain't got it. Oh, I'm going to give it to you next week. And it turned into like never really producing. So I'm doing all that I can, right? I'm getting frustrated because at this point, I'm like, nigga, I'm going out of my way to help you raise your kid. She's staying with me. And now, like, that was my little buddy, right? So she wouldn't just stay with me Monday through Friday. Sometimes she would be like, I just want to stay for the weekend. So I wouldn't even send her home. She would stay like months at a time, months at a time. And so I'm like, dude, I'm not asking for a whole lot here. This is your kid. And I had no parts in bringing birth to her. I had no parts in giving her life. The only thing I've asked you to do is provide lunch, $35 a week, $40 a week, to make sure that I can just cover the lunch so I'm not spending all of my money to take care of your kid. And again, he would agree to do it and then just wouldn't. And so when people ask me, how many chances do you give somebody? I think that question came up before. When I told y'all it depends, like, it's not an answer that I could just outright give you. I gave a lot of chances in this situation because I cared about that little girl. That little girl had my heart, still has my heart to this day. But I just knew, like, at the end of the day, no matter whether her dad stepped up to do what he needed to do or not, she still needed to eat. She still needed to be cared for. And she still needed somebody to give a shit about her well being. And so, as long as she was going to be here with me, shit was going to get done regardless. And I think he knew that and he took advantage of it. Let me tell you the fucked up part about all of that. Why did I find out later from my other sister that that entire time while they were homeschooled and down for the vid, Illinois, and I think actually it might have been internationally, they gave them an EBT card. So this man had an EBT card with my niece's name on it the entire time that he could have given me to go get groceries to feed this child, that he decided to keep for himself because he has started a business doing not a food truck, but like he kind of took up space where he had like a hibachi grill or whatever and was cooking food at like a local gas station. So instead of him taking her card that was meant for her to be able to eat, which should have come to me so that she could have food, he kept it for himself and used her EBT for his business. And the whole time I'm sitting here asking you, yo, can you turn around and just send the $35? Like, I'm making sure that you don't have to worry about your kid. She's got her homework getting done. She's, I'm washing clothes, right? I'm making sure to take care of her clothes. I'm getting her hair done. I'm taking her to and from school like a full-time single fucking parent, right? And the only thing I asked you for was, number one, when you say you're going to pick your child up, like for the weekend, come and get her for the weekend. And then also making sure that she has lunches covered. And the whole time you had an EBT card that you kept secret, hidden from me, while you robbed her of her lunch money so that you could fund your business. And I did see Giz come in. Thank you, Big Giz. Appreciate you coming through. Low key, appreciate you coming through as well. Let me see. I just want to make sure I did not miss Black TV. Hey, Black TV, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. May says, you embody true sisterhood towards my sister. I love my family. As fucked up as we may be, right? Because everybody got some fucked up in them, right? Every family. This is why I never understood when people try to like act like I think I'm better, or like it's just a weird shit. Like, people be projecting their own insecurities off onto me. I've never tried to come on here and act like anything other than myself. And I don't really go too much into my story, my life, because it really ain't none of y'all's damn business. But I'm in the mood to share because I was inspired by this story, right? Like, I was inspired by a conversation that I was having with a friend of mine. I'm giving y'all some of my backstory so that I can explain the thought process, which is going to take us to where we're going. I appreciate y'all being here with me. I do. Hey, Conceited, welcome in. Yes, he was funding. So you funding a business with food stamps. Welcome in, King Troll Conceited. I call you Conceited. Yes. But yeah, what he was doing was taking the EBT to go buy the food so that he could have his business. And like, yes. So essentially, not only am I helping you by raising your kid, but you're taking the funds from her. Now, mind you, did I have internet at the time? I don't think. Yeah, I had to have home internet because I was working from home. I think I had just gotten home internet because I was working from home. I hadn't had it, like I had canceled it previously because I didn't really need it. And then when she started staying with me, I got it back because she needed it for the virtual learning. But at that same time, they had the Xfinity discount where they were giving you $9 a month if you had a kid in school. He signed it up for his house. He didn't sign it up for mine. And mind you, she's with me most of the time. She's only there on the weekends. So like, it was a lot of shady stuff that he was doing. Like, the whole reason I said I would never be a single mother is because I got a dry run with the worst possible fucking nigga possible. Like, a dry run at single motherhood with the worst possible man that you could do that with. And I could have mollywopped my sister. What was you thinking when you laid down and had a child with this man? What were you thinking? Like, it was just so much. It was so much. So I eventually had to get his parents involved because now, like, things have changed. So, I forgot to mention, during that time frame, I was off work for a year. My last job had a layoff. Luckily for me, we had a very good package. So I had essentially a year's worth of pay, to where I didn't have to go to work. And then on top of that, I was eligible for what am I trying to say? what is it when the state pays you? Unemployment. So I had a very good severance package and I was eligible for unemployment and it was a whole lot X. So I was off work for that year while I was still working with her, basically essentially parenting, right? And so I'm trying to facilitate her having a relationship with my sister. My sister like was pissing me off during that time frame because she really was not interested. Like she kind of checked out altogether. And then I'm trying to make sure that I keep her father on the straight and narrow. Like, we made an agreement. You're going to do X, Y, and Z, and you're not keeping up with your end of the bargain. You're just like kind of just obfuscating. Is that the word I'm looking for? Hey, Taylor. Hey, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Yeah, so during that time frame, like I reached out to his mother. I'm like, I know you said y'all would help out. Like, basically, he's not doing what he needs to do. I'm only asking this nigga for $40 a week to cover her lunches, and I'm doing everything else. And like I'm starting to get frustrated. I'm starting to like lose my cool. I'm starting to lose my patience here because you act like I'm your real baby mama. Like the way that you treat me right now in this moment as I'm going out of my way to help you be able to be a better father is almost like you're punishing me for stepping up and doing it. Like every twist and turn that I was doing to try and make things easier. Like I'm not one who nags or argues or fights. That's not my energy, right? Like whatever we can do to make this shit work easy, I'm good with that. As long as we're both, what I'm saying, good, I'm good, right? And it was like everything that I did to be agreeable, to do things, quote unquote, as best as I could for my niece. It was like it was almost like testing my boundaries more and more to see how much more I could take, to see how much more his shit I was going to put up with. And I'm just like, nigga, I didn't fuck you, right? You know that it wasn't me that had this baby with you, right? It's like, and it would be little things that I would notice from him during that time frame. Like, I would buy her. Oh man, how deep do I want to go into this? How deep do I want to go? So I would buy her things, and then her things would come up missing. She would say that they would just like come up missing, and I'd be like, "What you mean it's missing? It was in my room, and now it's not there." So essentially what he was doing was taking like the gifts that I would buy her, and I don't know if that nigga was pawning them things off or giving them to the girlfriends that he had. It was a whole weird setup. So I at some point stopped sending home the things that I would buy for her, and I was keeping that stuff in my own house because I'm like, what is happening? Like, I don't know what's going on, to the point where she keeps saying the stuff that I'm sending home was missing. I gave her a Pandora bracelet, a full like charms all the way through Pandora bracelet, but it wasn't like an actual Pandora bracelet. It was still a silver bracelet, but more like a knockoff bracelet. You know what? He could have been. I don't know, Studio. That's a good question. He might have been smoking. And she told me that when he saw the bracelet, he looked at it and like kind of side-eyed it and was like, that's a nice bracelet. Was it expensive? It was stuff like that she would come back and say, which let me know that her father, I don't know if that nigga thought I was rich and was like, you could afford to do this or whatever, but I felt a level of resentment that I did not deserve. And I'm just like, I'm going out of my way to help you raise your kid. And the more that I help you, the more that I feel like you're trying to punish me for helping you. And like when I bought a new car. I went through 2 new cars, right? And so when I got a new car, it was like, you like these little like crossover SUVs. It would be just like these little hater ass comments that I would just be noticing. I'm like, this is like, I tolerated it because you were this child's father. And unfortunately, there was nothing I could do to get rid of you. To this day, I've always said that if my niece's father, and this gonna be fucked up, but I'm gonna say it anyway. If that nigga had died, if he had died or just chosen to completely be absent from her life, she probably would still be living with me today. But I got to a point where he became so frustrating and so difficult to work with. And you're probably wondering, like, why would you say that? That's harsh. Oh my God. I say that because we got to a point where the agreement was he was supposed to, I would have her Monday through Thursday, and then he would get her Friday through the weekend, right? And then he comes back and tells me now he's taking a job where he now has to work Friday, Saturday too. And I'm like, nigga, why do you keep picking jobs that are the hours when you should be parenting? Why are you steady picking jobs? Like, Well, I got to do what I got to do for my household. What you think I'm over here doing? What do you think I'm doing when I reschedule my life and my work around your child? Remember, this is not my kid, it's his, right? And so I'm sitting here like, you are like your food business. I almost keep wanting to say food truck because of JP. It wasn't a truck. It was like a station that he had as a food station in a gas station. So this business that you are running, you are solely responsible for your hours, which means you could have it set up earlier where you're doing like a lunchtime rush. You're choosing to be this afternoon into the evening hours. That's what a complete optional choice that you're making. Like, and so like I realized like I fucked up when I told him that little girl has my heart and I'm gonna always be there for her. Those were my words. And I should have never said it because at the time I didn't recognize I was dealing with a true narcissist, right? I didn't recognize that that was like the nail in the coffin of good. That he heard that shit and just like completely backed out of anything that he needed to do as far as like parenting to the point where he was supposed to pick her up on Thursday nights, get her to school on Friday, and through the weekend have her. Then I'm finding out that she's missing school because I was keeping up with her attendance as well. I'm keeping up with her school schedule. I'm on top of the grades, doing everything that I can. Like I said, during that time frame, I found out she was dyslexic. So I started working with her teachers to figure out what extra work we could do at home to try and build her up. So they sent home her IEP, and I'm working with the teachers on that. I implemented to where we were reading. So when she came home from school, the first thing that she did while I'm cooking her dinner is to make sure, oh my battery's going out. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, Trollific, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Okay, all right. I think y'all can still hear me. So first thing, when she's coming home, I pick her up from school, bring her back to my place, right? First thing she knows, you got 30 minutes of reading and you got 30 minutes of typing on the computer because she wasn't really good at typing. I was trying to get her skill set up. That was one of the main reasons why my sister and my other sister were kind of having a hard time like staying employed during COVID. They worked more manual labor jobs and didn't have the office skill set to be able to like type and do whatever, right? And so we started doing that. Her grades were improving. Like it was so much. When I tell y'all, why am I blaming everything on him and not my sister? That's a good question. Oh, don't believe he was the present parent, JP. That's why. Just like men will turn around and they will blame their mothers, or women will blame their mothers, the parent who stayed behind, for the things that they were failing at. I'm putting it off on the father who made the agreements with me that he didn't keep up with. Did I give it to my sister too? Oh, you best believe I cussed her ass out on a regular basis for how she was treating her daughter because I was pissed about that. She didn't get no easy time from me for that. But I also knew that this girl didn't have it in her head. She was not, when I say not maternal, I mean not maternal to the point where, like I said, when she was like 4 to 6 years old, we were still living at home. I was still living at home with my parents at the time. And my sister had just moved back in. She would bring that baby in the house, drop her by the front door in her car seat, and going about her day. And I come around, and I'm like, where my niece at? Where's Kayla? I'm looking. She been sitting by the door like you done dropped off a goddamn purse. A purse. And I'm like, no, you didn't just leave this baby in the car seat to go about your day like you had nothing else. Like, do you realize that's a child, right? Like, you gotta like pick her up and just like do things. You can't just leave her there. So when I tell you, I'm going off on him because he is the parent who was supposed to be working with me. I'm gonna let y'all come up and have y'all piece when I'm done with my spiel, right? So yeah, I'm like, nigga, what are you doing right now? Like you so anyways, going back to the whole taking her to school on Fridays. I find out he's not taking her to school on Fridays. He's having her stay home, or if he was taking her to school, she was missing like half the whole damn day of school. And I'm just like, bruh, you had 1 day a week to actually be a parent. 1 day where you had to get her to school and pick her up, and you couldn't even do that. And do you know what this man told me? He said, it doesn't matter because her grades are good anyway. Her grades were good because of me. Her grades were good because I am spending time doing homework. I am spending time making sure that she's doing workbooks. Like I bought workbooks from the damn bookstore, and we were doing math books. Like my mother was donating, and trying to help. Like, it was crazy. The mentality of she's doing well. You do realize this has, like, her doing well is not because of your participation in this, because you weren't there to make sure it happened. She was with me all of those days. And the one day that you had to be there to make sure that she was doing well, you weren't even doing it. You weren't taking her to school. So I started going off on him about that because he knew education is very important to me. There is no way that this child should be missing this one day, the one damn day a week that you got, and you won't do it. And his whole thing was, it's no big deal. It is a big deal. It is a big deal. If she misses every Friday from here on out, I don't even remember which month this was in the school year that I figured out that he was like leaving her home. Um, During the time frame that he was supposed to have her, he left her home alone, and there was a house fire. She ended up calling. I think she went to her neighbors, and the neighbor ended up calling the fire department to come over and help them out. He had to come, so she ended up calling him. She was calling his phone at first, trying to let him know there's a fire. He wasn't answering the phone because he was at work. Mind you, he wasn't supposed to be leaving her at home alone. The agreement was that he would not be working those Thursday and Friday. I told him, no, you can't take on a second job where you're working Thursday and Friday because you need to be there with your kid. Like, I'm already having her Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all the way up until this point. You need to be there. And so he told me, okay, and then still went and did what he was going to do. And I found out that he was actually not there because of the house fire, and my niece telling me about it later. And she said that he tried to kind of blame her for the house fire. What really happened was he had made some tacos, left them on the stove, but left the stove on and didn't realize he left the stove on. So I don't know. It was a whole ordeal with that as well. Come back to the point where I'm like, now I'm at the point where I can't take it anymore because you're essentially being very counterproductive to everything I'm trying to do, even in just the raising and how you dealing with her. Like, I'm trying to get him to, like, make sure you wash her clothes when she's with you. Send this stuff back. It was just a lot. And so in realizing that I am dealing with somebody who is really just, he shouldn't have had a kid and my sister shouldn't have had a kid. And unfortunately, my niece ended up with two parents that had no business being parents. If I'm being 100% honest. Yeah, they had no business having a kid together, neither one of them. But by this time, my sister was now living in Tennessee, right? And she had gotten married. She had started a family, a whole nother family, right? And she's bringing kids into the world with her husband. Now they're stable. Because at the time when my sister, the whole reason I had her, because she was in like she was not in a position where she could care for herself. I'm just going to put it there. I'm not going to put all her business out there. But basically, she was not able to care for herself and really not able to care for the kids. Like, it was a lot going on with them. They were not in a stable living situation. And so what happened was they ended up getting their own apartment. And when I say they, I mean her and her husband. They ended up actually having stable jobs, both of them together. And like, they were doing well for like at least 2 years, right? It was a good 2 years. It's getting close to the time when my niece is 13, like 12, 13-ish. And so my niece has been wanting to go live with her mom at this point. Her and her mother have reestablished a relationship. She's doing better with communication with my niece because at first my niece would call and her mother would basically just be on the phone, not saying nothing, kind of like ignoring her. It was a lot. Like I said, I chewed my sister out on many days for her lack of care when it came to her daughter. Um, so now it's getting better. Like, she's in a place again where she's working, she's got a decent job, she's making decent money. They seem to be doing very well. And now, like I said, her father he's regressing, doing less and less. And I'm telling his mother, like, yo, he is really pushing me to my brink. He's pushing me to my limit. And I don't know what I'm going to do here. Like, at this point, I am a single mother, and I never signed up to be a single mother. At this point, the only thing that I want him to do is what he agreed upon doing as a father, and he's doing everything to not do it. And she said she would talk to him, the mother and her husband. So my niece's grandparents started pitching in more. They started sending over the money. So now I'm getting the lunch money from them because he wouldn't send it over. And it was working for a while, like it was helping out for a while. But it was like, again, he was doing everything he could to kind of like show his resentment or like fight me. I just didn't really understand. I didn't understand because I'm just like, bruh, I don't know what else I can do to try and help you and this child out. And like, it's like you taking out the frustration you got on my sister for not being there as her mother on me instead of being um grateful, or instead of working with me for working with you. Because at the end of the day, again, this was not my kid. I did not have to do this, but I'm doing it because I love my niece and I cared about my niece and I did not want anything to happen to her. I have a very helicopter, is that what they call it? Helicopter parent. Like, it was real strong in me to just be protective over this child. I can't even explain to you what triggered that when she was the baby, outside of like seeing the neglect from my sister towards her. But I absolutely was like, yeah, no, she's not. I don't know what y'all are planning on doing, but this child will not be failed on my watch. That's how I looked at it, right? Um, as I'm sitting here and I'm telling this story, I don't want y'all to feel like I see you, JP, in the chat, and you making it. You're saying that I'm making it sound like it's all on him. I'm not saying it's all on him. That was a part. I was as much at fault here as he was, because I allowed him to bypass a lot of boundaries, and I wasn't firm like I should have been with him. Um, and I can't even really tell you why. I think part of it was fear for my niece. Like I don't even really, I till this day, I still can't verbalize completely why I allowed him to kind of walk over me in a way while I took care of her. It was just like, I'm trying to work with you. He would promise to do better. Do better would last a week, maybe two, and then he go right back into doing whatever the fuck he wanted to because he didn't care. Um, yeah, it was a lot. So I'm talking to my niece. I'm like, Kayla, what do you want to do? Because at this point now, okay, so we had an argument about the whole him not taking her to school, him not. So when she would go home on the weekends, he wouldn't help her do the homework. She come back to me Monday having to do the homework from Friday plus the homework from Monday, and I was getting frustrated about that too. Like, why are you not helping this child with her homework? You know she has homework. You know that she has something like that needs to be done from school, but you're not helping her. What are you doing here? And so he was just like it's no big deal. Just help her out with it. I'm like, what you mean it's no big deal? That's extra work we have to do on Mondays. And maybe I didn't want to spend our entire Monday evening just completely focused on schoolwork. Maybe I wanted to take her to the park, or maybe we wanted to go to the movies, and maybe we wanted to do something fun. Like, it just, I don't know. It's a lot. So um, I got mad at him and I told him, you know what? I said, I don't even remember my exact words, but it was basically something along the lines of, I can't do this no more. I said, you treat me like I'm your baby mama that you pissed off and you trying to get back at. And I don't have to be in this situation. Like, this shit is voluntary. And you acting like it's mandatory and like you're punishing me. And he kind of like laughed about it. It was crazy to me. He laughed about it and said, well, didn't you tell my mom you felt like a single mother already? I said, what? He said, well, didn't you say that? So I was just making sure that you like, I was making sure you really felt it. Boy, I must have cussed him out and lost my whole temper. I told him, fuck you. You gonna take care of your kid. You gonna get her all the way to school. Cause clearly I done made it too sweet that you don't even know what it's like to be a real parent. You have no clue. And you think that this shit is easy. And I blame myself for this because I took on a lot of your duties and just let you think that you was really out here winning as a fucking parent. And you weren't. He called me spiteful. And then he tried to pull me into a back and forth. I done dealt with narcissists my entire life, y'all. Like, it's crazy. And so I recognized in that moment, I'm not about to justify my actions. I'm not about to explain to you and get into this back and forth. Like, nah, I gave you more than enough chances, more than enough times. And especially once I found out that he was keeping that goddamn EBT card when he could have sent that. It was just so many slaps in the fucking face. Slap, 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 slap. I'm over here trying to help you out. I'm over here trying to do what I can for my filling in the role for my sister. Like, and his attitude towards me was like, well, if you're gonna fill in a role, this would be what it would be like to be a single mom. The fuck are you complaining for? Was essentially his attitude. And partially some of the things he said. I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly. Like, this was a while ago, right? So I turned around and I did. I was hands off. I completely stopped. He was trying to call my phone. His mom was trying to call my phone. Like, they were all content with me being used and mistreated. And then his mom was like, well, if it was getting to this point, why didn't you tell me? I shouldn't have to. Like, you know the man that you raised, you know your son. JP, I'm about to time you out. I'm all the way about to time you out. Yes, it was an EBT card, JP. You know what? This is why I was so mad at you. If we're gonna keep it a buck, this was why I was so mad at you with the time frame when all of that stuff was going down and it was coming out about you. It was like looking at that nigga times two, times motherfucking two. Whew. Yes. So when I told y'all I got people in my family that remind me of JP, that's what the fuck I was talking about. For sure. Let me go back. So my niece is getting older. We done had these falling outs, these dust ups. I done told that nigga, fuck you, figure it out. Since parenting is so easy, you got it, nigga, do it, right? And so he's trying to, he's laughing about it. He thought the shit was funny. Then I come to find, so this was right before the end of her last school year. Oh my gosh, she was graduating. Did she graduate? I can't remember if she was going into 7th grade or 8th grade. I don't remember, y'all. It's a blur now, right? But essentially, this was right before the summer break. So I want to say May sometime. So he didn't even have that long to be a single parent all by himself, right? He turned around and I find out from my niece, again, he's back to leaving her home alone. So I'm telling him, you do it, you handle it, you be a parent. Since you don't want to work with me, since you don't want to be agreeable with me and do what I'm asking you to do, what you agreed upon doing, then you got it, nigga. You do it your whole self. I want to see how, because he basically was like, when I would go bring the issues of complaints of, what he's not doing, his whole thing was parenting is easy. Why are you complaining? The fuck? The fuck did you just say to me? Parenting is easy. Why are you complaining? How you gonna say parenting is easy when you're not doing it? Like, you're literally not doing it. It's all on my shoulders right now. And he, again, my sister said the same shit though. Like, she too felt like parenting was easy, and that's because it's easy parenting when your ass ain't fucking parenting. Okay, when you're not doing your job, it seems real. Like, I could say, oh yeah, my job is easy at work if I don't do shit, right? No, she is not her only child. She ended up getting married and having more kids, and those kids she wasn't doing anything with either. But I was not about to be running behind my sister, picking up all her kids and taking care of them like fucking, what was Hansel and Gretel when they were dropping off them rocks like a trail of rocks? I wasn't going to be picking up your babies like a trail of rocks. I couldn't do it. Your one child was wearing me out. I told my sister by the time she had her second child, she needed to get her tubes tied. I said, you need to stop having kids. You are not mother material. Like not even trying to be mean, but just dead ass serious. The level of care that goes into being a parent, like, just wasn't there for her. And I would try to talk to her. I would try to work with her. I was trying to help her be a better parent. She didn't want the advice. She just wanted to do what she wanted to do, and she wanted me to shut the fuck up. And what was I supposed to do besides shut the fuck up at that point? You're right. You got it. You got it, sis. Okay, cool. But by the time my niece was like I said, 12 going on 13, her and her husband had kind of worked their shit out. Like, they were living in a stable situation. They were both working. They had their other kids. And I'm asking her on a regular basis, like, how's life? How's everything going? And, I'm keeping in contact with my other nieces and nephews. Like, you're just making sure that I kept an eye on her, because Michaela started to express she no longer wanted to live with her dad. She wanted to go live with her mom. And part of the reason was, like I said, he was leaving her home alone when he was supposed to be there with her and going to work, or trying to get her to his grandparents' house. Not grandparents, excuse me, his parents' house. And he was just leaving her home alone. Then I'm calling her phone because I'm trying to check up on her. Even though I sent her back to him and told him, fuck you, take care of your kid yourself, I still wasn't going to completely let her go because I was worried about her. You know what I'm saying? Like, essentially, this was my baby. This was my, like I took care of her like she was my kid. I loved her like she was my kid. Still love her to this day. All of my nieces and nephews. Like, I have a strong love for them. Family is important to me. I don't know if I've ever told y'all that, but it is. And so I'm trying to reach out to her. Her phone is off. And so finally, when her phone gets back on, I'm like, baby, why you ain't answering your phone? What the fuck is going on? Like, I'm worried. I'm steady trying to like call you, text you. She said he was taking her charger cables. I said, what? He was taking her charger cables so that she wouldn't have a phone because he knew I would be calling to check on her. That's the kind of shit, the games that he was playing with her, right? And so now I'm getting hot, right? I'm getting heated because this is your way of trying to punish me for telling you to be a daddy and take care of the kid that you brought into this world is to now make sure that I can't get in contact with her, that I can't talk to her. Um, and when I finally do get to talk to her, I don't remember what happened where I said, you know what, you can come with me for the weekend. I think I got scared. I think I got real scared because I'm like, this nigga is not acting rational right now. Like taking the kids' fucking phone chargers away from her. And I'm like, I would send her so I would drop off phone chargers. The grandmother was supposed to be giving the phone chargers to her. They would come up missing again. Remember I told y'all when I would send gifts to her house, her gifts would come up missing, like purses, some clothes, like video games, like it would be stuff like that. They would just come up missing. Like, and I'm like, I would get mad because I'm like, Michaela, are you losing your stuff? She's like, no, TT, no, it was in my room and now it's not there anymore. And magically, when she would come back to my house, she would go disappearing that we were sending over there. So, um, yeah, so I finally got her over like during that summer, and I'm talking to her, and she tells me that he's been leaving her in the house with no food. Now, mind you, I tell you that this man has a food business. He has a food business, but he would leave her in the house with no food. And I'm like, what you mean no food, Michaela? I'm trying to understand. Are you exaggerating? And thank you, Unc. Unc be streaming. Welcome in. I appreciate you. I'm not trying to be rude, y'all. I'm really not. I appreciate the donation. Thank you so much for the super chat. He says, salute, Candy. Keep up the hard work. Um, so I'm like, Kayla, no, no, I'm trying to make her explain. Do you just mean like you got to cook it? Like you got to make ramen? She's like, no, like there's no food in the house. Like I can't even go because I say I'm a cooker, right? Like a cooker. I'm a cook, right? So she would be cooking with me. She used to love doing that. We'd be standing at the stove sometimes and she want to help make whatever dish. I'm trying to teach her how to cook whatever. And so she knew how to throw some shit together. One thing my mother was good at was teaching us how to make something out of nothing, baby. It don't take very much. I can make you a meal. And it was the same thing for my niece. Like I was teaching that same skill set to her, right? And so she's like, no. So what she would say was he would bring home food at the end of the night, and her daddy smoked weed, so he would get high and eat up either all of the food or half of the food in the middle of the night. The food that he brought home that was supposed to be for her the next day to have as her meal while he left her home, he was eating. And so, like now I'm pissed. And when I get real mad, I start crying. Like I'm not like a crier because like I'm sad, but now I'm pissed because I feel like you're intentionally like being neglectful to this child because it's not like she's a baby and it's not like you don't know she needs to eat. You just leaving her home. You're not leaving her with no money. You're not sending like pizzas to the house. She said she would call his phone and be like, Dad, I'm hungry. Can you? He would tell her he was gonna bring her something home and wouldn't show up with nothing. Or she would call his phone trying to tell him she was hungry and he wouldn't even answer. And so when I found this out, when she like let it all out on me, I was like, okay, you can't be in this situation no more. Like I got to get you out of this man's hands completely, because at this point, now like I don't know how far this is going to go. He's already showing signs that this is going to progressively get worse. I told y'all that I was during that time frame still keeping up with my sister, trying to find out what was going on with her, how was her living situation now that they were stable and they had a place and they had a jobs and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, Michaela, I don't have any rights to you. I don't have any rights to be able to actually take you from him because I'm not your mother. So the only thing that I can do is help you get to your mother, because essentially I could go and grab you. I could bring all your stuff to my house. And the second that man decides he wants to come get you, I ain't got no choice but to let you go because I'm not your biological parent, right? So I turn around and I'm in contact with my sister and I'm like, yo, what do you feel about your daughter coming back to live with you now? You know, The plan was never for me to keep her permanently. The plan was always for my sister to get herself stable, get on her feet, so that she could take her child back because her daughter wanted to go with her, especially after she first like after the split first happened. Like her main thing was my mom, my mom, my mom. She never stopped loving her mother. She never stopped loving her father either. Believe it or not, even throughout what he had been putting her through, she loved her daddy. Never said a crossword against him. And I think that speaks to the resilience of children. It speaks to the resilience of kids. Like that's why I say, even if you are a fucking crackhead parent, yo, them babies love you. Them kids gonna love you down. It takes a lot for a child not to love their parent. You really got to put them through some shit for them to not love their parent. Um, so I'm talking to the grandmother. I'm telling the grandmother, this is what your son is doing. This is what my niece is telling me. Now, mind you, I didn't even tell her out of my own words. What I did was I set up I said, we need to come over. We need to come over. I need you to talk to Kayla. I want her to tell you in her own words because I didn't want her to feel like I had coached her or like been making her say some shit that wasn't true because I know how that goes down. And so I take my niece over to the grandparents' house and I said, tell her what you told me. And so she runs down and basically explains that he had been leaving her at the house. She was barely eating, that he would bring home food to get high in the middle of the night and eat up her food, blah, 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 blah. And then the grandma's just looking at me like, well, I mean, I mean, she didn't tell me any of this. Like, I've been trying to get in contact with her. I've been trying to talk to her. And then she tells her that he'd been taking her phone chargers. That's why she couldn't, like, her phone was always off because it was dead. And so she was like, well, what do you want to do? I said, well, I've been talking to my sister. Tiff has been, she seems like she's in a better place. And it's been like for like the last year, they've been stable. Michaela says she wants to go live with her mother now. Like her father, she's like, my daddy, I don't know what's going on, but he don't seem like he interested anymore in like being a dad. And then so the grandma was like, well, what do you want to do? I said, if Tiff is going to take her on and she's capable of taking her, I think we should have her go live with her mom. I said, I would love to have her stay here, but by me not being her actual parent, I have no rights. And that's why I said earlier, like as fucked up as it may be for me to say this, if her dad had passed away or completely walked away, it would have been a better situation for me because then I wouldn't have to fight with him on raising her. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't have opposition with what I'm trying to do. You had 3 different sets of rules, 3 different sets of like values, 3 different sets of how we do shit. You got how we do it in my house. You got how they do it in the grandma's house. Then you got how they do it at the dad's house. And it was a very chaotic situation. And I was trying to make the best of it that I possibly could for her, working with the grandmother as much as I could. Like we would bump heads sometimes because like I said, Granny let Kayla run all over her and she really didn't know how to like she didn't like the fact that Kayla would listen to me more. Like I don't even know how to explain that, but I'm just like I'm like she's a kid. Like you can't be soft with her. I didn't believe in soft parenting, gentle parenting, and all of that. Like I wasn't abusive. I rarely even had to put my hands on my niece like that. But I was firm. That's what I'm trying to say. I was firm with her, and so I didn't let her play with me on a lot of stuff. But she knew she could play with Granny like that, and it kind of like it put a rift in their relationship. So she kind of felt the way that Kayla was closer to me than she was with her. But I'm like, you got to also keep in mind, I'm her surrogate mother right now. Like I'm the one that she's around the most. So she's going to naturally cling to me more than she would you. You know what I mean? Like anywho, that's neither here nor there. But I said all of this to say my niece, so oh man. I'm gonna give you this final part and then I'm gonna wrap this up because that's enough of my life story, right? So that June, we had set it up so that she would go down. She was supposed to have been quote unquote visiting her mother. As far as her father knew, her grandparents bought her a plane ticket. We put her on a plane. It was a one-way trip. She was supposed to be going to visit her mama. And we just never sent her back. She went down there to stay. And he got mad because once he figured out that she was basically essentially moving down there, he called himself trying to call and cuss me out. I didn't give a fuck. Like I didn't care. At this point, I'm no longer concerned with working with you and your opinions on what we're doing. He didn't have like legal rights. He had never taken her to court to have guardianship. So essentially, neither one of them really had. You know how the law works in, well, maybe not in Illinois. The primary parent, the custodial parent, is whoever has the child. And at the point my niece had her, right? I mean, not my niece, my sister had her. I'm checking in. I'm making sure that everything's going well. You know, still concerned because I didn't just want to leave the baby. You know what I'm saying? Feel like she had been abandoned. And I tried to explain to her as much as possible, like, you know, I love you. I'm gonna love you forever. Love you forever. But in this situation, like, my hands are tied because I can only help you so much. And again, the person who has the most rights here is your mama and your daddy. And if your daddy is not doing what he needs to be doing and your mother's willing to do it, this is the point where I think we need to transition you back. So that mid June, she went and flew down to Tennessee and was living with her mother, right? Why, y'all? Why did her granny die 2 weeks later? I was actually in Tennessee. I had went and took a trip down there because again, me being concerned, me being a hover parent, me being like so scared of just letting her go, like letting her go because I just didn't want nothing to happen to her. Not on my watch, right? So I'm down there with them, my family. We're at my granny's house. I'm down there with my sister. All was it all of them? Both sisters were down there at this time, I think. And we're at my grandmother's house. And that's when who called? How did I find out? Because her daddy was blocked at this time. When I told that nigga to kick rocks, he was blocked after that. No, I blocked him after she got on that plane and she flew to Tennessee. I was done. I'm done with you, nigga. I ain't never got to talk to you again. Blocked, blocked, blocked. And then his sister. That's how his sister ended up calling my sister. And that's how we found out that her granny died. So this is the grandmother that was helping me to take care of her. She didn't even know. Now just think about it. Had we not already had this plan in place to get this baby out of his hands and down there to Tennessee, she would have essentially still probably passed away and she'd have been stuck up here with her father. Like the craziness of it all. So I'm just down there. Oh man. So yeah, that's essentially what happened. She was with me from the time that she was 6 years old, six until like right before her 13th birthday. And then from 13 on, she's been living with her mother. Um, but yeah, so when I tell you, as a woman in the year 2026, I don't believe that it is a wise idea for you to have a child with a man who does not love or want that child more than you. I think it's stupid. I really do. I think it's a dumbass idea. In this modern day and age, where these men would tell you F them kids, where they will have the option to walk away. And I'm not saying women don't. So I don't want y'all to feel like I'm beating up on men. I'm only talking about my experience in this dry run of being a single mother where essentially this was the worst possible co-parenting situation because he just had no desire to co-parent. It was just like, I know you're gonna take care of it, so I'm gonna leave it in your hands. Like motherfucker, was I all state? Was I all state? It's all in good hands. I was so oh I scratch my head on it now because I'm like, do you know how many single fathers would have loved to have had somebody to be supportive? Do you know how many motherfucking single mothers would have loved to have somebody be supportive and try to help them out in raising their kids, especially for the ones that don't have family that are willing to jump in and do that? Like, you really had somebody here helping out of genuine love for your child. You never had to worry about her coming into any harm. I was net like you slept peaceful at night knowing that this child was going to be cared for. And do you know how many other parents in the world, male and female single parents, would have preferred to have that option and didn't? Um, Mumu, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to keep up. Mumu says, Candy, no, I'm sorry, Be Love. Beloved says, Candy, you're a beautiful person inside and out. Most people wouldn't go through what you've done, and it just shows how much about your character. Listen, I don't want y'all to think that I'm telling you this story to brag. I'm not. I'm not trying to brag. I'm not trying to make myself some like moral superiority. This was truly, it was a selfish act. If I got to be 100, it was selfish to some extent because, like I said, I was afraid for this little girl. My fear was her being failed, and I took it on as a personal mission to try and fill the void, fill the gap. And nobody made me do it. This is why I say I can't fully blame her father because I stepped into this. That's like when you butt into somebody's business and you don't like you don't know what you're gonna sign up for and you get what you get. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm kind of expressing this right now. My whole point in this was saying the man needs to want this for me to ever consider going into the point where I am an actual parent, where I give birth out of my womb, that nigga needs to want that kid more than he wants me. That nigga needs to want that kid more than I do. Because I already know what kind of parent I would be. I already know how I come and the kind of love that I give and the amount of nurture that I can provide. So in order for me to want to even risk it, I my whole point in this was even if this relationship doesn't work out, which a lot don't. People end up in divorce. People end up split up. I still need you to be there for your kid. This isn't one of those situations where it's fuck you and them kids. We're not doing that. So if you can't be here for your kid, I'd rather not have your kid. That's how I feel about it. And the only people that the main men that I see who have that sort of mentality are the ones who like are down, down, down for their babies. Like I've seen some fathers, and that's why I can't let people get off and say that, that men don't do a good job raising their kids. Because some do. I have seen some excellent fathers, some good fathers, and some of them get some rotten ass baby mamas. I don't even know how that works out. I couldn't even explain it to you. But I'll never take it away from fathers the importance of their job. Hey, beautiful, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. I hope I didn't miss nobody. Mumu, I saw you come in with your no neck ass. Thank you and welcome in. Appreciate you, brother. Um, Let me just see. And Unc sent another super chat. Appreciate you, Unc. Unc says, no, not having a child with the man. That don't mean that don't love you or want his child isn't the solution. It's sleeping with or dating that kind of man in any capacity. Here's the problem though, Unc. I hear you. I hear you. But people change. Y'all, you will say all the time, vet better, choose better, do better. We all understand that people will send their representatives, right? Like this man could, how many times has women told you, oh, he acted like he loved me. He loved me. He was so into me. Tell him blah, 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 blah. He wanted a baby. He told me to be his baby mama. And then the second y'all broke up, it's fuck you and them kids. Like I'm not, again, I'm not trying to bash. I hope that y'all understand that is not what I'm doing here. What I am saying is, in order for me to take the risk, that nigga gotta be worth it. That man has to be worth it. And the only way that I see him as worth it is if he has a strong, strong desire to be a father. And not just a daddy. Not just a father. Like, cause you can be a father in dollar only. It's a lot of men running around right now today who think that their sole purpose in being a father is throwing money at a situation. I've seen that too. No, you can't be a father in dollars only. You got to be a present, participating dad in order to make it worth it. And this is my advice to women today. If you are not a mother yet, or if you're somebody considering, or if you're already a mom and thinking about having a second child, keep in mind this man needs to love this kid like he loved his fucking self, or even more. Because if he doesn't, you end up in a bad position, or you end up risking being in a bad position. Unc said, don't have sex with men who don't want kids if you don't want kids. Don't have sex with men with bad character or low family values. How is that so hard? Because people will fake it, Unc. And then let me not put it all off on faking it. Okay, part of it is faking it. Part of it is the fact that um, we don't take enough time sometimes to get to know people, right? Like, in order for you to find out how, if this man's words match with his actions, you would need to see him around his family. Because you can ask a man how he feels about his mama. He can give you some script. Niggas know by now. They done seen enough dating shows to know by now to say, I love my mama. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, it's more than just letting his words lead. You got to see him interact with his mother. You got to see him interact with his family. You got to see, like, for like somebody I was talking to, he didn't have kids, but he was an uncle. Like, he cherished being an uncle. I got to see him interacting with his niece and nephew and like how they like had that bond. So that told me a lot about this person. Like, I think he would be a good father figure just based off of these things. But it was in the getting to know him and taking the time to kind of source that out, right? So like you have to pay attention. But I hear you, Unc. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, just like some of y'all men will tell us some of these women present a good front until you get to know them and then you find out that bitch ain't all she was set up to be. It's the same thing with some of these men. Truth be told, it's the same thing. People will trick you and send their representatives, and a lot of times, especially if you aren't smart enough to like don't get pregnant right away. That's why I'm a firm believer in not immediately getting with somebody y'all all in love and you popping out babies. That's, I think, a very risky move on a woman's part because you haven't had enough time to learn this man. I don't think you really know somebody until you've seen them angry. I don't think you really know somebody until you've seen them broke. I don't think you really know somebody until you've seen them in a position where their back is against the wall. Like those character forming, character shaping moments where you get to really see what somebody is made of. They got to go through some shit first before you link yourself with them permanently. That is my personal belief. Again, these are my opinions. You can take them with a grain of salt. I don't know shit, but that's just how I feel about it. Hey, SB Scribes, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Unc also sent another one. He said, I don't want to miss it. He said, people change and evolve, but not their core character. Uh, I don't know, Unc. I don't know. Some people are very good at hiding who they are. Eventually, that mask will slip, but if you don't give yourself enough time to watch it slip, to actually observe it, then you could get caught up. You know what I mean? Like, you could get caught up. I'm just gonna put it out there like that. You said this panel gonna be fire when Candy opens it. They're gonna probably light my ass up, and I'm okay with that. I can take the smoke. I just listen. I'm here to have an honest conversation because I just believe in the men who want to be fathers, have a strong desire to be a present father, should have that opportunity to be a father. I support it 100%. But for the men who just like want you to be their baby mama, you know what I'm saying? Like the idea of having what they call a bad baby mama or nothing. You don't get them niggas kids. You don't like if he is lackadaisical about it. He only wants to have that kid because he thinks that kid is an anchor to you. You definitely shouldn't have that kid. Like, be smart about it. Like, at the end of the day, like I was talking to somebody recently, they were telling me their birth story and how much it put their body through. Like, not to over exaggerate it at all, but like you are literally risking your life to bring life into this world. That's not a decision you should be making lightly. It's not something that should be done haphazardly. And I damn sure wouldn't do it with somebody that I thought wouldn't be a caring, present, available father. And some precursors are, how does this nigga take care? Does he have kids of his own already? How does he take care of those kids? How does he feel about kids? You know what I mean? Like, are these questions that you ask yourself before you go into making a lifelong commitment? Because we say 18 years, but it's not 18 years. That child is a shared child between you and that man until he dies, you die, or that kid dies. It's a lifelong commitment. To this day, my mama still tries to treat me like her kid, like her baby. And I'm like, Mama, I'm grown. I'm grown. I love the way you love me. I do. I love all of the care and the attention and how much you feed into me. But I feel guilty sometimes, even taking like some of the gifts she tries to give, because I'm like, Mama, like I don't even know. It's hard for me to explain. I've learned to let her do, because this is her way of like showing love, like expressing it or whatever. But you know, I'd be like, Mama, I'm grown. You ain't got to do all that. You said man bashing can only come from men, though. I don't know what you mean, B Sneezy. And welcome in. I don't think I spoke to you. Welcome in, B Sneezy. He says if he was that kind of person, you shouldn't have married him. I understand that. You can tell a lot by people just listening to them, watching them, and the way they interact with the folks who choose them. We Gotta really analyze folks before getting in the sheets with them. That is true. I'm a firm believer in that, which is why I don't have kids to this day. It's not by accident. That was by choice. I intentionally did not make myself like I didn't want to risk it. I didn't want to risk it because like I already know like this. Let me tell you, it got to the point where I told my therapist, I was in therapy at the time. I said I'm gonna hurt this nigga. I'm gonna hurt him for how he's treating my niece. Like it's getting to the point where I feel like I'm going to do something that's not going to be very good to this man if I don't get her safety. If we don't, that's what sparked the whole getting her to her mama because I'm like, I'm gonna hurt him. All jokes aside, no bullshit. B Love says the signs are usually there in retrospect. And what's up, 187? Appreciate you coming through. Yes, part of it is living in a delusion. And Below said, yes, I literally study dudes before I waste my time. You should. It's the smart move to go about it. Unc, he can say he wants a family and kids until he gets married, until she gets married, and until the kids are there, then he's uninvolved. There's a lot. Let me tell you, there's a lot of women who will tell you that once they got pregnant, that nigga completely did a 180 on them and like changed, like his behavior changed. And I do see that happening a lot where once you're locked in with this woman and you feel like you got her, you done sat her down, now you get comfortable and the real you comes out. Now, were there precursors, were there signs, were there ways to know that this nigga might not have been the nigga he was proposing to be? Possibly, probably. But I can't always say because I don't know. I wasn't in a relationship with these people. I can only go by what I'm seeing as an outsider and what I'm being told, right? Chaco Kitty says all the better reason to only have a child because you want it and are able to care for it and not because someone else wants it. Right. And that's why I said he needs to want that kid even more than me. And I also told y'all my another belief of mine is that I would not have more kids as a woman than I could care for by myself. Meaning not to take away anything from the father, but in case anything ever happens, if he becomes a quadriplegic and cannot work, if he decides he wants to leave this situation, no longer be in it, if he ups and dies on me, I need to be able to care for that child myself fully. Because who knows if I would have the support system that is currently available to me today. I don't know that. So I firmly believe in, as a woman, the smart move on my part would not be to have five, six, seven, 10 kids if I can't take care of five, six, seven, 10 kids. I would only have the amount of kids that I could physically, financially, emotionally take care of on my own, if anything ever were to happen. The majority of kids are conceived under 3 to 6 months and sometimes less of knowing the right person, often not in real relationships. That's not being tricked. That's true. I'll give you, well, I don't know if that's 100%. I'm going to take your word for it. But I will say there are a lot of oops babies. There are a lot of one night stand babies. There are a lot of, I was kicking it with this nigga. We was in a situationship babies. That does happen. I ain't going to hold you. It does. I get it. Um, B, I'm sorry, SB says this is the combo I attempt to have. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna open up the panel. I'm gonna drop the link because I've been running my mouth for an hour and a half. I usually try to do it for like an hour, just give you my little spiel on the whole situation, and then open it up and let people come and give their thoughts on it. And it's open. I just add you. I know my rules. Please, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. I don't want to wait for us to be over. I don't want to fight. Like this is supposed to be a civil conversation. I want it to be us talking. Y'all are grown. I'm grown. Like, I didn't sleep with you last night. So whatever gripes you have with whatever woman fucked you over, please don't take that out on me. Like, that's not what we're here for. Okay. Um, Unc says, if they hit it, it wasn't their core character. That's true. That is true. All right. I am going to, the comments are scrolling on the screen, y'all. Am I the middle child? No, El Boogie. I'm the oldest. I think that also played into my desire to nurture my niece because I was also like the third parent. I grew up in a household, two parents, mother, father, right? I was also the third parent to all of my siblings that came after me, right? So like I was the one responsible, right? For when the parents weren't there, I was the one cooking, I was the one taking care of the kids, making sure I was the babysitter. until they got home from work and then they took on the responsibility of their children themselves. That was me. Um, Sometimes they just die. Right. That's true. That's my whole point. My mother expresses responsibility, but my father worked to have your back regardless. That's true. Let me see. Gas mask. Hey, gas mask. Welcome in. I'm so sorry. I tried to catch your stream earlier. I caught the tail end of that bad boy. So I will probably do a replay for anybody who is a content creator. If y'all have ranges, please drop your links in the chat. Like again, I don't drop them because I'm so focused on trying to make sure that the show is going. But y'all have free reign to drop your links. Share a little bit about what your page is so other people can follow you. But yeah, I tried to catch the end. I'll probably catch the replay of it. You laughing at me, You laughing? I told y'all I can't sing. I wasn't lying about that. Y'all get to see. All right, let me go ahead and drop this link. And I'm not going to stop sharing because I do have another video I want to play. Copy. Panel link. Okay. And let me go ahead and pin it. Okay, the link is pinned. Okay. And then Romello said, I'm the oldest child and grandchild. I did from feeding to diapers before I left for high school. See, usually the oldest we gotta understand it. We know what it's like. We know what it's like being the oldest, and you are the third parent. Sometimes you're the second parent. If you grew up in a single parent household, you're the second parent. And then like other times you're the third. And I don't have any complaints or regrets or anything when it comes to being the oldest and looking out for my youngers. I don't even regret what I did for my niece. And truth be told, if I was in that situation to make the choice again, I probably would make the same choice. The only thing I think I would do different, I think I probably would have been a lot more firm with her father and a lot less afraid of speaking up for her and myself. Like I was more of a fuck it, I'm gonna do it myself kind of person. Instead of me asking you multiple times to do what you already agreed to do over and over and over, fuck it, I'm gonna do it myself. I got it. And I think he understood that about me and definitely used that to his advantage. And can I really blame him if I had like low boundaries? To some extent, yeah, but other extents, probably no. Like I should have went upside that nigga's head years ago. But again, I didn't want to have to do that. Like it was supposed to be a copacetic sort of relationship. But like I was trying to co-parent. And I believe like even if I ended up in a position where I was a single mother, if that father loves this child, wanted this child more than I did, I still believe that he would be a good co-parent. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying again, I understand relationships break up. People go through things. You don't always last. Even in a marriage, like marriage used to be the thing that people considered to be the protection, but nowadays, hell, that's not even it. Like Brian McKnight was married to his wife and left his whole family and started a whole new family, and then started erasing them kids out by renaming his new babies the old babies' names. Like shit can be scandalous and happen, right? So I just want to put that out there. Hey Dallas, welcome in Dallas. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much. Michael Jackson saying, if you can't feed your baby, then don't have a baby. And don't think maybe if you can't feed your baby. And Michael Jackson was not wrong. He was not wrong about that. Like it's a serious thing to me. Like I just really think more people need to be intentional and plan and really just think about like, are you in a good place to bring forth life into this world? And are you willing to be there? Like if this relationship don't work out with this man, are you going to be able to put your ego aside, your feelings aside, and let this man still be a father to this child? Or are you going to use this child as a pawn to fuck this man over? And the same thing is vice versa for the man. Can you put your ego aside? Can you put your feelings aside of whatever you were going through with this person to focus on the primary, most important part, which is his baby? Because at the end of the day, whatever y'all got going on, whatever bullshit happened, that should be set aside so that y'all can focus on the child, because the child is the most important thing that matters. And people forget that when they're out here trying to get back at their ex, or they get, getting back at the punishment. It's just crazy to me the way some people move. I told y'all I don't believe in it. I never believed in it. I would never be the type to keep you away from your kid or play them kind of games because I think that's an ugly thing to do. And at the end of the day, the only person who suffers for that is the child. Like the child at the end of the day, they're gonna remember what the fuck you were doing. They're gonna remember the games mom played. They're gonna remember the games dad played. And like they're gonna be looking at you sideways. Like, what are you doing? So I don't know. I do want to show though this video and which one did I want to go into? This one. I want to play this first. Let me stop the Nick Cannon. Oh, actually, it's not playing. So I'm going to play.
No,
this one.
the manipulation.
Okay.
People abandon their kids. And of course, if you're new here, I'm a narcissist. Actually, I have narcissistic personality disorder. So there are a few different reasons why some narcissists and toxic people will abandon their kids. Starting with they just lose control over the significant other, over the other parent. They can no longer use those kids as leverage to control the other parent. So it's bye-bye. You no longer serve a purpose. Sometimes they discard the kids because the kids become an inconvenience to them in their schedule. I can't do this, I can't do that because I have to parent. I have to be here for these kids and things like that. So bye-bye kids. Another reason they discard their kids is because the kids grow up and understand what the narcissist and who the narcissist is. Like they know the manipulation on the kids no longer works. So it's bye-bye kids because you know who I am now. Other reason they would discard.
Okay, I just want to pause right here. I think that's what happened with my niece and her father. I think the more that his narcissism traits started to show, the more obvious it was, the less his manipulation was working on her. And she was coming out of that, like, I don't even know what to call it. I just think she started to see her father, like, and the errors of his ways. And the more that she saw it, the more like he didn't like that. That's the one thing that I understand about like narcissistic people. They don't like to be called out. They don't like for you to see them and see through the mask. And that's the fastest way to have them fucking crash out is to like not be manipulated by them and to start like seeing them for who they are. And did I see Scholar came through? Boxing Scholar, you in here? Welcome in. I thought I saw you said you thought that you thought that was Scholar talking? No, that's not Scholar. He's a content creator on YouTube and Instagram, and I'm just using his Instagram reel. So I'm gonna continue to play it. But SB says many people are living with the brink of struggle mode. If not financially, then psychologically. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Okay, so let me go ahead and play some more of this.
With discarded kids is simply to punish the other parent. Oh, I can't control you? Bye-bye kids. Another reason, and this might suck y'all, but they don't care about the kids. A lot of narcissistic people see kids as reflections of them. And if they don't reflect back good things, it's bye-bye. So this person is asking, why do some narcissists and toxic people abandon their kids? And of course, if you're new here, I'm a narcissist. Actually, I have narcissistic personality disorder. So there are a few different.
All right, so he explained why some narcissistic people will abandon their kids. And this goes back to the fuck them kids, I'm out. Who said that? I forget where I got that from. Fuck them kids, I'm out. Damn. But it goes back to like Corey Holcomb. As much as I do not like Corey Holcomb, Mr. 5150 himself, he was the one who actually told us that these men, when they no longer have sexual access to the mothers, will say fuck their kids. In a lot of cases, they'll be there in the house with you. They'll take care of those kids. They're doing their fatherly duties. But don't let this relationship split or break up, because now they're going to kick you to the curb. And I have seen that happen. And I want to welcome in Unc Be Streaming. Welcome in, Unc. Welcome.
What's going on, Candy?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Good.
I just want to say you're right. Men do that. But I think that's a real highly loud, glamorized minority that said they fuck them kids. I think the vast majority of men of any race are in their kids' life to some kind of way, with or without the woman. It's just that those men are minding their business in quiet. Those men are working their jobs, doing their hobbies, and spending time with their children. They're not on social media screaming about what an amazing parent they are. And the women they with don't make videos screaming about how amazing they are, because those kind of videos don't get the clicks and likes as much as a fucked up baby daddy. You know, we bad things in life get way more shine than the good things, and that's the problem with social media, and it confuses us to what's really going on around us. Most dads are in their kids' life to some kind. The vast majority are in their kids' life to some kind of capacity. That's what I see through observable reality. Being in the military for 15 years, working with fathers from all over the country and in some other countries of all age ranges and social economic backgrounds, and with women of the same nature. Baby fathers were in their life to some kind of capacity the vast majority of the time. It's just that deadbeats get more clicks, so we hype it up. I firmly believe that. Well, actually, I know that to be true. Even research says it's true. When I think about it, what am I talking about here?
No, I'm not disputing you, right? I'm not disputing you. I don't think that you're wrong about that. Again, I will always give props to good fathers, to present fathers, to men that I have, like the ones that I have seen doing the job, and I'm like, damn, you did a damn good job. Like, always give them props. But see, I think for a lot of women, the concern is what happens when you end up with one of the ones who's not the good dad, right? Like,
Oh,
you say in their life to some capacity.
yeah.
Like I told y'all last week about my homegirl who has an engineer. Her child's father is an engineer, and she has an autistic child. Now, yeah, he's in his child life to some capacity, but he's also the same dude that told her, "Oh yeah, my job gave me the opportunity to go to South Korea, so I'm going to go move there for 2 years," and went and left his child with her. You see what I'm saying? Like, what do you so when you say to some capacity, do you count, say, a father like this in the realm of good father?
Um, Everybody getting taken care of. I can't
Everybody
call
getting
him a bad father. Is he good? No. But is he bad? No. Is he a deadbeat? Um, Again, like we have this thing. We were talking about it on the show the other night. Remember, you was the only one that was kind of standing firm. But now, after knowing about your sister and her baby daddy, it makes sense. DJ had that show, and we was reviewing the video with the woman, the light-skinned woman, and her son had some issues with her, and
hmm
people couldn't grasp like how he wouldn't like his mama. They kept saying, "Well, that's his mom." It's like,
I told you I don't believe that when I hear people complain about their mothers, I always listen because I know that there are women out there that are shitty moms,
yeah,
that were not good moms, that were not nurturing, that were not caring. And I'm not going to use my mother, who I think was an excellent mom, as a cover for the shit moms. And I don't do the same thing for the dad.
yeah, exactly. So it's like it's not the best dad or best father if you're not there physically and you in Korea working. But at the same time, we don't know the level of relationship with the mom. She could be unbearable for all we know, and he just don't want to be around her. And that's his way to take care of his child and financially provide, but just not be in her presence. We just
Well, to give you some context to that, he wasn't around her to begin with. Like, they haven't been in a relationship since that baby was since she was 6 months pregnant. She caught him cheating when she was 6 months, broke it off, and never got back with him.
that
So he
goes
had been living in a whole other state. He was already away from her, living in Kansas, and she's in Illinois.
were they living together when they was dating at least?
No,
See, that goes back to my original point. You messing with a man out of state, let him get raw, hit and raw when he come to see you, you come to see him, not understanding that if you in this state and he in this state, why wouldn't he not, if he's attractive enough to get you, why wouldn't he 9 times out of 10 have women in the other state? Not saying that you got to use your brain. Not saying it's not saying it's right because it's wrong. However, we live in a world where we expect indecent people to be decent. We want to control how the next person behave. You can't. People want irresponsible people to be responsible people. People want bad people to be good people. No, it's up to you not to let them people in their life. An irresponsible nigga gonna be do irresponsible stuff. It's like we saying, well, if he didn't want the baby, why was he hitting Raw? Because he's fucking irresponsible. Duh. He's not gonna do irresponsible shit. And you can't make him. The only thing you can do is not fuck with him. Because an irresponsible nigga gonna be an irresponsible nigga, but we want to make them and hold responsibility on them. You can't. If you could, he'd be that shit already.
Here's the thing though, Unc. She thought he was a responsible nigga. This wasn't some dude she had just met. This is somebody we went to grammar school with. Like, she's known him a long time. And like I said, on paper, everything looked good. He went and got his education. He was an engineer. He was working. He was doing this. He was doing that. Like, they had been friends.
Character. None of that saying nothing about his character. From what you say, she didn't even live with the nigga.
Well, no, he lived here. He lived in Illinois. He was living here and then got a job working at Boeing. And so, you know, she known him. He was here the whole time. He would come here to visit. They were having a relationship. When she found out she was pregnant, he was trying to convince her to come down and move to Kansas with him. And then I think she was considering it, if I'm not mistaken. But prior to her actually like solidifying is when she found out he was cheating, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm not doing that." And
knowing someone as a friend or associate or childhood friend or anything ain't remotely the same as dating them. That's something else people got to understand. I met some amazing people, but would have been terrible partners.
That's true.
That's where people fuck up too. I don't care how long you knew somebody. How long did you know them as a relationship partner is the question. Because that's a whole different motherfucker. Friend be streaming and dating be streaming when I was out there in the streets was not the same nigga. I was a loyal ass friend. A disloyal ass fucking little. I didn't have a lot of girlfriends in life because I knew I was a certain type of nigga. So I just had friends. So at least I was honest enough not to even play with people. I didn't do the whole get you to be my girlfriend just to get the box shit. I just only had like 3 girlfriends in my life, and one of them was my wife. Yeah, I didn't like, so I didn't. But a lot of niggas don't do that. They get girlfriends, then do what they do. But you don't know until you with a person. My wife got a cousin that have a kid with a dude, and come to find out, he got 2 kids and married. Upon further investigation, she was sleeping with this nigga, letting him hit Raw and all that but never even been to his house. And this is not like a rare story.
It's not. I was just gonna say, one of my homegirls had that same scenario. Got pregnant by a married man, hadn't been to his house, didn't know that he was married. It was You're not wrong about that. I can't even hold you. You're not wrong. There does have to be more of a investigation period before you put certain things to risk. I'll say that.
You know, I got plenty of experience dating. I just never had girlfriends. Dating don't equal girlfriend.
Unc was a whore, y'all.
You know what I'm saying? I kicked it with mad women, hung out with mad women, slept with mad women, did all the stuff. But as far as being like, will you be my girlfriend? I ain't done a lot of that. Plenty of dating, plenty of sex, plenty of partying, plenty of kicking it, plenty of female interaction, and having intimate, emotional, and physical relationships with women. But not a lot of, will you be my girlfriend? Because the honest truth, I didn't have to ask that. Why would I ask that when I already got your ass in a hucklebutt times 10?
I'm so done with you.
Mama let
Let me
Bella
ask you
out.
before I introduce the other people who have joined the panel, and I thank y'all for joining. I'm going to introduce you all in a second. Let me ask you a personal question. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Were you raw dogging during this time?
Sometimes I was irresponsible as fuck. Like I tell
Mm.
people all the time, only God is the reason why I don't have a bunch of kids or never had an STD. Because I
Mm.
did all the bad things. I did all the things that'll get you multiple baby mamas and some serious fucking cooties. I'm not even gonna cap. In my early teens and early 20s, I was off the chain. When I first joined the army, I was fucking single. I came to the army as a 20, 21-year-old man with a fucking
Mm.
8-pack in the best shape of my life, with a job with benefits, living in the goddamn barracks. Came straight to the duty station. You go there with your army shit. You go to the car lot. You can down there get what you want. They're gonna give it to you. When it got me a little whip, I'm up there fucking living my best life.
Was it a
Right?
coochie magnet whip?
Huh?
I said, was it a coochie magnet whip?
Nope. Didn't even have to
No.
be. It was back in the early 2000s. Didn't even have to be. Life wasn't shallow. Life wasn't shallow.
Mm.
When I was coming up, you didn't even have to date. You have to take girls on dates. If they liked you, they just hung with you. Not saying they had to fuck you, but if they liked you, they did whatever with you. They just come over, sit around, talk, sit outside, talk, play cards, just kick it. All this dating shit, I feel sorry for these dudes. But you didn't have to validate your interest back then, because if she wasn't interested, she wouldn't even communicate with you. Motherfuckers had to give you their home phone number when I came up. People not finna give you the house with their phone, the number to their house, if they don't like your ass. That's your fucking
Shoot.
house. Family got
I don't
to.
think most people have house phones nowadays. Do they even have that still? Is that a thing?
It can be, but most people don't. But that's why people
Nope.
fuck with people that they don't fuck
Mom
with.
has a house phone still.
Old people do a lot. Old people definitely have a landline.
Yeah. She's like 85, so she still has one.
Yeah. Old people definitely have a landline.
I want to welcome to the panel. I have H&M that's hit the panel. We have Taylor on the panel, and we have Lord ADS on the panel. Welcome in. And welcome in, Ty Pro. Welcome in, Raj Will. I hope I didn't miss anybody else. Welcome in, y'all. We are having a discussion here. Thank you so much, Scholar. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate the jewels and all of the gifts. Thank you.
Hey, Candy
Y'all are,
Cane.
Hi.
hey, y'all are welcome to jump in and to give me your opinion, or like if there's anything you want to talk about that you heard. First of all, let me ask y'all. I want to ask all of y'all, what is your opinion on what I said, on my theory that a woman shouldn't have a kid today with a man unless that man wants that kid more than she does? What's your thoughts on that?
I think you're right.
Absolutely. And that's the problem. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go. You go ahead, H&M.
Ladies first.
I mean, I lost my train of
Well, I
thought.
was going to say absolutely. Oh,
Okay.
man. Okay, my bad. Damn. Okay.
No, she said she
I
lost her
was going
train
to say
of thought. Go
absolutely.
ahead,
I mean,
elaborate for me, H&M.
yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Like you said, letting some dude slide up in you raw, unprotected, knowing good and well that there's a good chance you're going to get pregnant. Now, you might be thinking, what about birth control? Man, don't nobody trust birth control anymore. That's the first thing. It barely works. And second of all, you can't just trust somebody to take birth control. So you're going to have unprotected sex, anticipate the possibility of you getting pregnant. And if that man doesn't want to have kids, just don't let him slide into you raw, because I've said it once and I'm going to say it again. Anytime kids are involved, guess what? It's the man and the woman's fault. It's the woman's fault because she allowed that man to slide into her raw unprotected, but it's also the man's fault because he should have known better than to slide up in her raw and unprotected, knowing he ain't trying to be a father.
Right there.
They're
He should have
both accountable at the end of the day. But go ahead.
H&M. That's the problem. What you said is part of the problem, and people be going out there when they say he should have known better. But what if he just an irresponsible dude? We can't make our decisions
Again,
off what a motherfucker should do or should know. We have to protect ourselves. You can't control that person, but you can control yourself. So yes, when a person is scheming you wrong, he should be responsible and should know better. But what if he ain't? So should, coulda, woulda.
then that's
People
the him
like,
problem. That doesn't mean I'm sorry. That doesn't mean we should excuse his behavior. We know he's an irresponsible man that's being silly with his willy, but we can't just, let him off the hook that easily.
it's not excusing it.
If you can't control your sexual desire, that's the problem in my opinion. But I get what you're saying. That's why I say protect yourself. Men and men protect them. Shit.
Because if you let's say it's not excusing, because let's say you can point the finger. Yeah, you can point the finger at him, but that's not going to stop you from having a kid with a loser. So it's not excusing him. It's just it's a better way to avoid the situation altogether. They're not dealing with the person. They're just hoping that if a motherfucker doing something, they know how babies made. Because we know people know how babies made. You would think if a dude hitting a chick raw and busting up in her, you wouldn't expect him to, when she get pregnant, act all shocked and appalled. You wouldn't expect that because we know how babies made. We learned in 6th or 7th grade. However, that's again expecting logic and common sense out of another motherfucker. You just can't do that.
I think in this day and age, I think a lot of women need to be more mindful as far as who they decide to have children with, because it's scary. I don't know about y'all, but it really is scary in this day and age. Because even if you did, let's say this dude ain't showed you any type of signs that he could potentially be a POS, right? I mean, at any moment people's minds could change, and I guess the part that kind of frightens me is the fact that if we no longer are together, or you no longer have sexual access to me, it's like F me and then F my child. That's scary to me. So I think ladies need to be more mindful of who they decide to take serious in that department, or give him the kid and you be the non-custodial parent.
But that's not psychologically true. People's mind can change. We can grow and evolve, but you don't change your core character. And what I mean by that, everybody has some core do's and don'ts. Everybody has some core things they want to do. Like if you're the kind of person that'll never mess with a child, then you're not gonna one day wake up and want to do that. If you're the kind of person like me that is disgusted by just the concept of grape, you're not gonna just change and do that. It's like abusing the elderly and just certain things. We have core personality traits and core values that we establish in ourselves at a younger age than we think. Those things don't change. If you the kind, I had women that wanted to have my kids before I got married, and even while I was married. They're like, "You're just such a good father," blah blah blah. Listen, that's why when dudes are good fathers, they attract women like flies, because they see that core character. Like you, because even if I don't be with you, people can tell if you're the kind of person that's going to take care of your children. That's what people need to look for. The kind of characters where you can just tell how he talks about family, how he talks about his family, how he values just family connections and legacy and things like that, spreading his name and his bloodline. A man like that, even without you, is not going to say fuck them kids, because his bloodline and legacy is just too important to them. That's one of his core values. Yet again, people change. I'm not the same nigga I was at 20 something, thank God. Or my wife would be having help. However, my core values, as far as like, I see no world where I wouldn't be in my kids' life. And other core values I have, them shit's been in my since I was fucking 14, 15. Straight up. And that's what core values are. Our core values don't change. Think about the shit that you just would never not do. Think about the shit. You know what I'm saying? We all got shit that is no world when we'll do that. Those are core values, and that shit don't change. So if a nigga like say fuck them kids, that shit's already in him. You don't wake up like that.
What do y'all think about what Unc said?
I think in a perfect world, that would be ideal, but I don't. A lot of people don't have good core qualities. I'm sorry, and that's just maybe.
Then you should be with them, Taylor. Why are you with a nigga without good core qualities? Because you're right. A lot of people don't have good core qualities, so they shouldn't even be a dating option.
But I mean, there's no way for you to actually. You won't know that until you know.
Time is the way.
Right, but
no way. It's time.
Right. No, I agree. Time does tell, but some people. Listen, some people are really good at masking.
No, they not. Most of these niggas can't even read on the level.
Holding an image. It's unless you dealt with a person like that. I mean, you really.
How fast you think most people are waiting to have raw sex in these days and age?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, how fast do you think people are waiting to have raw sex in this day and age?
Oh, shit, they're not waiting long.
Exactly. How long does it take to really get to know someone?
It takes a while.
So how are we saying why we keep pushing this? He had on a mask stuff when that's just not true. He didn't have on no mask. You didn't wait the time. You gotta fucking wait like a fucking year or something before you even get to really know someone. And you gotta fucking see them, like they say, you gotta see how they act with wait staff, how they act when they disappointed, how they act when they angry, how they act when they're sad, their conflict resolution, how they act around their family, all that kind of shit. It takes that long to really get to know someone. And we know goddamn well most people fucking wed before that and fucking raw before that and didn't want to talk about this legendary mask. No. These niggas are not super spies. They not fucking masters of disguise. Most of these niggas can't read on a fucking 8th grade level sometimes and not masters of fucking deception. These niggas is not fucking 007. This fucking hiding who they are shit. No, you like the nigga muscles, you like this dreads, you like this tattoos, you thought his dimple was cute, you like this smile, whatever. He had some big meats, he was putting your ass in a hucklebuck, you was dignitized, but he was the same fucking nigga he was the whole time, and you didn't see nothing about this nigga core self.
Listen, we're gonna have to agree to disagree, Unc. Because
reality, that's right, but one thing about that, reality.
I'm not disagreeing what you're saying. I'm not like.
No, reality shows that I'm right though. The single mom ratio and all the deadbeat dads around here.
Okay. Anybody else want to go?
And welcome in Choco Kitty. She just joined the panel not too long ago. Y'all can feel free to jump in here. I told you I was cooking too, so I'm kind of like on mute while I'm taking care. I don't want to burn nothing, y'all.
Yeah, so can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have that much to say except for I can only share my perspective. Of course, I don't have any kids. My brother has kids. And this I kind of agree with what Uncle saying about core characteristics or qualities somewhat, because I will say this: I don't think my brother is generally a very responsible person, even considering the fact that he has all the kids he has, but at the same time, certain stuff, I would have been utterly and completely shocked if my brother had been neglectful to any of his kids or not been in any of his kids' lives. You know what I mean? And, he's never been that kind of person. All his kids, know him. And it's only about 2 different women, just so it don't sound like he just got kids all over the place. So I do kind of agree with that. But at the same time, I think it's more so how a person was raised than anything else. Because I think a lot of people just don't, they don't really know any better, or they always, you know what I mean? They just don't really have it in them, because not everybody is father material. And I think a lot of times people try to make a man father material or husband material when he's not, So I think a lot of people are doing things and hoping for the best, because it's like, I think at the end of the day, people are choosing from what's available. And I feel like it's not that much available out here. So people are just kind of like taking the leap, but I think.
With you. So now, went there and gave false information.
All right, well, let me finish. Yeah, I think. All right, let me finish.
Out there, I love him to death, but they don't want him because he ain't 6 feet.
Wait, I can't even. Let me turn you. Okay, so yeah. People doing stuff and hoping for the best. I think sometimes you do have blinders. You can have rose-colored glasses, and you can see that a person is really not that great, but you just really want them to be. So then, so you kind of go with it. But I think that some risks are bigger than others. Like, I just think, okay, how big of a deal is it to that individual person? That's why I said, I think you misunderstood what I was saying, Candy, in the chat, because you were saying that a person can change their mind. And I was saying that's really all the more reason why a person should not be having a baby unless that person wants it and they can take care of it, because you can't have a baby based on whether somebody else wants the baby, because you don't know what's going on through that person's mind. You don't know what that person's motives are. All you know is whether you want it and whether you can take care of it, right? You can't, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. I'm not saying to have a baby because somebody else wants it, but I'm saying that I think the biggest factor would be how much you want it and how much you can care for it. And I mean, that's just how I look at it. Not saying I would have a baby with just anybody unless I just chose to do that. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't at all let it be based on what somebody else is saying, because people say anything. You don't really know anybody except like your close family and yourself. But I'm almost done.
Clarify.
Okay.
Let me clarify. When I said he has to want that baby more than I do, I still want it, right? I'm coming from the capacity of a woman knows that she wants to be a mother and wants to have a child. Whomever you have this child with, make sure that man wants that baby more than you do, because you already know you're willing to sign up to do what needs to be done as a mother. You see what I'm saying? It's important that he is like gung-ho, all in, and it's not just a lackadaisical thing where, there's a difference between being a daddy and being a father and being a pappy and being a fucking sperm donor. You know what I'm saying? Like, what capacity does he want to be there? From what I've seen of the men that I would quantify or qualify as good fathers around me, they were really involved and really wanted to be fathers. They were very proud fathers. Like, whether they were girl dads or whether they were boy dads, like even to the point where they would be the type of men that probably would take their kids. Like, if the mom wanted to leave, you're gonna leave my child here. They them kind of niggas. That's the kind of man that I feel like you should choose to have a child with. Don't just be having, like, just because y'all in love, that shit, Faye, y'all gonna hate each other tomorrow, and then what's gonna happen?
Exactly. He might change when y'all not in love no more. And some men, they'll do right by one set of kids or one kid and not the rest, So, I still think that the other person is going to be the biggest wild card, because all you know is yourself, So, but yeah, some people, the last thing I was going to say though, is some people can handle single parenthood. Like, that's why I feel like some people just don't have it in them, because we have some people that can take care of their kids by themselves and still do what they have to do. But then we have, like, I think it's much rarer when the mother can't even, be responsible for all her kids and care for all her kids. So you just have to think about like how big of a deal it would be for you. Because I feel like if I was to have a child just randomly, like, it would be a huge disruption to my life, just the way I am. Because I don't think I'm a particularly motherly person. But so that does make me wonder why people that know that they don't want to live that kind of life, why are they the main ones having children? So yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say.
Good question. And I think the answer is because they see everybody else doing it. They want to blend in with society. They don't want to be looked at as, why are you 40, 50 years old and have no kids? What's wrong with you? I got kids. If I can do it, you can do it too. Societal pressure, in other words. But that's just my opinion.
Couldn't find anybody with some good core values.
Boy, it's hard to get word on these panels. It really is, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, y'all talk a lot. But I want to kind of back it all the way up right to the front of the conversation. Okay, so your friend has a baby with an irresponsible man. No. They're both irresponsible. I don't sleep with no women without using protection that I don't plan on being with long term. You know what I'm saying? This is my keeper, right? Potentially, say even marriage, right? That's always a core conversation before having kids. We don't want our kids born out of wedlock. So are you willing to get married if something were to occur? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If you're laying with that woman unprotected, your answer should always be yes. Daggone it, number two. Something else you guys were talking about caught my attention. Yeah. Of course, those kids. There are a lot of kids that do get left behind in that particular manner too, especially if the father is kind of a rolling stone, right? Usually, what happens is that from what I've seen from other experiences, it's that woman that he stays with that kids get the best kind of part of him, right? You know what I'm saying? It's the woman that he's staying with. That woman.
Why is that though? Why is
because
that?
It's time. He's there. Time. He's there. He's actually there.
Can I finish? Can I answer the question? Because they're bonding together at a consistent rate. See, sex is a way of bonding, but also there's emotional bonding and there's different types of bonding that takes place, especially with a man and his children, right? If he's not in the house as often, then guess what? You know what I'm saying? They're not going to bond as well, right? But if he's in the house consistently, he's going to bond with that woman and those children. And if he's got qualities like hopefully that she chose well with this man, those kids are going to see examples of those qualities, right? Versus if he's got a baby mama that lives 200 miles away, those kids will really never ever get to know him. You know, not like at least nothing that saying that he doesn't want them to see. So there's all types of do's and don'ts, ins and outs in this circumstance, right? That conversationally can be had, but truthfully, it's more about if you're making babies, you should be either stay with the woman, marry the woman, or be prepared to take care of that child by yourself as a man for the rest of your life.
Okay. And Black Man is Fair, welcome to the panel. Did you want to jump in here?
Yes, thank you for having me as always. Didn't mean to cut the brother off. Just wanted to jump back in on some of the things that Unc was talking about in core values. And I don't know if women, from what I see, or just maybe a theory, it's like I don't see women having sex for like good reasons, or noticing in a man he has these core values that she wants and that she wants in her life. You know what I mean? And so she's gonna, be with him and, make sure that she, locks down love and locks him down. So I just don't see a lot of women being attracted to core values. I think a lot of men have a lot of great core values, but they may not have they may not be able to be like that flashy other guy that she may like. So I think that when it's time for women to settle down, and I like what the brother was saying too, I believe in homebodies. I believe in home. I believe in and taking care of home and operating from the home, then operate inside the outside world. Home is the first ministry. The family is the first ministry. That's what has to be taken care of, and that's what should be trusted. So that's what should be becoming solidified, and that's what a woman who's trying to have a family should be working on. So I just want to add that.
So let me ask you then, if we're going back, because what I heard you say was women aren't having sex with men with good core values. Like Unc is no longer on the panel, but he did admit that there was a time and period before he was married where he was out here recklessly having, his fun. Would you say that you did that same thing? I'm speaking to you specifically, Man is Fair.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just thinking, to a degree, because I think I think everything depends, and it's kind of hinges on the woman that's in the man's life. If he ain't dealing with nothing but, you know what I'm saying, women that he don't see, like he's not in love with, he don't see that life with, then he can just put on condoms and have sex with her, and it's just whatever. But that woman that he really sees something with and wants to settle down with, he'll do that with. So
So what you're
You
saying
know, I
is
think
that a
it just
man's core values comes out the more that he actually likes you. Because I would say the way that you sounds to me like you're saying you are a man who has good core values, but you are also able to admit that you are a man who moved recklessly. So that I would interpret that to mean that to the women that you saw as skeezers, you treated them as skeezers. Where does the good core value come in that?
when I actually get a woman that I could exact these core values through, that's where it comes in at. When I actually have a woman that I could, you know what I'm saying, deal with in that core value manner.
I call
Why are you
BS.
entertaining the skeezers in the meantime? Why not entertain the women that you like that are on your level?
Right. Why wouldn't you also be sleeping with women with
I
good core
would, I
values?
would. That's why I said That's why
That's
I said I would if she was in my life. If she spent time with me rather than some other guy, you know what I'm saying, or
No, but I'm
cultivating
saying,
these
why
core.
even entertain any of the women that are below you, so to speak?
I'll
Meaning
answer that.
they're
I,
not up to par in your mind. Why have sex with any of those women? Why strap
Be-
up for any of those women?
because
because they're not
because
below
those are
him.
the women that because
Oh,
those are the women that liked me. Because those are the women that liked me, and that if
so
I
is that a
can't get to my
self-esteem
whole
issue
hold on,
where
can I
it's like, this
answer?
is what I think I can get? You know?
I don't think it's a self-esteem issue. I think it's just availability issue. What's available to you and what's not.
So then that makes that's concerning. It's like if you'll just get with whoever because they're available, then you don't have standards for yourself, in my
Well,
opinion.
I think a lot of things are getting confused. First of all, I have a nature, a sexuality, right? And we're gonna
Uh-huh.
do that. But I can also wear a condom. I can also have friends with benefits, and have an understanding with the woman, but not actually marry her, have babies with her, be in love with her, and do all of that, right?
It, okay,
So it sounds
so
like
it,
you saying you could just be a hoe until you found the right
yeah,
one. Is that what you're saying?
exactly.
I
it's
mean,
not
if
This,
you
like that.
frame
It's not
it
like that.
like that, I
no,
mean,
no,
if you
talk to
frame it,
me.
I don't like to
It's
bring
not
people
like that.
down. I don't like to talk. We're not
No, I'm not
hoes and
saying you a hoe.
johns
I'm
and
just saying in
prostitutes and all of
general.
that. We're people, right? And we deal
I'm
with
just
what
commenting
comes
on what
with
you're
in
saying.
our
That's
life
all.
at a
Okay,
time.
hold on. I want
Yeah,
to slow the
I don't like
conversation.
to I don't like to
I
spin things like that. Like, you know what I
I want to
mean?
slow it
That's a
down. Let me
bad
slow it
spin.
down a little bit. Let me slow it down a little bit because it said we're hearing. I understand where Chanel is coming from when she's asking this line of question, and the men seem to disagree. So I would like you to explain it a little bit better so that maybe we can see it from your point of view. Because I hear where she's coming from. It sounds like you're saying you can go ahead. Okay, let me just paraphrase what I think, and then I'm gonna let you go. Okay. It sounds to me like you're saying, as a man, you are able to go out and deal with whomever likes you whether you wanted to be with her seriously or not, because you had needs. But it's up to her to protect herself from getting pregnant because both of y'all understood what y'all was coming into and you still was going to do what you do, even if that allowed you to be reckless.
Kind of like I can deal with her, but wear a condom and not get her pregnant. But if we're just friends and this is not something that I see, I'm in love with her, I want to marry her, I want to do all these great grand things with her, then wear a condom and not get her pregnant and just have the fun. And if she wants to go on or has something serious she wants to do that's not me, then she can go on. There's no, there was just time spent in what we could do or what we could be, and definitely from my, my take, like I'm not having a baby with her, and I'm protecting myself and making sure that no babies from me appear with her.
Did you
Can I get
ever?
in?
Yes, yes. Go ahead, Lord ADS, and then I'm gonna ask you all the men on the panel a question after ADS.
It takes a while to find out what you like, ladies. As a young man, you really have no idea. You're just out here experimenting with women who are experimenting too. It's part. It's almost like it's a right. You know what I'm saying? That you get as a man to explore things, right, and to understand them better. Because at the end of the day, once you do find someone, you're gonna have to know how to. As a man, you don't have time to develop to learn how to be in a relationship. There's certain things you already have to know up front, and those things you have to learn, and a lot of that is through those women, right? You know what I'm saying? Those
No,
women
being a
teach
hoe
you.
is not experimenting to
No,
see what you
Why,
like.
why do we
That
have to
is,
be sexually belittling to people? Why
I'm
can't we
not
just say these
okay.
are
I'm
human
not saying
beings?
you're a hoe. I'm not
No,
speaking to
not me,
you.
but just them in general. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying that's the behavior if you're not actually serious, right? You sleeping
Um,
with whoever want to sleep with
No,
you? Is that not hoe behavior? And maybe
can
I'm
I
having
can I
confused.
say something when y'all when I can bring in?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say, like I just feel like if you are supposed to be somebody that is like waiting for better, I'm just trying to see like what makes you any different from the women that you're dealing with. You're saying that the women that are there, they're the ones that liked you and they were available to you. But so I'm trying to see like what the problem is. How does that? It doesn't sound like it has anything to do with morals. So yeah. And I think when women do this, they call it reinventing themselves. So it just seemed to me like men feel like they can just go. I'm not gonna be crass, but I'm gonna just say that they think once they're done, like rolling in the mud, all they have to do is take a shower and then they just as good as new.
That's all it
But yet
is.
they leave a trail of like women that they consider to be like dirty. And it's like, to me, you sound like a user or maybe a whoremonger, because if we talking about women. You said you don't like to call them whores or use the word whore, but you're still saying that they're fit for one thing, but not the other. But it's like, you can't complain
Not
about whores.
necessarily. Every one of these women have their stories with me, right? And I have my stories with them. Sometimes, most of the time, it's a hit or miss. You know what I'm saying? On average, do you know how many people you have to date to find the right person? This is just on average.
I don't know.
19 people. You're going to date 19 different people before you find the right person. And that's
But
men
there's
and
a
women on
difference between
average.
dating
Yeah,
and
that's
having sex with everybody that you meet.
right. That's not how he put
Well,
it. He put it like they were already in a certain category, like, as he was doing it. And whoever he actually wanted wasn't yet available to him. That's what it made it seem like.
ladies, can I ask
Right.
something, please?
That's correct.
Can I ask
Yeah,
something,
go
please?
go ahead, Lord ADS.
Just a quick statement, right? 80% of your thoughts are going to be negative, 95% repetitive. I want to stay in that 20% of thoughts where we're not just belittling or tearing people down or saying this because of sexual whatever, whatnot, right? I want to keep this a good, general, productive conversation where we find, kind of lift it up, right? So, with that being said, I mean, I got married when I was 25 years old. I already had my first son when I was 15 years old. And now I'm in my 40s, and I'm just finally getting to the point where I'm mature enough to understand how to function properly or how to do things the right way in relationships. It just takes a while to get here. It's nothing that happens overnight. It's a process. And some learn quicker than others. Some find out faster than others. That's the true fact. But
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But it just takes a while, depending on which road you take to kind of get to this point. That's all we're saying.
I think though, the issue that I have with your point, which you're not wrong. I don't think you're wrong, but the issue that I have with your point is the world will give a man, like how she said, he could be dirty as I don't know what, and all he has to do is take a shower, and once he gets married, all they see is a married man. But if a woman is just as dirty as that man and did all of the hoeing around, quote unquote, as the man did, she's forever a hoe. It doesn't matter how many times she gets married. And that's the problem that I have, because the world isn't going to view you that way. They're just going to be saying, they're going to make excuses and different labels and say, well, he was just trying to figure it out. He has to, do whatever he needs to do before he settles down. They're going to give you 1,000 excuses for why you had to go out here and put your pickle wherever you were putting your pickle. But then if the woman is allowing you to put your pickle wherever, she's a hoe automatically.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying this on no gender bang stuff. I'm just saying the reality of the situation. That's it.
Oh, okay. Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing.
Marriage. My last two girlfriends that I was in long-term relationships with, Marilyn and Leslie, guess what? They both married. I was freaked the hell out. They both then got married. Both my exes then got married. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you marry them? Oh, and then Chaco,
he wasn't ready, child.
I'm just curious. Why didn't you marry them, Lord ADS? Did you not see them as marriage material?
One was too jealous and possessive. One was too controlling. And
one, I can't with you. I can't.
I can't stand someone who's always mistrusting or distrusting of me. I can't go to the bathroom in peace without you looking for me because you think I didn't creep out over somebody. It was just too much, right?
But did you have a history of doing that though with them? I'm not saying your history. I'm saying with them.
The only thing she heard was rumors about me.
So you never did anything to make them think. I'm saying while you was in a relationship with them to give them any reason to feel those feelings. They just felt it out of nowhere.
If I've done nothing wrong, but you feel as if I'm moving like I've done something wrong. Who's really wrong?
Mm-hmm.
No, I
You for
agree with
moving
you,
like
but I'm
that.
saying, I'm just straight up asking you because I promise you, you did not answer the question. Did you
Oh,
do
I answered your
anything?
question.
No,
I
but I'm
answered your
saying it's a
question,
yes or a
Chanel.
no. Did you do anything to make those particular women? And I'm not talking about your past because everybody has one. But I'm saying in those particular relationships, people don't just become distrusting for no reason at all. They wouldn't have been in a long-term relationship with you if there was initially some sort of trust issue.
Well, he
Usually
did.
trust
He
is
said
broken.
that they heard rumors. That's like, for
No,
instance, Chanel.
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
But
If
then
you did something
the movements
particularly,
go along with the movements go along with the rumors. Like if you don't switch up you know what I'm saying, the protocol on how you dealing with your woman and putting her at ease, you know what I'm saying, she's gonna, believe the
exactly,
It
rumors,
got
or you know what I'm
you
so
saying.
got to build the
bad.
trust.
You gotta
So if
The
switch
you
up the
feel that
mistrust
mood.
way,
and
yeah.
distrust, it got so bad at one point that I just started taking her everywhere I went, just like you said. And then she
Hmm.
still had her doubts about what I was doing. If I just
Well,
skipped for two
then you
seconds.
should move on.
Wow.
I
Yeah.
agree. You
Right,
should
right,
move
So there
on
was
right.
nothing
because
I could
you
do with
can't
that.
be in
But
a
she
relationship
found somebody.
successfully if you have trust issues. It's just not going to work. Same thing with communication issues. It's not going to work. It's not.
And I want to thank Creative Solutions for joining the panel. And then Choco Kitty, I had you hold for a second, so I'm gonna circle back to you so you can get your point out. I think you were trying to ask a question. Thank you for coming on, Creative.
Hey,
Okay.
creative.
Hey, creative. I'll say this, and I think I'm about out just because, like, I know, because to me, I am kind of feeling like a little gender bangy. You know what I mean? Just on this
Mm.
topic, and I don't know if I can really have this conversation without really going there. So. But I'm gonna say this, like when we talk about like a man rolling in the mud with what he considers to be pigs or whatever, and then getting out and then just washing off, hosing himself off and then thinking he's good as new, I just feel like this. The thing is, it's not that, and I'm not trying to say this like to this person specifically, but it's not that even that person is better or that, as an individual. I just think black men are kind of graded on a curve, so it's not that they're better, it's just that y'all can date up a lot just because like the masses are operating at a low level. So I mean, to me, that explains why somebody could be engaging in like behaviors with people that they deem as less than on a consistent basis, but then acting like they're not on their level, or that they're gonna save themselves or whatever, well, not save themselves, but reserve themselves for when they meet this person that I guess is supposed to be better than like the masses of whoever they're dealing with. So yeah, I think this kind of just a mismatch between just the average value of the black woman and the black man, which is what allows them to like date up. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Before you leave, though, I want to switch because I did want to get your opinion on this before you go. And if y'all can give us a second, I'm gonna let y'all chime in on this too, and we can circle back to this point if we got to. But I don't want you to leave without discussing this part. What about, okay, so the whole topic is on whether or not you should have a child with a man, right? Like in 2020, the smart ways to go about reproducing and the best ways, according to each individual woman. What do you think about men who are fathers in dollars only? The type of man who goes like, so I want to play a video. I'm going to play a video. But then I also want you to give an opinion basically on, do you think that counts as a good father? And I just saw, okay. Hey, Mr. Fantastic, welcome in.
Hey, what's up?
I want to get y'all's opinion on if you think that, like, because I know that, what am I trying to say? Yes, it is a father's job to provide for his family, right? That we all, I'm assuming, can agree to that. But what about the men who work, and aren't there? If they're missing your practices, if they're missing your championship games, if they're missing your prom, if they're missing this and missing that in order to provide for the family, do you consider that still to be a good father? So I just want to park that question on your brain first before I play this video, and then I'm gonna come back to it. And I'm not religious, y'all, but I did kind of like this speech that TD Jakes gave. So just preclaimer, I'm not religious. I'm playing this because he had something I thought was interesting.
If a man is at home all the time
and he's the breadwinner, that's a bad sign. And the problem with being a father is you can never get it 100. If I give you time, we don't have money. If I get the money, you don't have me. I can't be there and earn a living at the same time. I'm limited, and I have an obligation to make sure your life is better than mine. The difficult thing about being a father is that everybody wants it now. The kid wants it now, the wife wants it now, the job wants it now, the opportunity is now, because in your early years are your earning years. All the things that you call normal are miracles. Your normal is your daddy's miracle. But the reason you don't see it is because it's normal. If a man is at home all
right, what y'all think about that? And y'all are lighting TD Jake's ass up in these chats. I cannot with y'all. I'm trying my hardest not to laugh. Woo.
If a woman stood on the stage and said that same exact thing, said, you know, if I'm making money right now, if I gotta go get money, I can't be around, and you know, people would and not there for your children, they would be like, oh my God, what type of mother would put her child before her child? Like, it would just be, they would be lighting her ass up.
No, they
Like,
wouldn't.
women aren't allowed to do that. Women aren't allowed to say they tired. You know what I'm saying? Because they've been working all day. They still got to come home, make the meal, make sure they have bath time, help with the homework, especially if they're by themselves. They still got to do all of that. And ain't nobody like, oh yeah, they just feel like you have to do it no matter what. But if a man is saying, well, I'm working, you expect me to go get this money, how can you expect me to also come home and cook? How can you expect me also to come home and, you know, do sexual gymnastics? How can you expect me to also come home and take care of the kids and make sure I'm reading to them and making sure I'm getting them ready for bed and all this other kind of stuff? People are very understanding if a man says that. But if a woman says that shit, it's just like she lost her mind.
Well, women get celebrated for saying that all the time. So I don't know why
I don't think that you should ever. I think you should.
They really do.
For what you're supposed to do.
Women,
but you know.
Well. I just want to make sure you were done. I want to cut you off.
No, go ahead. I'm good.
Okay. So yeah, women get celebrated for the bare minimum. I put a roof over your head. I put food in your stomach. I put clothes on your back. We've all heard that, right? I was doing the best I could with the best I had. We all heard that, right? And women are constantly praised for making do and doing just the things you're claiming they don't do. Now, in most of those cases, you're talking about a mom that's doing it on her own, right? So in this case, though, we know most dads aren't doing it on their own. They're doing it with in a family dynamic. So when the man is the person who's doing what he's supposed to do and being a provider, and he has to work that overtime, he has to do all of those hours, he has to work the job to where he's going to be away, of course he should be praised. Because if he wasn't there, first and foremost, well, the mom would be doing it all by herself and she'd have no time. She'd be doing it all by herself and she'd have no money. She'd be struggling through life without absolutely anything. So when the man is there doing his proper job that he's supposed to, somehow that's just his job, right? Mm-hmm. But when the mom is doing it, she's doing the best she could with the best she had. So no, that y'all know that's not accurate, man. The man don't get credit for him doing what he does, and then he gets chastised for missing out on things and not being there because he was literally doing just that. If I'm always around you and I'm not an entrepreneur, you know, that's like the smallest percentage of people. Most people work 9 to 5s. You got to go clock in at that job, work them 40 plus hours a week, and bring home the money to provide for your family. If he's not doing his job, then the kids don't get to do sports. The kids don't get the birthday presents, the Christmas presents, all these different things. So yes, a man that's being chastised for not being there when he's doing his role, that happens often. That's why we often talk about it, because that's how it happens.
So that goes back to the question. I'm gonna let you go right after Chaco. I just want to throw this in there, then you got it. That goes back to the question that I've heard be asked multiple times in different ways, which is, would you rather have a busy man or would you rather have a broke man, aka a man available to you? Because a busy man is going to be the man out there working, bringing home money. That's how it's been kind of propose. And if he has the time to give you like you really would want, he's typically a broke man because he's not busy enough. What do you think? And Chaco, I'll let you go first. What do y'all think about that?
So
I think
I
that's
disagree.
Women chose the bed. Women chose the bed and the
Hold
scammer.
on,
Women chose the scammer.
hold on, y'all. I said I'm gonna let Chaco go first. Y'all got it after her. Y'all got
All
it.
right, go ahead,
So
Chocolate.
I disagree with that. Just because like it just depends on what kind of family dynamic you have and what family dynamic that you want. Because it seems to me like you describing a family where I guess the woman is at home all the time and then the man is the main earner. I don't think that's most families. And I also don't think it makes sense to compare a father in a 2-parent home to a single mother. It just doesn't work. But yeah, I just think in most cases, if it is a 2-parent home, the mother and the father are both working. So I don't see why the father would have more of an excuse to spend time with his child as if the mother is not also working 40 plus hours a week. So yeah, that's just part of being a family. At first I misunderstood your question, like as far as like men who aren't around, like literally just aren't around and they just pay child support or something like that. But if you're talking about a man that's in the household, unless the woman isn't working, the man doesn't have an excuse to not be around. Because everybody has to work and has kids to take care of, not just him.
I kind of conflated the two. When I first posed the question, that's for like say you have a father who he's there, he's active, but he's not physically there with you. He may have a job that is demanding that has him away. Maybe he works in the military and y'all don't live together. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a scenario where you would have a father gone. Let's say he's a pilot.
Maybe he had two jobs. You know what I'm saying? My dad had 2 jobs. He worked 16-hour days. That happens, right?
It does happen. But can I speak next? I gotta go pretty soon.
Go ahead, Creative.
So I just want to talk about that question that you just stated. I think that's a state of mind frame, because when I was in the military, I used to be like, oh, I gotta work hard, I gotta be there all the time, I gotta do all of these things, I gotta prove myself. And I find that I will be at the job doing the most, and all these people will go home early, go see their family, make complaints, and they would leave. And I just think that if your family comes first and that's what you prioritize, you would make time for them. And I think sometimes we get stuck in this mind frame that we got to work. And no, you don't have to work. Like you don't got to work hard to do this and do that. You could set aside time, but there's a will, there's a way. I've seen people leave work for 2 hours and then come back. I mean, if you talk to your boss and you talk to them and you be like, I need this time for this, where there's a will, there's a way. You can work around your schedule. I've seen people in the military work around their schedules. I've seen people at jobs work around their schedules. So that's all I have to say there. Where there's a will, there's a way. You can make it there for your family.
There is no will or way during deployment.
Agreed.
I mean, that's deployment. But if you come back in port and you talk to your chain of command, they will allow you that time to go
unless it's
be with your family.
unless it's you can't just regularly get off, and you know that you can't.
I
just
know you
regularly
can't
get off
regularly
work.
go off. You can't. No, Mr. Fantastic. Even when I was an engineer, we put together times where, okay, if you want to do that, then you got to do all of this on your duty day. Or if you want to do that, then you got to work super late these 2 days. Like you will figure out a way how to fit your schedule where it could work with your family.
No, it's usually shift. That's usually done through shift work and what needs to be. But outside of that, no.
And even if you don't, if it's taking up too much time away from your family, and if you value your family and your children, then sometimes you got to figure out a different job.
That is ridiculous. That is crazy.
Yes, I agree with that.
Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I have a full-time job. I'm an entrepreneur, so I have my own therapy company, and I have a PRN job. Do I have to have 3 jobs? No, but that's what I'm choosing to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's a choice. That's a choice I'm making. I don't have to.
Though.
And all I'm saying is, to Creative's point, if something is important to you, people make time for it. This whole
Yeah,
idea
but
that,
love, you
oh, well, no,
literally,
I can't. Because what Chaco Kitty was saying was right. When she's saying, listen, you're gonna make time if it's important to you. If you want to take off work, you can take off work. If you don't have a
no, you
job where you can
can't.
take off work, then you can't take off work. But like she said, most of these scenarios, there's two people in the household and both people are working. I can understand Mr. Fantastic's point if he's saying he's the sole breadwinner and he's having to manage all the money and all the bills and everything that the child needs and everything that the wife needs and all that. Yeah, I get that. I can understand how it's like, yo, you got to pick up the slack everywhere else. You got to understand that I'm trying to get this money to support my family. That's understandable. But this idea that most families are out here like we're in the 1940s where the woman is staying at home and she's not contributing financially is just a falsehood.
Yeah, but
Know that most women are out here working because we have to.
yeah,
Not
but
because
so
we don't have that luxury a lot of times. Not me.
yeah,
But
so yeah, so two things. So you're killing your own point by saying you're basically working 3 jobs. You're Jamaican out here. That's crazy, right? So you're saying you could give more time to your kid, but you're saying how you choose not to by working 3
I don't
different
have
jobs.
a child. So no, I'm not killing my own point.
Okay, my bad. I didn't know that. I thought you were speaking from the point of a mother. But okay, if we used your scenario, right, you would be the antithesis of the point you're trying to make. So speaking of what I was talking, I'm not even speaking of the man being the sole breadwinner, but the man being the main breadwinner. Because I don't know how and why we do this, and we make it seem like black men out earn their wives in most of these situations or these relationships if they're in relationships. That's the fact of the matter. Now, I don't know about how much. I don't think it may not be an exorbitant amount, but we know that men work way more hours and way more overtime. So even though it may not seem like it, on I guess like you just 40-hour work week, if that man is working, let's say he has a career job and his wife is doing something that's more along service jobs, just because most women work those type of jobs, and there's a substantial gap, but not something crazy. I mean, what are we doing? What's more important?
When you say service job, what do you mean by that?
So service
Like a
jobs,
teacher?
like cashiers, waiting, more lower level, not
I
a
can't
skilled
take
job.
All right, yeah,
I
I'm about to
can't
go.
take it.
I'm gonna holler at you, Candy. Yo, good one.
We work service
Appreciate
jobs.
you,
Okay.
Chaco.
Well, it's true. I mean, you can
Job?
literally you can Google it. You don't have to take my word for it. Women work the majority of non-skilled labor.
Non-skilled labor. Okay.
Why do you
Yes.
say that? There's a lot of women who are lawyers, a lot of women
No,
who
they're
are
not.
doing paperwork. There are a lot of women.
Paperwork is not skilled labor.
Maybe it's the women he
Yes,
knows.
it is. If you got to go
It's not the
read
women
through
I know.
things and do
It's not the women I
research,
know.
Most
Just
of the
Google
women
it.
in the
I
world
got
work
Google.
non-skilled
and
skilled
then you got to
jobs.
Yes,
type up
non-skilled
and you got to
labor.
do stuff like that.
So
I think the
most of the
reason the
women in
women,
the world are not
let
educated.
me push, let me give
Yeah,
a
no.
little bit of a
Most of the
pushback.
women in the world are not educated.
Oh, okay.
Fantastic. The reason why they're pushing back is because you just had one woman say she was an engineer, another woman say that she
She's
is
an
a
exception,
therapist.
and that was an
Then,
engineer in the military.
well,
That's
how,
Okay,
an
what's
exception.
wrong with being an engineer in the military?
Well, it's not the same as being an
Well, I have
engineer
3
as an
college
engineer.
It's the
degrees,
same
so
thing.
I
You
guess
got
I'm
to.
the
It's
exception
not the
too.
same.
I'm so confused. You got to look up tech manuals. You got to know your equipment. You got
But
to
you
know
know,
all
but
of
you
these things.
understand
For me, it's harder.
without the engineering degree, you're not an engineer.
Yeah, but I'm a hands-on engineer. I'm
I
learning on
understand
the
that.
job,
I'm
and
not
I'm
I'm not
fixing stuff
taking
right
anything.
then and there.
I'm not
I'm
trying to
ordering
take anything
parts.
away from you,
I'm
right?
doing that right in front of
I
me.
understand
I'm
that.
not going in a classroom to go read books and then be designated
And the
one thing to
military
do.
so
trusted her to be an engineer,
I'm
so I think that's
confused.
something.
You lost me in the conversation on this. What did?
So
Oh shit.
you're an engineer by trade, but not designation.
What does that
But the
mean?
thing is, the military
Engineering is something
trusted
that you
her
have
to
to
be an
have
engineer.
designation to be. There's literally I don't want to say a license, but pretty much like a classification of being an engineer once you're an engineer.
A certification.
So are
Not
you
even a
saying that she
certification,
could
it's
only be an
higher than a
engineer in
certification.
the military, but not in the actual regular
Yeah,
world?
but what she's saying engineer. What were you engineer on? What kind of engineer were you?
I used to work on gas turbine engines.
On the
So I
boat?
was the electrical part of that
What, in the Navy or the Army or what?
in the Navy.
Yeah, so boat.
I would trust her to, you know what I'm saying, do my stuff, child.
It's not about a trust thing,
And
right?
I
So
was telling people, I was like, I used to do like a little ball change out on a big ass engine, and that's like a regular engine change out on your regular cars.
I got you. Diesel,
And I
any
can do
type
it.
of diesel engine. I understand that. I'm not. What I'm saying is though, it's just like me saying that I'm like an electrician, right? I'm an electrician by trade, but I'm not an electrician by certification or license until I get it done, right? So, once I have the certification or the licensing or the what do you call it, the apprenticeship or whatever, or the mastery, right? Then that's what it is, and that's what you're recognized as in the civilian world. It's a lot of jobs. Like
That's the civilian world. I'm talking about on the job, really doing it, not just going to the school and learning for 4 years to get it. I'm actually doing it hands on and
Yeah, I understand
figuring
that.
it out.
Yeah, and I understand that, but what I'm saying is this, right? So we don't get lost up in that, right? The point is this: even in that, how many more female engineers were there compared to men? Tell them.
Well, not that many because they normally
you.
they leave. They
But
don't
isn't
come
it
back.
dominated by
So
men?
that's
Isn't the
that's
military? Hold on. Isn't
it's
the
not just
military
military,
dominated by
love.
men?
Yeah,
It's
it
not
is.
just military.
So
It's
of
not
course,
just
then
military.
that means there's going to be way
Engineering.
For the
more.
most part, it is.
Baby,
Yeah.
you gotta,
So
baby,
then
you
it's going to
keep.
be way more. So
Because
like,
I'm not trying
let's
to
not do
argue
that.
with you, but you want to keep cutting me off, and all I'm doing is simply telling you the truth. I don't even know why you would try and argue that they're anywhere near close female
I
engineers
wasn't
to male
arguing.
engineers.
I was just saying. You're making
We
the point
never
that
said
it's
that. We
female.
just said that there are a lot of women who are doing other jobs and just service work. That's it. We're trying to
Well,
say there are
no.
a lot of smart
If you're
women
who
who own
again,
businesses who not
you
just
guys didn't
close out there and
again.
just
You
do
guys,
service work.
you still didn't listen to what I said. So I said
We
what I
heard you.
said is still accurate, right? So the majority of service jobs are done by like women. The more low-level jobs, more unskilled labor
You
is
so
done by women.
condescending. I can't
He
take
It's not.
is like I
Why
don't
are you
You
being
so
get it. Like
condescending?
what?
If I'm,
All right.
why is the truth? Why
I
is the
would like
truth
to look this up
condescending?
because I want to see if he's
Yeah, why is
correct.
the truth? Why is the truth condescending? I'm just telling
No,
you the
I'm just
truth.
saying you're being
I'm not saying this
Before
is
we
a
go in
gotcha.
circles, y'all, let me look it up. Let's look it up. I'm going to AI it. I know y'all.
I know
We
that's
got the
right.
dreaded AI that everybody hates.
I like AI. It helps me make thumbnails for YouTube. I'm just saying.
Okay, hold on. Let me get out of this.
Yep. Same here.
AI is taking over, child. Listen.
I'm gonna
Duck,
do
duck, go.
ChatGPT for it.
I use it for my music videos. Yep.
Not music videos. You got music videos, Mr. Husker? Okay.
Okay, so which
For the
gender
last year. Oh, my bad. All right.
works the majority
Of low-level service jobs. Child.
would you add in unskilled with service or just
Yes,
service
You don't have
jobs?
to, you can just put
He said
service. You don't even have to do
unskilled.
low level. Just put service.
Well, no,
Just put
that's what
service.
you
You don't-
said.
You
You
don't,
said.
you don't
So
even
let's
have
go
to
with what
do.
you said.
You don't even have to do. You don't even have to do low level. Just put service.
Why not low level?
Yeah. Screw the low
I'm
level.
gonna do both. We're gonna start with just the majority of service jobs.
What does that say? Absolutely.
Okay, it says globally. Let me switch this to America because
Yeah,
I
let's
only
Don't
want to
do
talk
the
about
same
it.
Globally.
thing with America, love.
It said women make up the majority of workers in many service sector jobs, but not the sector. Okay.
Yeah.
It still says
again,
women.
Yeah, it's women. I'm not saying anything to shoot shots or be condescending.
Healthcare.
I haven't changed my
I mean, to
tone.
be
Healthcare
fair,
service.
I haven't changed my
Hold
tone.
on,
I mean,
y'all.
to be fair,
Preparation.
these jobs are taken up by women, honestly, whether it be healthcare,
One of the
food
things we gotta
preparation.
stop doing. Hold on, Hustler. I know y'all hear me.
Sorry.
One of the things we have to stop doing is talking over each other. That's not gonna be conducive for the listeners or for us. And you're right. So going by service, when we define service, it's not all low level. Like you said, healthcare support, personal care and service, food preparation and serving, building and grounds cleaning and maintenance, protective service. It says overall, women make up about 55 to 57% of the workers in the service occupation. So it's not all women, it's a majority.
That's what I said. Love.
55%, that means 45% of that is still men.
Right. On
Yeah,
those
but
low level
but
unskilled
y'all-
jobs that you were talking
what-
about. That's
I
funny.
literally I said verbatim. I said the majority. I didn't
You
say
did.
vast majority.
You
I just
did.
simply told the truth. Yeah, I don't know why we.
What I'm not triggered. I'm just getting some clarification. I
Well,
think what happened
It's
was
not for you, love. I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? I don't just say things for the sake of saying them, right? So just again, This is my first time up here. I'm just trying to have a conversation. I'm not here to,
It's not your first time. You was here. You done forgot already that you was here last
No.
week.
It's like officially. That was me addressing me. I'm here just on my own accord today.
So, Mr. Fantastic, can I ask you a question?
Sure, love.
So do you do a high level job or high skill job or?
Right now, no. I'm retired, baby. I'm living the life.
Okay. You retired from the military?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So when you hear the term service job, just for the future, that doesn't necessarily mean low level. Like healthcare is not low level. Protective service, that's considered police officers, firefighters, corrections. That's not low level either. So just keep that in mind. I think what triggered the women was hearing women work low level service jobs.
But to be fair, I said and. So if you do that's true also. For the majority, that's why I was specific. So the majority of cashiers and unskilled labor are going to be women by far. I think that's going to be an even greater number because most women are going to work jobs that aren't super labor intensive. And it's pretty much like I said, if you go to most restaurants, who's on the cash register, right? You go to most restaurants, who is more waitresses than waiters, right? So you get into those jobs that don't require a lot of skill and it's just, interaction with people. It's more women. It's way
I do
more
have a
women
question for you. Are we also separating this by age? Because when you talk about cashiers in these places, I usually see young women. We're talking about teens
21.
and early 20s while they're still in college. I don't see a lot of older, more seasoned women collectively doing these sorts of jobs.
No, the vast majority. Now, if you're talking restaurants, you might have a point, right? But we know the vast majority of shopping stores, be it Walmart or be it like Dillard's, those are going to be women also. And those women.
So maybe that's their second job.
Well, I mean, no, I don't think. I know for sure the majority of women don't have two jobs.
I do, but okay.
Well, you don't use yourself, baby. Don't use yourself, love. Y'all got to stop making yourself the exception to the rule.
I'm the exception in every way. But go ahead.
That goes back to my original question, which before I integrated the TD Jakes thing into it, if you have a father who is absent because of his job, right? Would you consider him still to be a quote unquote good father if the only way that he could be there in a father capacity is financial? Meaning majority of the time is spent away from his family and kids.
I can't say that you could say he's not a good father per se, because like how you said, if they're in the military, my cousin, he used to work offshore or whatever the case may be, but his wife didn't work and he had 3 kids and he was the sole provider. So 100%, I'm never going to say he's not a good father, because when he was home, he was with his kids. You know what I'm saying? So I can't say, I don't think you can speak in absolutes about stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because it's going to be dependent on the dynamics that family has. But in general, when I don't like it when they allow it to be like as if it's okay for the man to show it financially only and we should just accept it. That's the part that I have a problem with, because I feel like, you know what I'm saying, you got to have a little bit of balance. And I feel like on the woman's side, if that is the case, where he's the one out there, the sole provider or the majority provider or whatever, then you do have to understand that if he's working really hard and he is working extra hours or stuff like that, you got to be understanding to that. And that's why I say you need balance. But for the ones that's like, I'm just only paying child support and I don't give a damn and I'm never going to come over and take the kids, or do anything with them or, then that's a different scenario to me.
Yeah, that's not an involved father, though. I don't think she was talking about him. I think she's talking about the father is actually in the picture and actually in the household.
Yeah, I am. I'm specifically like for instance, you hear people talk about the stories of like their granddad or whatever, or their dad. My dad was never really there. Like he was always at work. Yes, he was a good provider. He paid the bills. He took care of the family. My mama worked too, but my daddy was always at work because, whatever. Maybe mom didn't have as high of a paying job. Dad had to work a lot of hours. And so then I hear stories of people saying like, my dad never really came to any of my events. He never really showed up to this or that. He was always at work. Would you consider this man to be a successful father? Like, I mean, I know I'm asking you in absolutes. This is just an opinion, right? Because nobody's going to live or die off of what we say in this moment. But I'm just wondering the thought process, like, is that an acceptable way to parent, or
So
especially for the men? I
I
especially
think
want to hear the men like chime in on this, because would you all say that that is a good way to parent, or do you feel like Chanel said earlier, a more balance is needed? Would you make more time to come to these things for your kids?
I'm making time, man. I'm not missing nothing in my child's life. That's the most important thing to me is time and time spent. I mean, I can remember when I was a child, like, and you know what I'm saying? You want your father to be there for things, and you know what I mean? Thank God he was. But you know what I mean? The times that he couldn't or whatever, you know, that it would hurt, it would sting. So it's the most important thing is time spent with your children, and that's actually raising them. So
Mhm.
I'm not an excuse maker type of man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm going to make the time, I'm going to be there, and my word is bond. And that's that.
Mm.
And the
I don't
rest
know.
of the men on
One
here?
of my sister-in-laws, she's a she works a lot. So she doesn't but she's the provider, like, for the kids. Like, the fathers are around, you know what I'm saying? But she works a lot. You know, that's her thing. She's like, I want to make a lot of money and make sure my kids can go to private school and all that kind of thing. And to some people, they may feel like, well, you know, because I feel like we're the village, right? So they come, we take them out of town, we do stuff with them and whatnot. And they do stuff with their fathers too, but it's not as much time spent with. I'm saying for her as the parent, even though she's there, they live with her, you know, but she's
Okay.
busy.
So then okay, good. So what you just related was the same scenario. Instead of it being on the father, where the father is absent, now the mother is a career woman who's more focused on making money and not there for a lot, like absent for a lot of the things that mothers would typically be there for. How do you feel about
Yeah,
her? Like,
like we've done a lot. Like, we've taken them to Hawaii. They've come with us to Disney World, to what is the other one, Sea World, all kinds of things, you know. But I wouldn't say she's absentee. Let me be very, very clear. She's definitely present in their lives, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, they live with her. But it's like you can't be everywhere all the time, you know what I mean? So that's why I was saying, you know, if the father is in their life, like how you were saying, in the household, and he's, you know, grinding, I do think you got to make some room for the fact that he's grinding. So I'm not gonna just, you know, throw him away and say that no, they're absolutely not a good father, you know, or anything like
Hey,
that, because she's absolutely a good mother. It's just she can't be everywhere all the time, you know. But if in their mind, I'll say this one last thing: in the child's mind, that's really who you could ask the question to, because they're going to be the ones that really be able to determine, do I really think my daddy was there? Do I really think my mama was there? You know, they could say, yes, she spent all this money making sure that we went to private school and making sure we, you know, went on trips and provided money for us to go there. But what's more important, is it that you spent money for them to come with us to Disney World, or is it more important that you came to Disney World? You
and
know?
that's my whole point of asking this question, because at the end of your life, when you were passing away, as the hopefully your children outlive you, because I think that's most parents' goals, right? When this child, who is now hopefully an adult with their own kids, and you got to see grandkids and all that fluffy shit, at that point, hopefully you have more memories of your parents or with your parent than you, like, because you're not going to remember the money. That's my point. Money is important. It is necessary to make sure that you have a life provided for. But if you're still not there to make memories with this child, you are going to leave a void, don't you think? Like, don't y'all think, to some extent, when you're remembering the good old days of what mom did or dad did, dad got to be there to do those things. Mom has to be there to do those things to even make those memories.
Without a doubt. Is there any question? I mean, that's what we work all year for. We save up our time, our vacation time, and everything to make time for those moments and times. And you know, already got it on the schedule. You know what I mean? It's already worked out.
I mean, that is the way that I would anticipate it being, but you'd be surprised how many people I have heard, men I have heard, and some women who are there but barely. Like, they're there but barely. Like, they spend more time. I think some people, and this is gonna sound harsh, but I think some people get into families and get into relationships and realize that it might have been more than they were really equipped to deal with, and they like spending more time at work. They feel more comfortable at work than at home around their families. Now, there are some people I know that feel like if they're not doing something, they're like if they get antsy. I don't know if that's ADHD or whatever, but I do know that there are some people who
That's
spend
still
all their time
busybodies. They're
busybodies,
busybodies.
yes.
Mhm.
And there are some people who they focus more on, I got to make the money, I got to make the money, I got to make the money, I got to make the money. And they feel like the money almost, like when I look at it from the outside, I look at it as you're acting like money is a substitute for your time and for you being present. Now, while money is important, don't get me wrong, I think at the end of the day, like you have to slow down to actually remember to be there for your kids. Show up to the events and don't let your job stand in the way of that. I get that you have to provide. I get that you have like the rise and the fall of this family falls on your back. I understand that. But I'm just thinking like I'm even going back into my own childhood. My dad didn't come to a lot of our stuff. He was there. He was present in the house. I grew up in a 2-parent household. And I have to be grateful to that man because without his sacrifice, without him working, my mother would not have had the opportunity to be present in his absence, to be there for these things. Like, so that's why I understood where Fantastic was coming from earlier when I think Choco Kitty said he can't compare a 2-parent household to a single mother. I don't think that that's actually what he was doing, unless I heard it wrong. What I heard, or at least what I thought I heard, was him saying that the presence of an active father in the home allows you to be able to have the time to do the things that you need to do versus it all being on your shoulders as a single mother. And did I
But I
paraphrase that
think that
correctly?
No,
oh,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, because the scenario that was given is most of the scenario that was given was that of a single mom that she's saying she doesn't get praised for all those things and so on and so forth. The mom is praised whether she's in a single parent household or a 2-parent household. The mother, the black mother specifically, is the most revered person in the family. By all means, she get the credit whether she deserves it or not.
But I think too, to me, I think it matters like the smaller things sometimes because kids, I think, are resilient and they'll understand to some degree. Yeah, dad was at work, especially once they have kids. They really get it then. They be like, oh, I understand why my mom was crying, or oh, I understand why my daddy wasn't available, or whatever the case may be, or at least they try to. But I think it's more about the quality. You know what I'm saying? When you do have that time off, and you say, you know what, before I go to bed, I'm gonna make sure I go in here and, talk with my child, ask them how their day was, or whatever the case may be. They're gonna remember that. Even if you can't show up at a basketball game, you know what I mean? If it's like, well, we gonna play, like, for example, my husband, my nephew will come over here sometimes, and he playing football or whatever, and he's little, he's only 8. But you know what I'm saying? They be out here across the street at the park playing football. He's gonna remember that. Does he come to our house every single weekend and do that? No. But he comes a few times a month, and he's going to remember that, and that's not even his daddy. And so it's just, to me, it's the small little things. He gonna be like, my uncle took me fishing. My uncle, because I told him, look, I did all the stuff with the girls, and it's a boy now, so you got to do stuff with the boys, and he does. You know what I'm saying? And so to me, that's why I said, it's gonna be different if you the father in the household and things like that. But sometimes it's the quality time to just say, you know what, I'm gonna make one time every 2 months, because I really work hard all the time, that I'm gonna take little bro out and we're gonna go out and have dinner, just me and him, or just me and the girls.
But that's what I'm saying too, and that's speaking from that perspective. I don't know why we're acting like the dad is never involved. For the most part, most people work Monday through Friday, right? Even if it's overtime, off on weekend. As a dad, okay, who's been a dad like pretty much all of my adulthood, I've always seen other dads out with their kids, be it military, be it civilian, be it whatever. At the most important events, kindergarten graduation, dads were there. Elementary school graduation, any type of graduation, there are a lot of dads there. If there are big important moments, dads are there. So I know the dads may not be there for the sentimental stuff. A lot of like the little, I guess the stuff y'all talking about. But if you go to a Pop Warner game during the weekend when it's that season or whatever sports season, the dads are there cheering the hardest and supporting the most.
I don't think we bashing dads though. I
never said you were, love. Never said.
No, I'm not talking to you specifically.
You don't do that over here. No way.
I'm just speaking in general. I just think that we just having a conversation. That's all.
And I want to welcome in Big J, Triple X
Hey,
to
Mr.
the
J.
stage.
How you doing?
Why you
Well,
sound
y'all
like you
have a
just
good
woke up,
one.
Big
This was a
J?
good conversation. Y'all have a good one, Candy.
Thank you, Chanel.
You're
because
welcome.
Okay,
because
take
I
care,
did.
Chanel.
You did just wake up. See, how did I know that? I've known you too long. Look at that. I could tell right off the bat. How much did you hear of this conversation, Big J?
Talking about single mothers are revered and such and such. I don't think that's a fact. Because you're hearing the demonization of single parenthood, and and think every man who's raised in a single parent household is condemned to the prison. So that I've been hearing that for the last ever since the 1990s. I think that's a fallacy argument. I think the argument is flawed. So,
Yeah,
anyway,
but no one's ever said that. No one's ever said that the majority of black men that were raised by single mothers end up as criminals. Is that it's the other way around, actually. So you're having either a fallacy or misunderstanding of,
no,
all
I was
birds.
making a general statement. I was making a general statement on how one argument led to another flawed argument.
Well, no, nothing was flawed because no argument that was made was flawed, right? So, again, the single mother is revered the most because that's the majority of mothers in the black community, and the mother is the most celebrated person in the black community. It's not even close.
Not if I listen to FM radio like I do every day. Listen to white conservatives, land blast black single mothers all the time.
White conservatives don't have a voice in the black community.
Yes, sir. Yes, I do. Because you apparently
White
support
conservatives don't
Donald
have a
Trump.
voice.
Y'all support MAGA.
White conservatives
No,
don't
y'all
have a
support
voice.
MAGA. Y'all
White-
support MAGA.
So we have a question from the chat. Choco Kitty wants to know: Black mothers are revered by who?
Everyone, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, husbands, other mothers. Candy. I think we're somewhere around the same age. Do you remember approximately? I want to say maybe 5 to 10 years ago when there was this trend of black women saying, "I'm the father and the mother. I should be celebrated during Father's Day."
I do recall that. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Thank you. I think that proves my point.
I do recall the moms. Yeah.
Yeah, black women had a hell of a run, saying that they're both the mother and the father, and and if anyone dared give pushback, they were destroyed. So yeah,
And I was one of the men who also called bullshit on that. See, let's be fair on that. I was there calling bullshit on that too. But let's not make no mistake about how some niggas think that SBE is the answer to everything.
All right. So before y'all go into that, since I do have Big J and I do have Mr. Fantastic on the panel, I do want to ask you the purpose of this stream. What I started off talking about and kind of how we got to fatherhood and motherhood and all of that. I said, I, as somebody who does not have children to this day, had an experience, and I kind of went down my own dry run at being a single mother and helping to raise my niece, right? And I said that I have determined, based off of having a horrible experience dealing with her father, that I did not want to be a single mother, right? So it's my personal belief that if a woman in the year of 2026 decides she wants to have a child and she knows that she's capable of doing it and available, financially available, mentally available, and all of the leads that you want to throw in there, then the man that she has a child with should want this child even more than she does. Otherwise, she's doing a disservice to herself.
she's doing a disservice to the child the most.
The child and herself, yes. But yes, I said herself, but yes, the child is the primary focus.
Yes, so I agree wholeheartedly. I don't see anything wrong with what you said.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure this was a conversation I was having with a homegirl. I kind of floated it like a couple of lives ago, and I wanted to explore it more to see what people think about that. Like, if you are a woman having a child today, make sure that man that you are laying down with wants this kid even more than you do, because you already know what you are capable of, or at least you should know what you're capable of, as far as in your nurturing, as far as in your love, as far as your capacity to provide all of the good things mothers are supposed to provide. So that means that that man needs to be even more like on the same program as you. Y'all got to be on the same program, and he has to want this kid even more, to the point where I feel like if we split up, he's probably gonna be the type to ask, "Give me my kid. I want that's my kid," type of thing. I would prefer that kind of a man over somebody who was like lackadaisical about being a father. Because the scariest thing for a woman today is to lay down with a man, have a child, and for him to be like, "Fuck them kids, I'm out," if the relationship doesn't work out.
Well, I think that's some very wise advice to give, but I don't know how many women are taking it.
I don't know. I might be late to the party with my opinion. You know, I mean, if anybody who, I don't know how many viewers I may have that are younger who haven't already gone that route to being like a single parent, I'm telling you, it's not an easy thing, and that's coming from somebody who was, like, again, a guardian raising. I know that being a single father is not easy. I've seen single fathers do it. Like, I had one that I did an interview with a few weeks back, SBK Media from Texas. And he came and told us about, losing his child's mother. Like, she passed away, and he had no choice but to step up and raise his daughter. And it looks like he's done a damn good job. Like, I will always give credit for that. But it's not something that I would walk into as an option or a choice. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So earlier, Unc B Streaming was up here, and he basically said that the precursor to all of this is vetting. Let me ask you all a question. As men, have you ever dated a woman and felt like she pulled an okie doke on you, like she wasn't the person she presented herself to be?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
So if that's okay, and did you? I mean, y'all don't have to get personal, but did you sleep with this woman and did you raw dog her before you found out that she wasn't who she presented?
Fuck no.
Nope.
Of course.
Fuck no.
Nope.
I got 2 no's and a yes.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I got 2 yeses
be real.
and 2 no's.
It should probably be four yeses, but I mean, I'm not gonna press it. But yeah, of course.
I got Coach Ferg. Hey, Coach Ferg. I got Coach Ferg in the chat saying no. So fantastic. I don't know, man. Some of these men are standing on their nose.
Yeah, because it is a no. It is a no because I'm not the one paying child support. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
Right.
Is that a no on you getting raw? Hold on.
So you never had raw sex with a woman?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to ask you.
So you never had
raw
raw sex with a
dog?
woman?
No.
You, bro, get up. See, Candy, come on, love. Come on.
No.
Now. You believe that? This month, a
We
grown
talking about
man
Big
that's
J.
never
I do
had
believe it.
unprotected sex with any woman he's dealt
Talking
with?
about Big J. We're talking about Big J. I do believe it.
Yeah, you do got a point.
Now, if you had asked me
because the thing is, you can't just put onus on the women because you also have a choice to raw dog that heifer or not.
Why she got to be a heifer, Big J?
That's what I said earlier. Mm-hmm.
I'm using y'all's terminology, not mine. Simon, be quiet for a minute. The thing is, it's called.
Tell your mother to be quiet. Don't talk to me like that, bro.
Hold on,
at the end
Simon.
of the day,
Hey, the man was talking, man. Come on, man.
Let him finish his point, Simon, and then you can jump in. I'm gonna let you jump in, but let Big J finish because I don't want to cut him off.
Because the thing is, right? It's called self-control. And if you don't have self-control, why are you up here talking about that you are the man? Any man who said, "Yeah, I raw dog a woman," and she's the same woman that did me wrong, and she's the same woman that I didn't vet good. Well, whose fault is that? The fault is you at this point because you raw dogged. I'm about to say you raw dogged this woman. So it takes 2 to be responsible on that. So you're governed by lust. You're not governed by love. You're governed by passion, but not compassion. Do you understand? I'm done. You go have at it, Candy.
Candy, love, you asking us questions. Can we ask you questions Love.
Yeah, you can ask me questions back.
Candy,
If
have
it's
you
too
ever
personal, I
had?
may not answer, but I definitely
Okay,
will. I
you
mean, if
don't
I
have to
can.
answer, but I'm gonna ask Kevin. Candy, have you ever had unprotected sex in your life?
I have.
All right. Okay.
So,
Again.
okay,
So no, what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying is most men prefer, of course, respond. You can because Candy, you can like I said, you don't have any kids, right?
I do not.
And the vast majority of sex had does not result in children, right?
I mean, it doesn't. What? Okay, let me be frank about this. As a woman, you can really only get pregnant 6 days out of the
Thank
month.
you. So my statement stands. The vast majority of sex had does not result in pregnancy or childbirth, correct?
That is true.
The vast majority of sex does not result in STD transmission, correct?
I should hope not. That is true.
No, it doesn't. So why does everybody act like you cannot have responsible unprotected sex? Now, of course, you shouldn't be just doing it with everybody. You shouldn't just be, raw dog and everything. But usually if people are in a committed monogamous relationship, right, they have unprotected sex responsibly, correct?
You should be, yes.
Yeah,
Or
so
you
so
can.
why are
I'm not
we
gonna say
acting
should
like
be. You can, yes.
why are we acting like this is such a taboo thing?
I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily taboo. My whole thing is, again, I
I
brought
do.
this up. I brought it up because Unc be streaming again said about vetting better. Did I?
Yeah, you
I'm
did.
sorry, y'all. I got to step
You're right.
away. I got to
My
step
bad.
away for just 1 second, and my family's reaching out, and this is important. Can y'all
Okay.
hold the panel down for a second for me, please?
Of course. I ain't
Thank you.
ever calling myself a father. Oh, that's true. Oh, Simon, you was trying to say something. Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, it don't really matter. Like people turn around, they act like they want to have you know, like conversation about relationships and shit, but they ain't really experienced shit. Like I don't know many people that would be like, okay, like I had something decent going on for like 3 months or some shit. Like most of these motherfuckers out here, and like, yo, you ain't doing nothing, bro. Ain't you want to turn around and go, oh, I want a girl who's gonna cook and clean, like, bruh, like it just sounds weak. You know what I'm saying? Like we are in 2026, nigga. Like at the end of the day, like I don't know what the hell you playing about with, but it don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta scratch yourself up and be the best man you can. You know what I'm saying? It don't work like that no more. You know what I mean?
What
Like
don't work
what?
like what? What are you saying? You saying a
I,
lot of know what I'm saying and a lot of know what I mean, but what are you saying?
Yo, okay, fantastic. Yeah, I didn't even want to go oppose you because I'm your fan. You know what I'm saying? You knocked that nigga out. I was like, yo. But I'm just saying, you don't play with me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't that nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
You turn across your statistics, do your shit.
let's not turn this into that, man, because we know how that's gonna go.
All right,
But
so
we
so
got
what's
a
your
new
question?
young lady on the panel. Let's let her hear from her, love. What do you have to add to the conversation? Welcome.
Hey everyone. Hey. I came up here to speak from a single mom perspective. Uh, with a great co-parenting relationship. I will say that it's not easy. It's not easy at all raising kids by yourself, but what I will say is the person you have the baby with, like I think you all have said it.
Oh
It makes
my
a
god,
difference
man. Look, I'm sorry.
in
Look,
whether or
I
not.
can't take this shit. Like
Bro, chill out, bro.
Hold on, hold on, Simon. Come on, show some
Come on,
respect.
let
That's
the
my
woman
home girl.
finish.
It makes a
Let her finish.
difference. It makes a difference in whether or not the relationship is doable. um and how the kids perceive the father as well. Um
Yeah. So I'm kind of curious.
So what am I trying to say is, so I want to speak on the absent father. So my daughter's father, we live 700 miles apart.
Okay.
He's in Atlanta, and I am in Baltimore. But for the past 8 years, we have been able to co-parent pretty effectively in 2 different states. Right now, my girls are with their dad, and they usually go with him every summer. I'm sorry, you hear my son in the background. I'm sorry about that. But they usually go with him every summer. And like I said, we've had a good run for the past 8 going on 9 years of co-parenting. But what I will say is that it's been hard. And I think young women should understand that, sometimes relationships just don't work. They don't last. Him and I gave it a good run. We were together for about 12 years before we split. But sometimes they just don't last, and it is hard by yourself.
You chose wrong. That's all.
Okay, you can say that.
Well, at least she's honest about it. I mean, we
Go
all
ahead,
got to
continue.
cheat better at the end of the day.
Well, no. So you guys, you said 12 years. So you said that's your ex-husband,
No, we never got married.
but just
We lived
long-term
like we were
relationship.
married. Yeah. We met in
And
college. We met in college.
you had 2 kids together, right?
We
2.
had 2 kids together, and we pretty much lived together.
All right, cool. And this, I'm guessing you're from. That's where you either transplanted to, or you're originally
We're
from
both
Atlanta.
from Maryland. We're both from
Oh,
Maryland.
okay. You transplanted out.
We moved to Georgia together. He
Okay.
still lives there. I came back home.
Oh, so you said it the other way around then. So you're in Maryland. He's in Atlanta.
Yeah, he's in Atlanta. I'm in Maryland.
Okay, because I thought you said it other way around. I could have been wrong. But either way, yeah. So So no, I think that's the key, right? The most important part, like you said, you should be with somebody that you love enough to where, and you care about enough, no matter whatever happens between you two, the kids are gonna be good, right? No matter what, if we don't work out, that don't mean we gotta fall out. You feel me? And make it hard on the kids. I think a lot of people lack that maturity. But the most important part is, like you said, you pick somebody that you was actually had a good relationship and a good rapport with, and you guys just didn't work out for the long term. Somebody
Absolutely. That's
you know
what
what I'm saying?
happened. Mhm.
So somebody that does the other route and
Why
they
you
get-
being so slick? Like, yo, bro, like, don't keep
Listen,
muting me,
Simon, I don't
Candy.
want to have to put you to the back, but you got to let these
You
people
can
get
do what
the
the fuck you want,
conversation.
ho. You can do what the fuck.
Simon, give it a rest already. Jesus, come on.
I mean, you'll be all
Hold
right.
on, wait.
You'll be
What's
all right.
Simon calling me a hoe?
What is he
He was talking to me.
That's why. That's
Yeah.
why.
Oh,
No, we don't do that shit over here. No. We ain't doing that bullshit over here. Go ahead.
Simon
That's
is
why
really
dumb
talking.
niggas
I'ma give
should
him a
not be
pass.
talking on panels. That's why dumb niggas should not be talking on panels.
Right.
Yeah.
This is too, like, we're having a serious conversation right now. It's not time. Like, when we get to the fuckery, we can do the fuckery. But right now, it's serious. So let them have their conversation.
Get it.
Go
No,
ahead.
I was just basically saying, unfortunately, I don't think most co-parenting situations or most kids being had are in that situation, unfortunately, right? Especially now, currently, a lot of these kids are being had just irresponsibly and on a whim. So,
and I would say, honestly, that I was lucky because when we met, we were irresponsible. We were college kids. So we met in college. I was 18 and he was 21. We met, we got in a relationship, we had, sex. I got pregnant. I had my baby at 20. So I was still in school at the time. And yeah, we were young and dumb, but what I will say is that we gave it a good run. We tried. We really did. And I could say that him and I both came from a good stop where we we wanted to still be able to parent our kids even together, even though him and I are no longer in a relationship. But yeah, I mean, I just wanted to share that it's not all doom and gloom. It's not all doom and gloom. Sometimes, like, but it is hard. It is hard. It's not easy. It is not easy once you are by yourself. It's not easy when you're with the man either. But it is very hard when you're by yourself.
So, like you said, we heard the little one in the back. So, what's up with that?
The little one he's new, as you can see. That's with someone else. That's a different story too. Our relationship is okay. It's okay.
So y'all aren't together though?
I just rather not speak on it.
Okay, respect.
Yeah.
And to the people saying yes, I had 2 babies out of wedlock. I got it right the first time. I had twins after my sperm was stolen. So for the person that's trying to like troll me in the chat, so yes, it's not a secret.
It was stolen.
You know, these genes were these genes were so spectacular where she just had to have them, and you know.
Okay, I need to know now. How do you steal sperm? Like, are you saying she went and got a condom and inserted it back into herself, or did she just leg lock you and not let go? What happened?
Well, no. So what happened was we were in a long-term relationship, and we were being responsible. She was taking birth control. She stopped taking the birth control without letting me know, and we continued having unprotected sex without my knowledge of her getting off the birth control.
So it is her fault, right? Because you got unprotected sex. So you rather SBE because it was your responsibility because you didn't follow your end of the bargain.
I don't think you have poor comprehension skills.
No. Hold on. You said you had
Hold on now. I hear you, and I don't like the SBE either. But if we make an agreement and I tell you I'm going to be on birth control and that's why you can shoot the club up, and then I stop taking my birth control and don't tell you, I've now tricked you. I've not kept up my end of the bargain. True enough, he still had some responsibility, but if you're in a long-term relationship with somebody, you're trusting that this person is doing what the fuck they told you they was going to do.
Especially after they've been doing it for a substantial amount of time.
Yep.
It's
Already.
one thing if you come and you don't really know her like that.
But if you don't want no children, why go raw dog in the first place?
Well, they
Again,
were
we
in
established
a
this now.
relationship.
Now,
That's
yeah.
what most people. I mean, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, love, you're right. Go ahead. You're
No,
a
I was
woman.
gonna say
How about you
most-
inform him of how most healthy adults.
I mean, most
you know.
relationships are like that. Once you're in a committed relationship, like you just kind of you don't use the condom anymore. It just
Yeah, no.
happens like that.
Yeah, nobody's having condom sex in a committed long-term relationship. You use birth control. You know what I'm saying? You do whatever you do, and you know, that's a big part of the monogamous part. But you know, I guess Big J has never had unprotected sex, and I guess we can understand. I mean, it's Big J. Who would want that?
Yeah, but at least I'm not here complaining the black community or the world of how fuck up black women are and blaming everything on her because you made the decision to have unprotected sex with a certain person, and you're not being responsible along with her. See,
How am I not being responsible? I was being responsible.
because you was having unprotected
You have poor
sex.
comprehension.
No, it's not poor comprehension. You got lust you got a lust problem.
Everyone
sir.
has lust.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't give in. See,
Before y'all continue,
I didn't give in to my lust desires.
Have you ever had
before
sex?
y'all
Yes, I have.
continue, let me ask, Big J, have you ever had a long-term relationship?
Nope.
And by long-term, I mean at least 2 years. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to.
I don't have to answer that question
Okay,
because
you perfectly fine on not answering.
because the onus is you don't hear no woman say, I dated 2 women off of YouTube, right? You don't hear them women say, I'm exposed Big J for doing this, that, and third. You know what? They haven't. And then, no, be quiet. I'm talking. And then on top of that, you don't hear no baby in the background. Why? Because this person responsible,
Nobody
and
wants
I
your
am
gene pool.
responsible. Do you
No one wants
understand?
your gene pool.
No,
one
and that's
no one
fine.
wants
And that's
your
fine. That's fine if they don't want my gene pool.
It's not fine. It's sad. It's actually sad.
Right, but that's fine. But guess what? We got a bunch of Delta Novembers breeding. We are breeding of Delta Novembers of dumb niggas.
Hey man, great.
And no. We got dumb niggas being born. Dumb niggas who want to blame society on their sexual choices. You got a bunch of Delta Novembers that come online thinking, oh well, I'm gonna go ahead though, and I'm gonna blame the black woman because my dick get hard. Oh, I'm gonna blame the black. I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump and say conservative bullshit because the black woman won't let me lead and she won't submit because my dick get hard by seeing some booty.
Why do you keep bringing up
No,
Donald Trump?
because y'all are conservative. You black Manister niggas are very conservative. And y'all got to go. And y'all part of the problem. You niggas got to get up out of here. And I'm being serious on that shit. But anyway,
Can I read before y'all continue? Can I address the money? Because I want my patrons to understand that they are loved and appreciated. I have Deborah Linnelli. Thank you so much, Deborah. She said, Candy, great conversation as always. And then we have Ashton, Shiesty Ashton from the Avengers. Big J don't know nothing about casual sex. LOL. All right.
Hey Ashton, at least though I'm not sitting there trying to sit there and say trying to talk about children the way you was talking about sexualizing children. I suggest Ashton, you shut the mighty fuck up before I drive out there to Houston to see your ass, nigga. Shut the mighty fuck up, nigga. I ain't talking to you.
Stop it, man.
No. You might want to stop. That's fantastic. I ain't talking to you.
Let me play my money on y'all. And then y'all can go right back at it. I promise you.
See, niggas need control.
Let me respect the money, y'all. Okay, y'all got it. I think Tequila was jumping in, if I heard you correctly, sis.
Yeah, Big J. Was that a dig at me when you said there's no baby in the background?
No. I said there's no baby in my background. You don't hear no child in my background.
Yeah, never will.
Okay.
And good. That's good though. If you think
that, it's truly sad. It's truly sad. It's truly sad that no woman wants your genes in her body. But anyway, as Tequila was saying, right?
At least though, I didn't drive 16 hours to meet with a bitch and then sit down. No, nigga, you talk too much. You talk too much. Yeah, 16 hours nonstop over some box.
Big J.
And you didn't receive.
I'm just gonna say this. I hope you ain't out here kissing these YouTube girlfriends you talking about, okay? Because more likely than not.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, hey, the
but more likely than not, they
you film yourself. No, nigga, you film yourself. You film yourself driving 16 hours.
Touch me. I can promise you this: if they done touch Big J, ain't no way they touching me. But anyway, listen. As we were saying earlier, right, and everyone had a consensus. Everybody has unprotected sex. Most sex being had is either non-consequential, purposely or accidentally, because most sex don't result in pregnancies or births. Most sex doesn't result in disease being spread, right? So everybody's out here doing whatever they're doing. Sex is a natural part of human adult living, right? So for us to come on here and constantly have these things about sex being had and the way it's being had and all these different things, as long as nobody's out here motherfucking, making a whole bunch of kids or spreading a whole bunch of disease, is moot. It's inconsequential. It don't make no sense because we all fucking, we grown, right? Health, a part of being a healthy adult human being is sex at some point in time, right? So when people hop on here and they say stupid shit like lusting, right? The act of sex itself is lusting, right? So unless you're going to be, celibate or abstinent, you know what I'm saying? Or some poor men have to go out here and buy it. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna say no names. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way you can get
I'm
sexual
going to mute. I
access.
can't with you. I'm muted.
What? So, well, I'm just saying, you just get, sexual access by purchasing. Hey, everyone lusts. Everyone sees a woman of the opposite. Every man sees a woman of the opposite sex, and he, imagines that woman in a physical situation, and there's nothing wrong with that. So again, man, shout out to all the straight guys that understand that lusting is okay. Lusting is
it's
actually
not.
needed.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Lusting is actually
No, it's
needed.
not. Not minority of you.
It's only natural humans, right?
Species. Without men lusting, there would be no human race and species, and women in turn. By the way,
Yeah, but here's the thing: you ain't supposed to act upon the fleshy desires.
if that's the case, human beings would die off. Again, you have poor comprehension.
No,
Acting upon,
you don't have comprehension.
I got a curveball to throw you then, Big J. Does that mean that you agree with Brownsville when he says lust needs to be taken off the top of your hierarchy?
Yes. I do agree with Brownsville. But the problem with Brownsville is he wants to be a blue pill simp with it. He wants to be a blue pill simp. And I don't like these blue pill. I got to cater to women all the goddamn time simping. I think men need to be having a moral, having a higher moral standard, but not at the behest of showing out in front of women and try to denigrate men to make women feel good like what he be doing. That's the difference between me and Brownsville and that punk ass nigga Sharon. I'm done.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Well, again, everybody keeps talking about this, bro, and I think again, I don't think I say this all the time. I don't think humans understand humans, right? A lot of people think they know, but people make it 30, 40 years on this earth and have absolutely no understanding of like people and themselves. So again, if you are a person that is not engaging in any type of sexual activity by choice, okay, by choice, not by force, as to where you're not desirable to the opposite sex and no one's willing to have sex with you, you really don't have the chance to have an opinion about sex for the most part, because you're speaking from a place of deficit and a lack of experience. So a lot of men that fit that mold seem to have the loudest voice about sex and sex being had, and that's the sad part about it, because a person that again can only get sex at the the lowest level, that person can't be a person you listen to because they don't understand the importance of sex, because they've always been at a deficit when it comes to sex.
But if that's the case, then why is there the manosphere then? If that's the case, according to your argument,
let him land his plane, and then you can ask Big J. Come on, let him land.
So a person that admittedly has never been in a long-term relationship, has not even known a woman to like him or care about him or have affection and emotions for him for a 2-year period, could never understand the intricacies of sex. A man that says he's never had unprotected sex in his life, he has never even really had sex. You can make that argument. Yeah, a man. I mean, Candy, do you? I mean, the natural way of sex is, no interference, no prophylactics, hey, skin to skin, as people like to say, right? So can you tell, do you value the opinion of a man that's in his fucking mid to late 40s opinion of sex if he's saying in real time that he's never had unprotected sex in his life? I don't want to hear shit.
That's why I asked about the long-term relationship first, because I didn't want to immediately go into like any sort of shaming. 'Cause I feel like most people who have
Oh,
had
I got it
some sort
covered.
of most people who've had some sort of long-term relationship have had unprotected sex. I think they kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, I
So
mean, you
by,
know,
so by that logic, by Mr. Fantastic, by Steve Richards' logic here.
Wait a minute. You're not doxing him, right? That's not his real
no,
name,
no,
right?
Reed
Well,
it's Reed Richards. That is
Reed
like,
Richards.
you
I'm
know,
sorry.
it's
I'm sorry.
Reed
I'm a
Richards.
DC
Come
fan. I'm
on,
not a
Big
Marvel fan.
J.
Okay, I'm a
Big J,
DC
why
fan. I'm
would
not a
you
Marvel
dox
fan.
on my
No, it's
panel? You
not my
know I
real
don't
name,
do
love. It's an
that.
That's not
alias.
his real
It's not my
name.
real name.
It's not his real
Candy.
name.
It's not my real name. It's just
Okay.
Mr. Fantastic's like legal name, but he
Yeah.
even messed that up. So even if he was trying, he fucked it up. But go ahead, Big J. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So Reed Richards can sit here and tell you that, oh, according to his logic, he said, well, you shouldn't be talking. Men who talks about sex too much are ones who not getting sex. Well, that's what the manosphere does, right, Mr. Fantastic? Right, Mr. Lee
brother,
Richards?
you're a horrible listener, brother. That's not what I said,
No, but you part of the black manosphere, right?
brother. That's not what I said. My
No, are you part of the
affiliation
black manosphere? Yes or no?
Association, or participation in the black manosphere has nothing to do with this conversation. And you
No,
didn't quote what I said.
because y'all as a collective like to shame, blame, and explain on black women and baby mamaism, right? Lee Richards?
Yeah, man, nah, bro. But again, like I said,
Am I right?
no, you're
Reed
wrong.
Richards?
Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong. So
Jim, would you please? I can't take it. I
yeah,
can't. You're gonna make me
so-
crack up. Please stop saying
yeah,
it like
so,
that.
so I'm gonna say it again. The vast majority of sex does not result in disease transmission. The vast majority of sex does not result in pregnancy or childbirth.
Then why is there an uptick in STI and other
Even the
diseases?
uptick in STI is less than.
Cause there's niggas like you that fucking pigs, then come back trying to fuck these women, ho. What the fuck you saying?
Oh my God, Ashton.
No, wait a minute, hold on, Candy. Cause these bitch ass niggas that I was sexualizing kids. Where the fuck I do that shit at, bitch?
On Bon Cherry's channel. Remember that? You
Bitch,
failed,
I
you failed to pay her
didn't
back.
do that.
You failed to pay her back.
You
failed to
stupid
pay her
ass.
back. You
You
failed.
know what I'm saying?
No, man.
Hey,
You
hey,
failed.
Candy.
No, nigga.
Hey, you gonna let this nigga yell and argue on your panel all fucking
Hold
night?
on,
That's what I'm saying. I hate this acting like a woman
Slow
shit.
down. I need both
Quit
of y'all
letting
to
these
slow
hoe
down.
ass niggas yelling and shit like they mama.
Okay, I got you, Ashton. Big J, you did make a statement to Ashton while he was in the chat about him and
Yeah,
children. So
but guess what? The nigga should have kept his mouth off of me.
Bitch ass nigga, wasn't nobody talking about.
No, nigga. You were talking about me in that damn chat room, nigga.
You weak ass hoe. What the fuck is you saying? What the fuck they got to do with you?
No, nigga, you got my name in your mouth, nigga.
What the fuck is you saying?
You got my name in your mouth.
hold on, y'all. I'm gonna play the song real quick and don't go nowhere. Do not leave. Do not leave. Ashton, don't leave. Big J, don't leave. Y'all hear me? Don't leave.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Nope. Still don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Still don't.
That's why
All right,
what needs to
slow
happen,
down.
you
Big
niggas
J.
need to be controlled. You
Big
niggas
J.
need to be controlled.
Big J,
The
stop.
things that come out your mouth
Please,
on me.
let me ask questions. Ashton, before you go. Now, Big J, what you said, were you being serious or were you putting a jacket on Ashton?
Well, I mean, he need to pay that bet because who wants to sit there and use that argument, putting children in a certain way, and that was some weird ass shit you did, Ashton. But anyway, let's keep it moving. So why was my name in your mouth in that chat room?
Wait a minute. Y'all are talking about when he said that some kid, the bet that he made over on the other channel. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what that's exactly what I'm referring to.
I don't even remember the exact verbiage, but I don't think that quantified or qualified him as to put that jacket on him, Big J. I see why he came up here hot. I would have came up hot too if you are basically putting allegations that I have something to do inappropriately with kids.
I ain't say he got some. I said though, what he's about that bet and when he said that night was weird. If you listen to what he said.
Ashton, you can come back. I hear that you are upset. I'm gonna let you come back up and address it because yeah, you have a right to do so. And Big J, I want you to let him get it out if he pop back on the panel because yeah, I'm coming to address you too. If like that jacket is not even to kind of like low key play with.
I ain't put no jacket on. That weird shit came out of his mouth.
All right, y'all.
Talking about I'm a bitch ass nigga, and then you talking shit about me in the goddamn chat room. I wouldn't be saying anything to you. You hadn't say no motherfucking shit to you, nigga. Mind the business that pays you. See, I'm telling you something. I don't like most of you niggas over here because a lot of y'all are some immoral. No, y'all want to come online and talk shit about women all day. But then y'all don't want to change the conditions of the fucking world that you niggas complain about.
Bro.
All y'all do, shut the fuck up. Because all y'all do want to shame, blame, explain, and y'all got nothing else to talk about.
Some shit that niggas don't even.
No. I'm talking to you now, nigga. You need to shut your ass up.
Shut your lame ass up, bro.
No, you shut your lame ass up. You spend Father's Day by yourself. You spend Father's Day by yourself. You up in the car. It's Father's
You're
Day.
literally a 40-year-old virgin, weirdo.
Having an interview.
You're a weird ass 40-year-old virgin. Shut up.
Okay, that's the best.
Thank you, weirdo. Just admit it, nigga, and shut up.
Oh, I'm weird.
This is not a conversation for you, weirdo.
You niggas need to be controlled for real.
See, Big J, what you talking about? What Ashton said on you was a joke. I'm looking back to see.
I don't joke. I'm a nigga who don't joke with dumb niggas. I don't joke with Delta Novembers.
Okay.
They need to bow down to fucking reality. You the one fucked up. Don't you ever put your mouth on me, nigga. Because I ain't talking to you.
Pause, nigga. Ain't nobody. What the fuck is you
That's
on?
definitely a pause moment.
Don't joke with me, nigga. Because I don't joke with y'all. I don't even like you niggas.
Unk B Streaming did want to say, and thank you for the donation, Unk B Streaming. He says, if you never felt sugar walls, you don't know pussy.
Exactly. How you gonna even have a conversation about sex and you said you ain't never had unprotected sex, nigga? Get out of here, nigga. You said that. You volunteered that shit. That's crazy.
I ain't volunteer shit. All I said though, about who's being responsible and who is not being responsible. See, but you don't see me complain about me not being irresponsible. Because that it takes two. That's my argument. No, but you want to make it about you and me.
I do want to take it back to when Fantastic said, "Oh, girl stole his semen or stole his sperm." I don't think she stole it. Like you willingly gave it up. She misappropriated it.
Oh, she stole it, Candy, like you said, Candy. And we had an agreement, understanding and contract, and we're both going by that agreement, understanding and contract for months on end. And then you purposely stop taking the birth control, and we're in a routine, and you don't tell me. That's theft, Candy. It's theft.
Is it theft or is it fraud?
Theft. Fraud, theft, whichever you want to call it. I prefer theft. Theft is more related.
I was about to say no, that's fraud.
That's definitely fraud.
Either way it goes, I have two beautiful, you know what I'm saying, 6+ foot athletic children, you know, handsome and beautiful, boy and a girl that's here because their mom, you know, saw the great genes in me, you know, and the great person that I am. So I can't really be mad. Everything worked out the way it's supposed to work out. You know, some men, Candy, will never experience a woman just wanting them that bad. As I just gotta listen. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be attached to this man. So by hook or crook, you feel me?
And what kind of co-parenting relationship do y'all have?
Oh, that shit was diabolical. It was horrible. It was cool up until I got married. Until I got married, everything was fine. I was the greatest dad ever. I was helping take care of one of her kids that she had. When I treated one of her kids as my own, but as soon as I got married, everything went to shit, and then it was bad.
Okay, I'm gonna address the money. Then I got another question after that. I'll let you go after the money. Ashton says, "Nigga, 40 years old, still paying." Don't make me say hand jobs. Why you do that to me, Ashton? Why?
At least, okay, let's play that game, right? At least I ain't creating avatars of fake ass women and think that I bagged all these bitches. At least they're not computer generated, like how you sit there and try to create computer generated avatars, like how you do with the Power Ranger outfits.
I have nothing to say. Tequila, you can go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind.
I'm sorry.
Hey, this Tequila from the chat.
Yes.
Tequila from chat.
What's up? Goddamn, what's up? I ain't never met you before now. What's
Fantastic.
going on, love?
Yeah, as long as you don't breed, we good. Who are you talking about not breeding, sole provider? And
Probably
Ashton
the one
has
that
a
never
question.
had the chance.
Okay, now I remember. Fantastic. So, do you think it's because you didn't marry her and you married someone else? Do you think that's why you all's relationship just
Oh yeah, hands down,
went
without a
to
doubt.
hell?
Yeah, 2,000%, of course.
So why didn't you marry her?
Because
If you don't mind me
Tequila,
asking.
baby, she stole my sperm. So Tequila, think about it, right? And I
She
tried to make it where
defrauded you of it, but you gave it. But go ahead.
Well, no,
Finish
listen,
it.
right? So how can I trust a person like that with the ultimate, thing of marriage if you would do something that's to get pregnant on purpose? I can't trust you in being my wife.
Yeah.
You did me the ultimate disservice. You did me the ultimate fucking backdoor. So even me trying to make it work, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's gonna be like in the back of my mind, it's like I can't trust this bitch.
I hear you. I understand. I agree. That was the ultimate betrayal. You were supposed to be keeping, and you didn't tell me. Like, do you understand that you don't get pregnant immediately for stopping your birth control? That birth control is still in your system for some time frame.
Yeah.
So I would say at least, I mean, a month. I'm guesstimating, but at least a month before you can get pregnant after stopping your birth control. So for her to have gotten pregnant after getting off her birth control means that she knew what she was doing. Like, that was intentional. There was no way around
Yeah, it
that
was
to
very
say that it wasn't
intentional.
intentional.
Yeah.
And then Fantastic Ashton has a question for you. He says, those women are fake?
Hell no, he be having the women that's on the thumbnail. Everybody know he got the Shiesty Avengers. Shout out to Ashton, man. Nah, real women. Fuck you talking about? Like he said, man, a man that only knows my, Asian massage parlors and I think they call them quick visits. I'm just saying, man, he ain't used to it. Ashton, stall him out, bro.
And then Romello says, Candy, praise you from Chicago, oldest sibling, brave enough to have this panel. Thank you, Romello. Appreciate the donation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that, Candy.
Of course. Like, I don't really get into my personal business, but in order to kind of get you to understand my thought process on why I said if I was going to do it, he needs to want this kid more, I had to explain to you my experience as a single mother. And I had the worst case scenario. I had to go to the extremes because the extreme is what I got. I do understand that there are nuances. I do understand that, there are much better fathers. There are great co-parents. There are you have the golden child, golden boy, whatever you want to describe it as the ultimate father. I didn't have that experience. And so because of what I got in dealing, and I'm not even the man's baby mama, like, you took out all of your aggression, all of your resentment, all of your hatred for my sister. I caught all of that. And with that being my experience, I was never going to tie myself to somebody permanently and allow them to do that to me. You're going to have to want this baby more than you even want me in order for me to have that child with you.
I think I would say the only resentment that I have with my daughter's father is the fact that he knew that I wanted marriage, but he didn't want marriage. He didn't want it on paper.
Okay.
He, in his head, he always would say, "We're already married to Kayla. We have 2 children. We've been together since we were pretty much children ourselves, kids ourselves. All our things are combined." He was like, "If something were to happen to me, you and the girls will be okay. So I don't know what the problem is." But for me, I always wanted the last name as well. I mean, okay, yes, we do live together. Yes, we have a home. Yes, we spent our whole 20s and some of his 30s together because we broke up when I turned 30. So we spent a long time together as young people. Um, but I didn't get what I guess I wanted from that relationship.
Yeah, but
Or did I?
well, that's what I'm saying though. So if why is that such a big deal for women? If and why don't women accept that? Right. So was when you guys were together. So I'm guessing, is it safe to say you left the situation because he would marry you?
No, it's really unfortunate why we broke up. It was really illness that broke us up. I got really, really sick. And by us not being from Atlanta, um, he was the only one that was providing for us. I was a stay-at-home mom. And it was just him and our girls, our daughters. It was us four against the world. But when
Uh-huh.
I got sick and I was hospitalized, we had no one to help, take care of the kids.
Yeah,
It's
no
just
unit,
us.
no village, no family unit.
We didn't really have a village. Now we had family in Florida, but I mean, that's
Yeah,
not that.
that's
It's
5 hours
just too
away
far.
at the earliest.
Right.
Yeah,
And then everybody else is back in Maryland.
Maryland.
Everybody else in Baltimore. So like we didn't have a village. So his thought was, Kayla, go home because if I don't work, then we out of luck. The
Yeah.
house, everything's going to shit if I don't work. So he pretty much told me to go back home. I get back home. My oldest daughter says to me, "Mommy, I don't want to transfer back and forth." Because when we lived in Maryland, we moved a few times when we lived in Maryland. So we lived in Baltimore, then we moved to a different county. We moved to like 2 different counties. And then we finally moved again, and then we were in Georgia. Um, so she said, "Mom, I'm tired of being a new girl. I don't want to keep moving." So her dad and I tried a long distance relationship for about a year. And he was like, "Kayla, okay, are you coming back home?" I said yes, but I just need some time. I said, let her graduate so she doesn't, start. Well, so she doesn't have to start over as the new girl again at school. We just had a hard time having a long distance relationship. And it
All
was
right.
pretty much, he just was like, well, we just grew apart. We grew
Okay.
apart.
Well, no, that's
I
that's
mean,
that's
so we didn't end on bad terms. Like it's still a lot of love there.
yeah. Life happened. I
Um,
got you. Unfortunate
just life happened.
circumstances. Yeah, for unfortunate
Yeah,
circumstances.
but that's what
Like,
that's what sent me back to Maryland was illness. I got diagnosed with lupus. So anybody knows with autoimmune disease, you have really highs and really lows. And sometimes
yeah,
you can be hospitalized for a long time. So I got really, really sick and we didn't know what was going on with me. So at that time it was best that I came back home with the village with our village to help.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, we just couldn't get our relationship back on track after that. It was just we were messed up. Now, what I can say, just me being honest, and y'all don't judge me. I'm not gonna say I'm bitter But I was talking to Candy about this, but maybe I am bitter. I don't know. He has a new woman, and she's very lovely. Her and I talk often because my girls are
Kids,
down there with
kids,
their
yeah,
dad,
she was a part of the
and
kids,
they,
yeah,
they live together. So
yeah.
her and I talk. And while my girls are spending time with their father this summer, I had to get to know this woman because she's around my kids every day. And they're taking family trips and all this kind of stuff. And I can honestly say she's a sweet woman. And I love that for him. But it makes me think like, wow, like that was supposed to be my life. Or maybe not. I don't know.
Damn, man, that's fucking sad, bro. But like you said, if you believe in, things happen the way they're supposed to happen, and unfortunately, but I mean, it sounds to me like, what I'm saying, you're not I don't think you're bitter. I think you may be a little disappointed, because if you were bitter, you be more likely than not you retaliate. You feel me? And I'm positive you're not taking it that way. Like you say you guys have a positive relationship. You're doing everything you need to do for the kids.
Yeah, because you know what? And another thing is, I don't want to have a problem with a woman who is around my kids every single day because I don't want nothing to happen to my girls, whether they're me.
I don't think
I
that
mean,
that
my
would,
girls
yeah,
are
but the dad
older.
would allow that to happen. The
Yeah,
dad,
you're right, but my girls are older. So my eldest, she'll be 18 this year, and my baby girl, she's 13. So they're older.
yeah.
And teenage girls, they have a little attitude.
Mhm.
So, I just want to make sure this flows good. I just, I don't know. But the positive thing is she has a daughter too that's 19. So they got to hang out with they're getting to hang out with her. So I mean, it's not a bad thing. I miss them. And when I see like the pictures, they'll send me pictures. Um, his girlfriend will send me pictures and stuff of the kids. It's a bittersweet thing. Like I look and I'm like, wow.
Well, did he marry her?
No, they're not married. I
All
say
right,
I
so
don't know if it's honestly, I don't even know if his mindset has changed or if he still feels the same way.
no,
Now,
from
if
what you're
you
saying, I think it's the same though. I think you should definitely find solace in that where, what I'm saying, he's keeping that standard as to where I just don't want to get married on paper, and we can do what we're doing.
now if he did do that, I'm not gonna hold you. I would be so bitter. I'd
Yeah,
probably cry.
yeah, yeah.
I'm not even gonna
Yeah.
lie. I probably would cry.
It would be understandable, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know, man. I just think women, a lot of the times, you have exactly what you want, and but because it's not exactly how y'all want it, y'all can't see it. Even in like relationship titles and shit or whatever, right?
Well,
Like,
can I say that's fantastic? I'm sorry for cutting you off.
go
Do
ahead.
you know how hard it is to be the bridesmaid at all your girlfriends' wedding?
Nah, I would
When you
never.
had the longest relationship, that is a hard thing.
But I will ask you this though. Hold on. So how many of those relationships did y'all outlast?
Well, my girlfriends are still married now.
They still married? Okay. Well, hey,
Yeah,
I tried to give
we're the ones who broke up, but we were the ones that were together first
the
and
longest.
the
No, but
longest.
like you say, but
You
I think
know,
you got to compare it. You got to, also nobody else had a autoimmune disease that fucking changed. You know what I'm saying? The whole course of everything. You feel me? So I think
yeah,
understanding that, that is um a particular extreme for something to go on like that, right?
yeah, and that's why I try to give him grace there too, because younger me used to be like, well, he should have just came back to Maryland. Everybody should just came back.
But nah, like you said,
So
and I don't think people understand that too. If you got, you know, just picking up and moving everything, man, especially professionally, that's not an easy thing.
no, it wasn't. It was just I thought he should have just came back home since I was home and the girls were home. like usually came back home too. But I mean, he and to me it was like, okay, you're choosing your career over us. But I mean, hey, his career has afforded my daughters a lot of a lot of things that other kids don't have. So I will say
Exactly.
that.
That's what I'm saying. So you know,
So
it's you know. But yeah, I like I said, I just wouldn't say that you're bitter, especially at least until if and when he gets married. It doesn't. You don't seem bitter. You may seem like a little, I guess like disappointed if and when you see something that you feel like you guys could have grown into. But I don't take you as being bitter because
You
like I
can
said,
be
bitter.
remorseful without being bitter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's a great word, Candy, because you don't have a bitter spirit in the way
yeah,
in the
because
way.
honestly, I'm not angry because it's the weirdest feeling. Because I think I was telling you this, Candy. I'm not angry at all. I'm not angry, but I'm also like, like that should have been my life. I don't know, but maybe not. No.
Okay, so Zakila has expressed like her remorse situation. Does anybody else have one? I have three other gentlemen on the panel. Do y'all have a one that got away that you kind of wish you had locked it down with?
Now everybody know my story. I don't have no remorse. Yeah, I'm a strong believer in everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. For the most part, of course, you got certain decisions and things you make, and you make those decisions and things fall into place the way they're supposed to fall in place.
Yeah.
You take lessons and lessons, right? So whenever something doesn't work out, I don't think people understand just how much relationships fail. The vast majority of relationships fail, right? Be they intimate, be they business, be they personal, be they casual, right? You don't. There's very few people that you meet and you stay with for a lifetime. So once you start actually putting things into perspective, but love is something definitely unique, and spending a lot of time with somebody that you love and creating a family and bringing life into the world with somebody is a huge deal. I don't think we give it the credence or the weight that we should, right? But nah, man, I'm things happen the way they're supposed to happen, and when stuff ends, when relationships end, but there's love there and respect and shit, I think it works. Especially like I said, if kids are involved. So I don't got no regrets.
Yeah.
Big J, you next. You got any regrets?
How are you gonna have regrets with fucking Ling Ling and Su Ling?
Yeah, maybe you wish you would have sent an extra tip or something. You probably would have got the full experience.
Thank you for your super chat, Ashton.
Which one? I said two. You didn't read.
Two. Because I didn't get it. I didn't want to interrupt them. They were having a good conversation.
Okay. Well, you go ahead.
I'm gonna read them right now. I didn't want to interrupt. They were having a very good back and forth. Big J be on the massage parlor. No, Ashton, why you make me read that? Knocked out.
You know what it is. That nigga always angry and shit. Then go get you some coochie, ho.
And then the next thing was he said, "Truth finna get airlifted to the hospital." All right, I'm gonna leave him alone with your messy self, Ashton.
Well, I'm still here.
I'm just saying, Tequila fit over here breaking that man's heart. You know how you feel.
Truth will be A-okay. Big J.
I don't know. I heard one other time they had to airlift Truth to the hospital because the heart got broken. Peace of mind, wasn't it?
Big J, would you like to address Ashton now and his massage parlor accusation?
Hey, Tequila.
But I don't.
How you doing, Ashton?
I'm doing all right, Tequila. They argue with this fuck nigga.
But I don't talk to Delta Novembers. Next.
Bitch, I'm born in February, ho. What the fuck is you saying? I always got some slick shit to say. That shit don't even be funny. Shut the fuck up.
I ain't meant. It's not about being funny.
Well, what the fuck you be saying? You always saying some stupid shit. Then fantastic. You know what this whole ass nigga said to me one other time.
I say.
You want to get loud now. You want to get loud now. Fantastic. This nigga said he said he gonna meet me in the middle of motherfucking Houston, in the middle of the street to fight. That's how you know a bitch can't fight. Who the fuck fight in the middle of the street? A weird ass nigga. You a fucking bitch. Oh, shut the fuck up sometimes.
I-10 Highway 36.
Fantastic. You know, like, who the fuck fight in the middle of the street? See now if I end up killing this nigga in the middle of the street, I ain't gotta go to jail. You see what I'm saying? It's scary ass hoe.
And I just want everybody to know I'm allowing Ashton to address Big J because of that comment he made about him and kids. Don't think that this is a regular occurrence. I did tell Ashton if he hit the panel, he could address it because Big J kind of like put a jacket. You know what I'm saying?
Candy. The silver fact, the crazy part about it is, we was sitting there talking about some R. Kelly shit. When I talk about shit, I have facts. Like the fact is, the bitches in Chicago sat there and told me that nigga R. Kelly used to pull up in his yellow Hummer to go pick up those fucking kids. So how is that me sexualizing kids? So when Bo Cherry brought the shit up, I said, technically, that shit happened just like that in Arkansas, but they be fucking the gym teacher and shit. So again, how the fuck is that me sexualizing kids? I hate these fucking chicken fuckers. I always speaking on shit they don't know nothing about. Oh, weird ass bitch. Go get you some fucking coochie and quit pulling out that fucking cash out card to go pay for it. Weird bitch.
No, but it's weird to have a conversation like that late at night, and you didn't, and you want to talk about cash app. You might want to
cash, nigga. If I'm talking about R. Kelly, I'm talking about R. Kelly.
You might want to pay your debts. Pay the debt that you owe, nigga.
What debt, ho? You can't see this how you know a nigga raised by his mama. They get to bring up shit they don't know nothing about. What was the bet, Big J? What was the bet, Big J? What was the bet, Big J? What was the bet? What was the bet? What was the bet? Big J, you feel what I'm saying? The keep talking like his fucking mama instead of answering questions like his fucking daddy. What was the bet, Big J?
Man, you breathing hard, man. Are you okay?
What was the bet?
Hold on, Ashton, I got you.
You sure breathing hard, Ashton.
Big J.
Yeah, I need a woman to talk to me because I ain't bitch made.
What did he bet, and what? First of all, what was the amount that he owed?
I forgot. He needs to owe that money.
To whom?
To before Christ. You might want to pay before Christ that money.
You see what I'm saying, Ken? You need to start letting these kids being raised by their fucking mama and let them go live with their daddy. Because this is what the fuck you get. You get a nigga that still wear overalls in the fucking 2026. Sitting in their fucking couch smell like fucking asshole in their work clothes. Weird ass bitch.
Thank you, Auntie. It was $500. Where is the $500 then?
What was the bet? What was the bet, dumb bitch?
What did he bet? What did he lose? Like
you see what I'm saying? He don't fucking know.
Honorable man. Paid
you see what I'm saying?
For money.
I
don't even like before Christ, but at the same time, you need to honor your bet.
Candy Cane, you want me to tell you what happened? I won $600 over there on Fatty's show a couple of years back. So what Fatty like to do, he like to switch shit around, even if the shit true. So what the nigga did was the nigga started saying, I'm broke, I don't pay shit. So that's what Bo Cherry started doing, trying to strong arm bets and shit. And the bitch cheated, and then she got this fat, stupid, lame, retarded bitch going around saying the shit. You see what I'm saying? I hate a fucking virgin. Just be running around talking about shit they don't know. Oh, weird bitch. You fucking lame as fuck. Where your dad at? You can't answer that, Candy, but you can bring that bet up. Where your dad at, bitch? Huh? You ain't talking fast enough now, is it? I know what I thought. Weird, bitch.
Yeah.
Lame as fuck.
No,
get the fuck.
What is lame though? You're a grown ass man playing cartoon characters and shit.
He left. I don't know if he kicked himself down.
Wait a minute. I thought I was supposed to be airlifted. But I'm still here. But he's the one.
He didn't say you were going to be airlifted. He said somebody else.
No, he said in the chat room.
I missed that.
Truth going to be airlifted. Well, I'm waiting to be airlifted. I'm waiting for me to have this heart attack. But yet I'm still here, right?
I'm trying to find Auntie's
We,
comment.
yo,
I'm
yeah,
sorry, y'all. I'm skipping comment. I'm skipping
some of you
comments.
niggas should not be having sex. They need to sterilize some of you niggas. Because, first of all, you niggas don't. Yo, no, you know what? Let's tell the truth. A lot of you niggas have a problem because all y'all do talk about relationships. Y'all talk about sex too goddamn much. Y'all not articulated. Y'all not educated. You don't have no philosophical thing, and then y'all want to get on the fucking panel and try to play as if though you know the world because I put some dick in some box. That's supposed to be world knowledge. You niggas don't deserve sex. You niggas deserve to be your bloodline deserve to be cut off.
But you can't do that. It's too late. We already got one. How about you get one?
I ain't
How
talking
about you get one? That sounds like some hating ass shit. Saying that somebody's bloodline deserves to be cut off when you ain't never even been. You ain't never been in a position to make a bloodline. Is kind of crazy, brother.
Well, what's so crazy though? Somebody accused me of hating, but this nigga been hating since 2018, talking about the black man.
You proud of that?
No. Are you proud of you hating?
I never hated nothing, bro.
No. Every conversation is the black bitch this, the black bitch that.
Nah.
The black one won't let me lead. She won't submit.
Nah.
No, that's been coming out of you since 2018.
I don't have none.
I don't want to hear that.
You've never heard
I
me
don't want to
say
hear that from you or
You've never heard
Anchorman or
me say
anybody else. I don't want to hear that. It's
Never
the
heard me
same
say
old
that.
dribble, and you
It ain't the
niggas
same
over.
old dribble. I don't have no problem, brother. I speak on behalf of niggas. I don't speak
On behalf of
I don't speak as
niggas, yet though, man, you ain't speak on behalf of actual, real, productive men. That's the fucking problem.
Yeah, productive men, niggas, all of them in between. Yeah.
Beloved says fantastic has never talked like that.
Thank you. Ever. Don't have to. That's not my experience, brother. I know you like to make it try and seem like I guess all the niggas are the same, bro, but
No,
hey, man.
if birds flock together, I mean, the whole, y'all flock together, so, and you one of the main talking heads.
So are you holding him to somebody else's standard, Big J? Like
No. If you act like a leader, I'm gonna hold you to a fucking standard. Since that y'all see this nigga as the leader, I'm gonna hold him to the standard as one. Let's go.
Okay, what I'm basically trying to ask you is, are you, because people, okay, let me give you an example. People will come into the space, they will start a channel, right? And then they may associate with smaller creators. Those creators link up or whatever. They come up, quote unquote, under their umbrella. Are you holding him to what other creators are saying? Are you actually holding him to his own words?
I'm holding him based on his sons. Because his sons say dumb shit. So I'm holding him to his sons, and I'm holding him to what his daddy been preaching him.
I got another person, Juju. Juju says, no, fantastic. All these years on YouTube, never talk like that. I hear what you're saying, Big J, but do you think that's fair? Like, because you got to consider Mo Love is one of your people, right? The white Mo Love, not the black one. So Mo Love, I'm not coming for you. Mo Love is one of your people, and she will crash out and act a fool on her. Do you accept responsibility for her?
I don't know her for a very short limited time.
Mo Love be crashing out? Oh shit.
The white Mo Love, not the black one.
Oh, okay. I don't know who that is then.
Right. I only had limited time with her.
Oh, not the black woman protector harboring white women though. Hold on, man. You the black woman protector. What you doing hanging around?
I'm not protecting nobody. I'm trying to get you niggas to act right. Bro, because a lot of y'all thinking though, y'all want the world to respect y'all, but then when y'all out there trying to advocate for shit,
Lil J,
y'all stay and do things that doesn't warrant respect.
Lil J, brother, I've accomplished more in my life than you could ever imagine or dream of, bro. That's your problem. You try to hold a nigga to I guess like a YouTube persona or whatever, and don't understand that there's an actual grown man with accomplishments outside of this. And the crazy part about it is my life is self-evident.
But tell that to your sons because they don't accomplish shit.
I don't have any sons. That's the thing about it. I don't have sons. I don't have sons. I don't have disciples. I don't have sons. I don't have sons. I don't have disciples. I don't have any of those things.
Bullshit.
I purposely tell grown ass men like, hey, bro, at the most we're peers, right? I don't have a following like that. I don't want. I want to be somebody that can tell my life experience and give advice. Yeah, but I don't have quote unquote sons. I don't even call my people. I don't have like, you know, acolytes or no shit like that, bro. So you can't never put none of this shit on me. As shout out to Candy for pointing this out, bro. You're trying to hold me to some shit that is just, I guess, like the script for a group of niggas that I don't agree with a lot of it. I don't preach the fucking no single mom shit. Again, I don't do that. I don't preach the fucking she gotta be fucking you know, I'm the big girl lover. I don't teach she gotta be under like 130 pounds. So I am literally, brother, the opposite of the shit you be talking about, because I'm a real motherfucking man that's done lived life experience before I came to the internet, bro. I didn't come here and motherfucking make nothing up. I just use my fucking pseudonym, just like whatever the hell Lil J means. I don't know.
This is the same man who promoted a porn star.
Huh? What porn star? Now you wilding. I see why Ashton be tripping out on you, bro. You just be
No.
Porn star did I promote?
You was up there talking about, oh yeah, I like this porn star. I forgot the nigga's name, by the way.
What?
Are you talking? Oh,
saying shit, bro. What's he talking about, Candy Cane? You talking about? What the fuck? I missed?
Was it Mr. Marcus?
Yes.
Oh no, it wasn't no damn Mr. Marcus. I ain't never even had a conversation with Mr. Marcus. Shout out to you talking about Concrete Roads and what's the name when they had Wesley Pipes on.
Wesley Pipes. That was who I'm mad that.
And I was trolling, and I said I just called the nigga Mr. Pipes. That's all I did. I said a joke and I called the nigga Mr. Pipes. That was not me. The other nigga, I forget his name. He's a dark-skinned nigga that that always be talking crazy, and that nigga knew every last one of his movies. He knew his signature moves. That wasn't me, nigga. I just said Mr. Pipes. Me saying Mr. Pipes is not promoting a motherfucking porn star. Weird ass nigga.
What heterosexual man is going to talk about another heterosexual man, calling him Mr. Pipes?
Nigga, it's a joke. The nigga's name is Wesley Pipes. So is it more weird to call him Wesley Pipes?
No, when you call him Mr. Pipes, you put the emphasis on pipes. It's not a.
Nigga, no, I did. No, I said the name.
It wasn't like.
So hold on. Pause. I'm gonna give you a pause beforehand. So you say that that's Macbone, the Macbone nigga. Thank you. Macbone was the nigga that was the fan, not me, nigga. Fuck is we talking about? Don't try to put this shit on me, bro. You just like lying on niggas, bro. Stop playing. You just put any type of jacket and accusation on niggas, bro. You worse than a hoe.
Well, it takes one to know one, right? I mean,
nah,
sound like
never.
One, right?
Again, bro, you a virgin, my nigga.
It takes
you
one to know one, right?
You get, nigga. You listen, man. If I got a son, an adoptive son, redheaded stepchild that I would never claim, it will be you, nigga. You be the closest thing to a son I ever had on this internet shit. Okay.
I don't mention you, nigga. What are you talking about?
Bro, stop playing, bro.
I only talked to you five times since
because I refuse to talk to you, man.
Yeah.
I know I'm making your day right now.
You be saying some stupid ass, weird ass.
Bro, ain't nothing about me weird or nothing. Nigga.
Oh, yes, it is.
You just admitted to the world, nigga. You never even. You admitted to the world. You never even felt pussy, and you geriatric, nigga. You about to be in a nursing home. You never had no pussy, you weirdo.
Okay. Okay. At least I ain't paying child support. Next.
Me neither. I ain't paying no child support. Nigga, what you talking about? What child support?
Okay, y'all ain't guessing some shit. Weird bitch.
Look at you.
But you the one.
Even if I was paying child support, guess what? I could afford it. If I had to pay it, I could afford it.
Somebody stole your semen. Come on.
Yeah, they did, man. Again, Big J, listen, man. I know you don't know what it's like for a woman to actually desire you, fam, and actually to want you inside of her. Brother, you never know.
You just saying the same thing.
All of your encounters with women are bought and paid for, brother. We are not the same.
I paid.
Big J, you ever had a woman call you and say, "I'm in the tub, Big Daddy," and just want to say that shit? You ever had that before, sir?
Yes, and see, a lot of y'all think y'all see you niggas always talk about I'm a man.
Who said that? You said that, fantastic. I didn't say that.
No, the general argument of this space is I'm a man, I'm masculine, and then the only
I ain't never said that.
The only thing but then I said the general argument in this space.
But what they got to do with us? What they got to do with me and Fantastic?
Because y'all do y'all think what makes a man is how many pussies poom you get.
No, we don't think that. They think that.
No. You just did. You want to devalue me because you think I'm a 40-year-old virgin.
No, I think you're a 40-year-old pervert. I think you're a 40-year-old pervert. That's what I think.
No.
You're a 40-year-old virgin. You've never experienced.
You and said no. You try to value me on the premise you think I'm sexual.
Not I think. Triple
right?
J, you said it.
That's why y'all need to get y'all's minds
brother.
right.
You said it. Hold on. Let's get this straight, bro. Unlike you said it. Candy Kane, the host of the show, asked you, have you ever had unprotected sex? She asked you twice, and you said what? No. All right. So that means, brother, you've never really experienced vagina, and it's okay.
That means I'm responsible.
No, it don't.
They don't mean that shit.
I'm responsible too. I'm responsible too.
That's what it means.
Candy, you there, Candy?
I'm here.
So, love, like you said, thank you for educating the men that may not know.
Supposed to be responsible. Yes or no?
I'm speaking to the host, brother. Just
they supposed to get coochie too. Shit.
So, Candy, as you said, right? A woman has like maybe 6-7 day window to get pregnant every month.
Every month.
Right?
Yes, that is correct.
So, and Candy, do they not have what they call? I think they call it ovulation trackers nowadays that
yes,
women can
do.
follow.
Which is the reason why I have never had a pregnancy scare nor been pregnant, is because I track my period.
Chill out,
my ovulation.
That's not automatically guaranteed though.
Candy, chill out, Candy. It is a guarantee, nigga.
No, that's not guaranteed.
It's literally science.
Yeah,
you don't need to be arguing about a woman about shit on her body. What the fuck? You don't need to be talking about nothing about a woman body.
Tell you, brother. So it's literally impossible.
You don't know nothing about making money.
Who?
You don't know nothing about economics.
Who though?
Not talking to you.
Who you talking to?
Dumb nigga. I'm talking to you, dumb nigga.
Who?
You talking to yourself? You the brokest nigga up here.
You don't.
You the brokest nigga up here, bro. You the brokest person up here.
Are you Al, nigga?
You're the brokest person up here talking about money.
I've been sending super chats. I've been sending super chats all night.
And bro, Big J, brother, come on, bro, chill out, bro. You ain't talk about no money, dog. Stop playing. Anyway, bro,
actually,
it's a reason you never even told your face, nigga. Let's not do that. You ain't trying to talk about no money, bro.
Actually, I do.
And B Love says, yep, she even tracks hers, even though she can't get pregnant.
So again, so Candy, being that again, I'm a responsible man, and I'm out here dealing with responsible women. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? That's one of the first things I check for outside of that paperwork, baby. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Which I don't really got to worry about those because I've had, something done to where I'm good either way. You know what I'm saying? I'm just free out here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so it's unfortunate that, Lil J over here doesn't even understand, like you said, the simple science, Candy. And this lets you know, some men are just unfortunate. Again, I'm not valuing or qualifying him by his experience with women, but I think it's fair to say your lack of experience with women says a lot about you. And a man that makes it to his 40s and he's never ever even had unprotected sex with a woman, when we've clearly stated time and time again, there are ways to have safe, unprotected sex. It just shows he don't get it, and he never gonna get it. Shout out to En Vogue.
That's what I want to know, Big J. Answer that.
Yet we listen to a man who wanted SPE all the time.
Bro, no, you using a weak ass term nobody even uses no more.
What the fuck is that?
Because Nigga, complain about women every fucking day is fucking weak.
Again, this is
Whining about women all day since
No,
for
just
the
real
last
quick.
for the last
Again,
6
brother.
years is weak as fuck.
Again, brother, I don't just complain about women, right?
I ain't
And
your
again,
fucking brother, nigga. I ain't
well,
your
you
fucking
right.
brother,
My unclaimed stepchild that I would never be seen with
Nigga,
in
I'm
public,
older
right?
than you.
This is the thing,
I
right?
can never be
and it's
your
crazy
son.
that
I can never be your son.
you still my
I can never
step
be
kid.
your son.
You still my step kid. So to that
I picture that every time I walk in the house about you.
yeah, to that thing that you just highlighted, Candy, right? Listen, man, again, I don't speak for myself. I speak on the behalf of men that don't have voices. I don't have an issue or problem whatsoever, and I think
Well,
it's
men who don't
it's
have
well,
voices.
it's very evident.
Men. No,
It's
hold on.
very evident, brother. You were done
notice,
talking. Hold on, let me address the
said.
address the me, brother, and you got it.
Go ahead.
So again, like this comment right here, right? Again, I think it's extremely evident that I don't have those issues and problems. I think it's, I'm not gonna say I have a reputation, but I'm not some incel guy that's afraid of women or have difficulties talking to women, approaching women, or making women extremely satisfied. So that's not my thing, love. That's not my plight.
Thank you, Chris. We can go back to every time to 2018. Every video about women or black women is always not seen in a good light.
Hey man,
It's always.
Hey, Mr. Fantastic, let me ask you, how much you don't get paid from YouTube in all? Would you say? If you want to give it just like an estimate, yeah.
I don't make a lot of bread on YouTube, bro. I get like what that's like my least amount of money. I don't make a lot of bread on YouTube.
But saying whatever your subject be about, which Big J complained about, I'm curious how much Big J make on his YouTube platform for all the shit he talking
I
about.
know Big J not making what I'm making. I tell you that. I guarantee that. I guarantee Big J not making what I'm making, even though I don't make a lot.
I tell you what, if this country goes to hell, I'm still gonna be alive.
Single mother household. You know what I'm saying? He can't answer the question. I got this Texas prairie. You niggas ain't gonna single mother household.
Inner city. You niggas live in the inner city.
Who live in the inner city? Where you get that from?
No, you niggas live.
Sir, where do you get inner city from? Who?
Yeah. So just let me
Who
say
live in the inner city, Big J?
And give me my food anytime I want. That's all it takes. I can go outside and get my food anytime I want. While you niggas will be up in Atlanta, you niggas would be up in Memphis. You niggas in the east side of Houston.
Yeah, man.
Bitch, I'm gonna kill you. You say Memphis again. You keep playing with me.
No,
I'm gonna flatline your bitch ass.
Yeah, I got like more of these.
Flatline me over what, nigga?
Hold on, nigga. You'll be all right. So I got more of these weirdo niggas that's whatever, man. Again, dog.
Flatline me over what, nigga?
Y'all gotta stop putting.
Look, he's scared. He's scared to death, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, Lil J done already tried it. Y'all gotta stop trying to put this jacket on me, man. Don't get mad at me because you know what I'm saying. I say the shit that y'all scared to say, bro.
You said black women, not black people. But yeah, black women on the street.
What about them? What about them? And again,
no. You have a history doing that. You have a history doing that.
I have a history of being able to tell the truth.
About what?
Just like I did early on this platform. I use the data, stats, and statistics, and I just speak from that realm.
You mean the Heritage Foundation stats?
Well, no, it's not the Heritage Foundation.
No. Hold on. No, you mean
it's
the
CDC stats? It's the FBI stats. It's Pew Research review.
Charlie Kirk
different stats in plenty of different places. It's Black demographic stats. There's plenty of stats.
Black demographic stats. Black demographic is not a website I would trust because it's made of
Black demographics get their stats from the CDC.
MAGA runs
they get their stats from the CDC and the census.
Hey, Mr. Fantastic, why can't keep showing all these hating ass comments talking about you? What's going on?
She not.
I'm
I'm glad she's doing it. She not discriminating. Everybody.
It look like the one talking about you. It look like they up there a little bit longer. I'm tripping.
No, I'm glad she's doing that, man. She got to give the haters. She got to give the haters their chance to speak to me, Ashton. Because again, a lot of these niggas, they blocked. So these two particular niggas that love like speaking to me. They can't even speak to me because they block, because they just they notorious haters of mine, man. They
Ashton,
upset.
I try to show all the comments. I
Yeah,
had to
she
skip
saw all
some
the
because I was
content.
too far behind. But I'm not picking on Mr.
No,
Fantastic. I'm literally
Oh,
just showing
Candy, you
you.
good. Love
so we
Candy.
go.
It's been great hospitality and everything over here.
But I
Again,
tell you what.
So we
I
so we
got
gonna smoke this nigga
you got an
BJ.
old hater, man, that I forgot about, man.
I tell you what though. Guess what? It took 2 of y'all to take on me.
What?
Take on
You've been talking
DJ.
to Candy. You've been talking to Candy. We've been counting you and talking to Candy.
That's why
You acting like you're not even here, little
BJ
fella.
said it
You
took
acting
two
like
of
you're not
y'all.
even here, boy.
It had to take.
Fickle.
It's either 2
Conversation.
on 1, 3 on 1, 4 on 1, 5 on 1.
Candy, love,
Why
I
does
appreciate
that
you
take
for your
more
hospitality
niggas
and having
to
me.
take on one nigga?
I'm sorry, I
I
gotta
know
go.
why. Because you're scared of me. Isn't that right,
Bro,
Mr.
stop it,
Fantastic?
bro. Listen, bro.
I'm
You said
I'm
yourself,
smoking
boy.
your ass
Are
this
you
time.
scared of me,
You
Mr.
said
Fantastic?
yourself. While you up here selling fake ass wolf tickets to Ashton, I offered to whoop your ass for free, and you said I'll whoop your ass. So,
Wait a minute.
brother,
Do
we are
you
not
know?
the same.
Hold on.
We're not the same. You
Really?
said that, bro.
Really?
It's on
Really?
wax.
I know. I did
Yeah,
say
you
that.
said it.
Oh,
It's on wax.
he said that
And it
to
was on
Fantastic.
any platform. First time you said I'll whoop your ass, bro. So
I know
watch
you
your,
can.
watch your
Yes,
mouth,
you can.
man.
Yes,
Your
you
tongue
can
up.
whoop my ass.
Your
Yes, you
tongue
can
up,
whoop my
young
ass.
fella. Check your tone when you talking to me, son.
Man, I ain't gonna check a
But
motherfucking
anyway,
thing, nigga. I ain't gonna
Candy,
check my damn tone for you.
Yes,
thank you,
Mr.
beautiful. Thank
Fantastic.
you, love.
But here
Thank you
is,
for the
but here
hospitality
is,
yet
but
again.
here
You're
I'm gonna
is
try
the
to make
thing
sure that
though.
I see you
But
live.
here
I'll
is the
pop up
thing
and I'll
though.
pull up on you, buddy.
But here is
I
the thing
appreciate
though.
that. Thank
Wait,
you
hold
very
on.
much.
For
Hold
sure.
on. Here is the thing. Mr. Fantastic said
I'm
that
gonna smoke this bitch.
I'm actually shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Now, Mr. Fantastic said that Big J is scared to fight me. What about that nigga in Chicago? That nigga in Chicago been calling you out for weeks, Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Hardcore Tito been calling your ass out for weeks, nigga.
Oh, whoa,
And
whoa, Big
you
J.
scared to fight that nigga. He been
Big
calling you out for
J.
weeks.
Big J. We don't promote that guy over here.
I don't promote that nigga either, but the problem is, don't act like nigga. Oh, I'm scared of you and shit, and then nigga, you want to talk about Jay Prince, but then nigga, you run away from his ass. You run away from another nigga. Make that make sense, Fantastic.
I don't think, well, technically, to be fair to Fantastic, he wasn't running from Jay Prince. He accepted the fight with Jay Prince. Jay Prince has to get his money up so he can get his trainer up. That's where we left off.
No, you're missing my argument. He want to sit there and land blast Jay Prince, right? And land blast me, right? But then there's another nigga all over there who want to put hands on Mr. Fantastic. And yet though he don't want to address what that nigga saying to him.
Living humbly, you don't want to know. Ignore that. Mm-mm. That one right there has a real jacket. The jacket that Big J gave to Ashton, he has a real jacket.
No, there is a fade. I want that fade for the nigga, that nigga up there in Houston. There's a fade. It's not Mr. Fantastic. See, I got a list of niggas who disrespect me over the last few years might need to get their ass whooped. They need to get stole on. And
So
I ain't worried about no boxing match either. Fuck all that boxing match. You ain't no gentleman shit.
Would you care to say the name of the one in Houston? Because I don't know. Normally, I can follow you. I don't know who you're talking about.
No, he's on Before Crisis channel.
Excuse me. He's on
Before Crisis channel. I want that nigga.
You talking T-Will?
I told that nigga where I was at. The nigga didn't want to show up.
That's the Broham. Okay. All right. All right. All right. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna stay out. That's grown man's business. I'm gonna let y'all have it.
Hold on. No, I have to say something to you now. I gotta say something to you now.
Go ahead, Big J.
So why would you want to put Mo into this shit when I don't even know Mo like that?
I didn't know that you didn't know her like that. I just know that she acts like y'all are real cool, real friendly. That's why I brought her in. It wasn't to be shady. It was to make a point. Like, I mean, who else could I think of that came in under you? She's the only creator that I know. Like, Queen had her own thing going. I didn't want to put her under you. You know what I mean? Mo came in this. I remember when she came in this sector. She's fairly new. You've been here a while. That's why I used her as an example.
You can't use her as an example when she's fairly new. When Mr. Fantastic been here since after the gender war.
I know he's been here a while, but I'm just saying, if you're going to say somebody came up under you,
Because a
and
lot of these niggas are Tommy Sotomayor sons and Obsidian sons.
okay, like I really wasn't trying to be shady when I used her. She was the only newer creator that I could think of that I only really see in your space. That's why I brought her up. So I hope that clarifies. I wasn't trying to be shady. That wasn't. I'm not trying to put the narrative of the whole white woman. That wasn't the point. The only reason
I was about to ask that though. Is it because though she's
no,
Caucasian?
the only reason I even brought her race up is because there is another Mo Love that is black. If there weren't two Mo Loves, I wouldn't have specified. I didn't want people to think that the black Mo Love was who I was talking about. That's the only reason I brought her race up. I'm not a racist. I don't care about her race. The only reason I cussed Mo Love out was because she jumped in my business and she got in the way. Had she stayed in her place, she wouldn't have heard not a nan curse word out of my mouth.
And y'all dragged me for that for 2 days.
I did not drag you. I was upset. You hurt my feelings. I'm gonna be honest with you. That hurt my feelings because I'm like, damn, Big J, I've been over here supporting you for a while, and you gonna let this little girl run up like she ran down on me on the panel. And I'm like, girl, if we was in real life, I'd have flung you on your neck. You need to sit down. She was getting in the way. And I haven't had anything negative to say about her since. I don't hold a grudge if there's no grudge to be held. She just jumped off the porch and I had to knock her ass through the window. That was it. I'm good. We good. If she came over here, I would let her ass hit the panel as long as she wasn't being crazy. That's it. You know, I don't like to fight, Big J. I'm not on the internet. See, this is my thing. I keep telling y'all, I am not a punk and I'm not scary. I'm really about that life. But on the internet lasts forever. In the case of my jobs, any career path in the future, ever looking me up, the last thing I want them to see is me arguing with you Negroes. Ugh. I got shit to lose. Now, if you want to catch me in person, that's a different story. Most likely, it's not going to hit the internet. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I got a lot of shit to lose too. But at the same time, I see a problem with society while social media companies will rather foment misogyny while you're seeing the increase of fraternal side, not femicide.
I was like, what is fraternicide? That's something new. I ain't heard that one.
I mean femicide. So that's why these niggas need to shut the mighty fuck up and stop putting out this energy out there where society is having these women getting deleted and YouTube is rewarding them. Oh, nigga, why you think I don't? Cause I ain't risking shit for any of you niggas. Yes, I'm blaming social media companies. I blame every goddamn body.
They own you, Big J. Can you handle that?
Well, I've been handled with gossip. Some people saying I was with a transsexual. Y'all made up a lot. Y'all say I was gay. Y'all sit there and say I was doing a lot of hoe ass shit. Y'all can't even bring up a fucking ass email. Some of y'all said I was trying to steal another man's wife. Up on the YouTube streets, trying to drew shit through the wall to make it stick. That's why I don't like you bitch ass niggas. And somebody gonna say, well, Big J, you was cool with Tommy. Well, until I asked Tommy the question. Tommy, if we got all these problems, Tommy, why won't you go political? No, Big J. And this was at Tommy's birthday party. And it was me and Queasy 100. We was talking to Tommy up in New York. And I told, wait. And Tommy going to sit there and say, well, you know, man, we gotta worry about what the black woman, nigga. We trying to solve a problem. Why black men or men in general are being railroaded. He don't want nothing. All he want to do is make money off of paying of men. The money off of men. That's why I see a problem. That's why Tommy got to go too. So, oh, you was cool with Tommy. Like, you want to put that jacket on me? No, I'm yelling because y'all need to get it right. Y'all keep just putting out these conspiracy theories and y'all just say shit, these rumors and shit. No, get it right. If you want me to yell, get it right so I won't be yelling.
You know that yelling don't make them hear you no better, right? I'm just saying. You know what, Big J? Do you box at all? Like, not trying to be funny. I'm dead serious. Do you box?
No, I don't.
Like I mean, like with the bag or like shadow boxing.
No,
I think that would,
I don't. No, I don't.
because I know people be like, and I'm not trying to be funny. I know they tell you all the time, oh, Big J needs some pussy, Big J needs a woman, Big J needs X, Y, and Z. I feel like you got a lot of pent up aggression, and even boxing would help you to kind of release some of that.
No, I need power to shut this shit down, and so we can start back at no niggas been failing so many times. You need to burn the whole goddamn thing down and start right back up again, so you can make it right. That's why God flooded the world. You gotta bring everything back down so you can build it back up better. If you know the world's fucked up, how come you waste your time trying to convince other niggas to feel the same way as you do?
I mean, I don't have an answer for that question, Big J. I don't know. I don't have no power. Like my power. This is the power.
And then though, niggas like a soul provider don't understand how his fuck friends over there. His fuck friend, Big J trying to redo history. My videos with Tommy is still up on my channel, Joey. So what the fuck you talking about? I ain't hiding a motherfucking thing. My video's still up. Fuck
Big J, have you ever smoked weed before?
Niggas start knowing. Stop thinking and stop being in the business of thinking. You need to start being in the business of knowing.
You ever smoked weed before, Big J? You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
I ain't smoked weed since I was 25.
25. How did that work for you?
It went all right.
Like, I am somebody who can't smoke weed. It makes me paranoid. Like, I know people are like, you gotta smoke past the paranoia. And I'm like, I don't even know what that means. Like, how do you do that? Were you paranoid or did it mellow you out? Did you yell as much when you were smoking?
No, I did. No, I didn't.
They might be on to something, Big J. Is it legal in Texas?
No, it's not.
Oh, damn. I don't know what to say about that, Big J. You might have to visit another state, you know? Come on through. Come visit Chicago for a little bit. Hit a dispensary.
Nah, I'm kind of allergic to Chicago because they're two bitch ass niggas in Chicago. I don't want to be in the same zip code as Mr. Red Pill Rage on Black Women, and there's another nigga. Well, we already mentioned his name. I don't want to be in the same zip code with none of these niggas. Sorry.
Who's Mr. Red Pill Rage on Black Women? I don't know who that is.
Mr. Let's turn Chicago red ass nigga. Mr. I'm gonna blame black women for the conditions of Southside Chicago, but yet though I went to prison because I sold drugs in that same community. You got a bunch of hypocrites.
I'm lost. Do y'all know who he's talking about? Somebody in the chat fill me in.
Them niggas know who I'm referring to. I ain't gonna say his name either.
Y'all are free to drop names in my chat. We are in the messy hours. We almost come at the end of the show. So y'all tripping. Big J is professional wrestler. That's why Beans? Is that who you talking about?
No, I ain't talking about Beans, but fuck Beans.
Oh, well, Big J says fuck him too. Hey, liberated. He says, forget what Candy talking about, Big J. Don't smoke nothing. Even though I don't know 90% of the people y'all talking about. Keep your foot on their necks. Liberated. I'm gonna black your other eye. Hush.
No, society. The society needs to change. You can't be talking about the same shit for 20 goddamn years and then not a fucking needle's been moved. And all y'all do is make it worse. And then y'all did make it worse in 2024 by reelecting that orange idiot. because you think that white man was going to put black women in their place. You niggas are dumb. You dumb, you slow, and you stupid.
I can tell you, I don't know a single black woman who has suffered under the hands of the orange man. We are all thriving and surviving, just so y'all know.
Well, voting rights been taken away. A lot of black women got fired, they got laid off from their jobs behind this orange idiot, and then you got these niggas like Anger Man. Oh, I'm so glad it's happening.
I think they need to look at the stats. The stats aren't just so like it's easy to focus on the black women who lost their jobs. That's a small portion of just overall people who lost their jobs. When you it's hard for me to explain what I'm trying to say, but basically, you better believe black women are still doing well as an overall majority. He didn't get into office and all of us are sitting on the curb with a cardboard box. That's not what happened.
But I'm talking about the justification of voting for Orange Man is
No,
to
I agree with
punish
you there.
women. That's the point I'm making.
I'm pointing out that their voting didn't do shit in regards to black women and our success. That's why I'm saying that. I hear what you're saying. I'm not missing the point. But I want you to know if you voted for him just because you thought that he was going to put black women in our place, winter was going to come, they was going to cut off EBT and we was going to die. That didn't happen. And Mr. DJ Music, welcome in. I appreciate you coming through. So good to see you this evening. Thank you. Big J has been trying to take down the Manosphere for 10 years and nothing has happened afterwards. May says she gonna rewatch the social so you can giggle. Oh, May. Let's see. I just want to get caught up. Uniquely says they want white man to domesticate their women for them. Ouch. Ouch. Big J speaking facts. He is for his people. I wouldn't let Jay turn. He's turning the panel dry and everyone now. Actually, Dusty, I'm at the end now. I done hit my 5-hour mark. I'm winding down. It's time for me to let somebody else have the reins. The topic of the conversation, it has moved, Tina. It started out with me basically telling a little bit of my life story to explain my premise on in 2026, it doesn't make sense for a woman who wants to have a child not to make sure that the man she's having a child with, like he must want that child more than her in order for her to not get screwed in the end on the rearing and raising of a child. If I was to ever have a child in this economy, in this modern day time, that nigga needs to want that baby even more than I do. Otherwise, we're not having it. That's just it. That's where we started. We went all the way around the mulberry bush. We done talked about co-parenting. We done talked about men versus women when it comes to single parenting. We done talked about service jobs. It's been a wild ride. It's been a good talk. Good talk. I'm glad y'all didn't really tear each other's eyes out and throats out. You know, I appreciate y'all being here. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. If you haven't already hit the like button, please hit it. It's free. You know, it helps us to get into the algorithm, keeps us going with these talks, and give you something to be entertained about. At least, hopefully, you were entertained. So Liberate says, so again, keep your foot on these necks, Big J. You bring your neck here. I got a foot for you. How about that? How about them apples? Jay need a channel. I might just listen. He's a terrible parent. He has a channel. Dusty, Big J has a channel.
And he be screaming. And that's why Dustin needs to shut the mighty fuck up. You might want to stop thinking, niggas, start knowing. Oh, I don't think BJ has a channel. Everybody been on my channel. Start thinking, niggas, start knowing.
We need more single dads. Tina, are you proposing that we drop them kids off at them men's houses and say fuck them kids and make them the single daddies? Is it Hoochie Daddy summer? Are we dropping the kids off and not coming back? I saw something. I'm going to ignore in the chat. I don't know what y'all doing. I'm going to ignore this. Just move on past that. Okay, so I am going to hold on. I need to check one more thing here. All right, so we are going to do a redirect to the LA Project, another wonderful lady in space. She is currently live. I am going to ask Big J for his final words, and we're going to redirect over there. She's got a very good topic going. I hope that y'all stay to check her out if you haven't already watched the LA Project. I'll be trying to, let's support the ladies, these new and upcoming beautiful women in the space. They have a lot of great things to say. Big J, what are your final words?
I have nothing to say.
I appreciate you hitting the panel. You know I always enjoy your company, Big J.
All right, then.
I will talk to you soon, all right?
All right.
Have a good night. All right, y'all. I just want to say thank you all to everybody who came in. Hopefully y'all had a good evening. Happy Sunday to you. It's been a wild ride. As Mr. Fantastic did say, have sex responsibly, whatever that responsibility means to you. He said that lady stole his sperm. I'ma say she defrauded him out of it, but he gave it up willingly. I mean, she didn't leg lock and like clink in. You know what I'm saying? He gave it up. So while I think what she did was wrong, you did make a deposit, sir. And congratulations on your wonderful athletic twin. I support the black children and the black love and all that jazz. Y'all have a great evening. Love y'all. Good night.